we can. You can't just like this is the way it should be, so I'm gonna do it this way. No, you got to deal with a reality, man. Reality is
I
a
put
bunch of
bumper stickers on my
brainwashed,
car.
triggered, freaking godless atheists, and that's who you're talking to.
I put bumper stickers on my car so everybody sees it.
Oh, this motherfucker! Jesus.
I'm a transmitter. No, I'm a transmitter.
All right, man.
Dude, I hear you, Indio. I hear you. I'm a transmitter for that shit. I'm trying to get through to these brain dead retards, dude. So I put it on everything that I do. I'm trying
Dead
really
retard
hard.
didn't put any fucking shit in my coffee, man.
I'm trying to get through to them, and I tell them, and that I tell them that I love them too. I say I love you, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, but you're trying to get through to them, but is what you're doing effective? That's all that matters. Is it working?
Somewhat, yeah, it's working for me. I'm finding out who I can keep.
It's working for me. That's your problem right there. There's your problem.
But I care about everybody else. I tell them that I care about them, and if they don't want help, then
No one cares if you care, though.
Yeah, well, that's them then. If they don't care, then I'm done caring about them. I figure out who they are, and if they don't care about stuff, then I have no right being there. I can only care about everybody else that needs caring. Like if somebody wanted to be cared about, I'd care about them all the time.
Do they think you care about them? Does the other person think you care about them?
Yeah, I tell them. I say that's your problem. Well, I care and you don't.
Do they really think that though?
It doesn't matter.
Do they sense compassion, empathy, love emanating from you?
I say please don't kick me out, dude. This is a wonderful place. Like you shouldn't kick me out. But I mean, if that's what it is, then see you later. But then that's you not caring. But I do care until they kick me out. Like, what am I gonna do? Start fucking changing? Because I'm not gonna change. As soon as they don't care and I can't be myself and they want to kick me out, then that's it. It's over. I leave. But I care up until that point. I care about absolutely everybody, dude. And everybody says that's my problem. I should only care about my family and friends. And it's like, do you care about anybody else? And they're like, no, only my family and friends.
Yes, but you think a blade of grass starts out a blade of grass? No. Comes from a seed. Grows into roots. Develops a heart and a stem.
I just show them what they could be. Here's flat water. This is what you can have, or else. Here's you. When you're a seed right now, this is what you'll be. A blade of grass.
Yeah, and it's just like, hey, everybody, stupid t-shirt that I got in my closet. I think that's a fair comparison. What do you say, NDO?
This is what you'll be one day, a blade of grass. You're a seed right now. That's pretty good, dude. Thanks for that.
That's what I'm saying, though. we are here to find out who we are while we learn, and to grow into who we're supposed to be, who we actually are. And the controversy separates us from who we are and puts us in a war state, and it's a whole nother thing. It's not who we are. War is a crime unless it's in self-defense. Period. The end. It's always been a law. So, like, it's hard to go to peace with red pill rage. It is. I get it. And the fact that it's so simple for people to see and comprehend. Like, they're saying 2 + 2 = macaroni and ham. Right?
Or grass
they're talking
is
about the
purple.
globe.
It's like people are trying to walk around saying grass is purple, and I'm
when
telling
they're
them no,
when they're
it's green.
talking about the globe.
They're a blind
Right,
fool. They're called a blind fool.
right. But I was blind. Other people were blind. A
Well, you're
few
blind for
were
not seeing
very
what they're trying to
privileged.
say.
But you should try to help them people, and I do that until they kick.
Right.
You're not
We never
helping them, you're
fight them
helping yourself. It's all about you. You're only talking from your own perspective. Listen,
Well,
Empathy, my friend.
you're
I
mad.
like different people. I like different people and stuff
Yeah,
like that.
listen,
I
yeah,
I
you get
always leave
mad.
gracefully though. Like I'm never even a dickhead. They just don't
Okay,
like the truth.
okay, you get pissed at the idea that they just accept information from media, but you're also expecting them to just accept information from you. You're just playing the same character, only you're a guy on the street versus the people with a system that supports them.
Yeah, but I tell them there's a P900 camera. You can go. You can go to the beach and zoom in and see too far. Like there's nothing that makes me special. We can do this, and the kicker is there's thousands of people that have done it, and you just need to look at the information or else. And they never look at the information. Like we have it. All the proof is in the flat Earth court,
That
and
doesn't
it's over.
matter. Not that doesn't
You
matter in
say
the
or
first.
else, bro, or else what though? Like you make it sound like it's a threat.
Because they don't care, or else you don't care, and I prove it. Just like that, checkmate.
But
And they say,
don't
yeah, I
make it
They
don't
don't
sound
care.
like
care if they don't care,
Why are
man. They
you
don't care
making
if
a
you think they don't care.
competition?
exactly, man.
Because I
You're
need to
making it
fucking
just a
call these people out.
competition.
Make these fucking
Then what?
people, put them in their place so they start to care. You need to actually give a fuck. And once they give a fuck,
No, they
then they're
don't.
gonna be alright.
Well, you're
That's where you're
not gonna
wrong.
move.
No, they don't. No one needs to give a fuck about anything. Look, what do they say? The only two things you have to do in life: pay taxes and die.
Yeah, that's what they say. And I say, okay, you need to wake up, go to work, feed your family, right? So you wake up, the earth
They don't have
is
to.
flat.
They got
You
their
wake
family
up, it's
starved.
flat. It's like you wake up, the earth's flat, you go to work, you feed your family. Like nothing changes. The earth is flat, you go to sleep and sleep better at night. That's it, dude. It's the same shit, except now you're not being lied to. And I don't want you to be lied to anymore. So look at this. Or else.
I
Can
think you
anyone
just
hear
should
me
just
this morning?
drop the or else, man.
He's not learning. He's listening, but he's not learning. It's pointless to
Yeah,
go
no,
on.
well the or else it gets me, it's gotten to that point, dude. I really don't mess around anymore. Like I've been going through a lot of friends and people recently. And like my
Proud
shit's
of that?
kind of harsh, dude. I should change it, but like
I'm just saying, don't say
it's a
or
lot of
else,
it's
bro,
learning.
because it's gonna put you yourself in danger, man. Because you say that to somebody in the hood, and they're gonna be like, or else what? And then put a gack in your face, man. So don't say that shit, dude. That's what I'm
I would
trying to
say
tell you, dude.
I say or else it proves that you don't care. It happens all the time. I do shit all the
I'm
time.
just saying, don't say that, man.
You don't have to care.
Exactly.
You believe in freedom?
Freedom, yeah. Well, freedom that
Yeah,
has
freedom.
nothing to
So
do with
they're
fact.
free to care or
That
not care without
yeah. That's
consequence.
why I ask them, do you care or not? And when they don't care, I fuck off because they're
Well,
dick and stupid as fuck. So I leave.
they're
And it fucks them.
exercising their freedom. They're exercising their
Yeah,
free
they're
will.
fucked.
They care about the
They're an
things they
idiot,
want to
and
care about.
the truth doesn't care what they think. You know what I mean?
Hey, dude. I don't know what your issue is, man. You need to get back on your meds or something, bro.
Yeah, see
Because
what
you
I mean?
sound
People,
like a straight no, you sound like a straight narcissist where it's
yeah,
like my
people
way or
don't
the
care
highway.
about water level, dude. People don't care about water level. That's it. That's
Can
why I'm
anybody
mad.
hear me this morning?
You know?
Yeah, I hear you this morning. What's up?
Yeah,
What's
but
up?
you know what? No reason to be
Yeah.
mad, dude.
Who's the newbie in here right now?
Yeah, I'm pretty mad.
Yeah,
Kinda.
you shouldn't be, man.
Well, I'm also the happiest
You got
person
your
ever,
wires
dude.
crossed. You're
I,
fucking
I
doing
don't
it.
have any enemies.
You're trying to smash a square peg into a round hole.
Yeah, well, I really like his analogy, and I don't want to forget about it. I'm going to use it probably in a video. You're this little seed right here, and you're going to grow into this, a blade of grass.
No,
You know
no,
what I mean?
no, no, no. That
Water
was
level.
for you.
I
You're
know. I'm
you're
trying to be a
you're
dickhead to them.
sprouting the roots,
Yeah.
learning the foundations.
Yeah, and
And
then I'll
and
bring
you're
it back
and
to
you're
the
and you're
foundation.
talking right, but you're talking springtime blade of grass stuff
Right, water
when the
level.
roots are still settling so that you can have the stalk.
And then I'll bring it back to the roots.
No,
Like
you're
I
like
need
a
to show
weed
them water
right now,
level.
man.
I need to show them the pamphlets, the business cards, bumper stickers. I fucking freak out at people like at work. Like I'm showing them that blade of grass, dude. This is what you can have. Water level. And you need to grow it. Right. I could teach you how to grow this blade of grass. But do you care? And most of the time they don't care.
No, what you're doing
No,
is dragging a dead horse to water. That's what you're doing. You're just dragging a dead horse
Well,
to
there's
Dragging
nothing
it
else
water.
to
to
beat.
the water and then drowning it and then dragging it out and then beating it again and then like catapulting it back into the water and then drowning it once more. I'm trying to help give this like some clarity.
He literally asked
Yeah.
your advice and is ignored it all. Like,
no,
which is
I
really is the root of the problem in the first place. Is that you are only concerned with how you feel and your viewpoint. You're very selfish, at least in regards to this. I'm sure you're generous
no,
in
I
real life,
hear
give
you.
away all your money, but when it comes to this, you think that only your viewpoint is what matters.
It's not my viewpoint.
You're trying to change their viewpoint. Your viewpoint is irrelevant.
But it's
My
not a
next name
viewpoint. It's water level.
my next name is going to be the
Okay,
Semantics
so
Cowboy.
what's the water level at Niagara Falls?
You talking
You're laying on
about
your
it goes
stomach.
off the wave down to sea level and levels out and sits flat on top. There's topography.
You're standing on your
It, it
head.
falls it
What's
falls
your
from the
viewpoint?
sky. It goes down the mountain. You know what I mean? Hits an estuary, goes out to sea, and levels off like a bowl of cereal with mountains and valleys, or a snow globe.
I'm starting to understand why people think flat earthers are idiots listening to this
Well,
conversation.
no, it's water level, and then once they care, I show them the black swan. We go too far. That's it. It's over. We see too far.
No,
We
you've
don't
gone
see
too far.
1.22 miles.
You've
We
gone
see
too
one.
far, bro. That's what we're trying to
Do
tell
you,
you.
do you know how to fish?
He knows how
Do
to catch a
you
lot of dead ones.
Yeah, I see all that dynamite in the boat. But do you know how to
Um,
fish like IRL, like for real? Like, do you go fishing?
a little bit. I mean, I could, I
Okay,
would, but I don't. I don't like hurting the worm.
right.
I don't
So
think
like
I would do that.
spinners and clicker baits and stuff. Yes, no, maybe lures, wigglers, swampers, sinkers, fake
Okay.
worms. What you
Okay.
use? Right. You
Um,
don't
a
you
cigarette
don't throw
butt.
the pole.
I use
You
cigarette.
don't
I
throw
put a
the pole
cigarette
at the
butt on the hook.
fish. You
Okay, you're just
throw the hook
trolling
out.
at this point.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't. But I don't fish. I don't fish, dude. No, but okay, you throw the hook and then what? Hello?
I don't know. You just yell at the water, and then they just bite the hook.
No, I mean you're talking, dude.
Well, no, I mean if you don't know how to fish, but see that's the thing. What you're doing with people is fishing. You're trying to catch many fish, but you have to use the right bait. And different types of fish take different types of bait. Sometimes you have to change the bait. Sometimes you have to change the bait in the middle of your run on that
All right.
part of the river.
All right, here's my bait. I got 3 pieces of bait for you. It's this
I
flat
know
earth,
your bait.
flat
I
earth
heard your bait. I
paraphernalia,
heard your
right? But I
bait
got
4
3 of them
times.
specific, 3 specific ones. It's these pamphlets.
Yes.
It's Google image biblical cosmology, and it's water
Right.
levels. Those are my 3 baits. That's it. Now, how are those, dude? I think that's pretty good. And when people don't respect me and look at that, I snap. But if they do look at it, then they're okay.
Yeah. Well, what if the person doesn't like that type of bait and they
Well,
like
then
some
I
other
leave.
bait?
Well, then I leave. Well, I mean, oh, a different. Oh shit, you're right. I never thought about that. And
What if you're in
fucking
the
tricky.
swamp? What if you need frogs instead of worms? What if you
Oh
need frogs
man.
instead of clickers? What if you need a spinner instead of a worm? What if you need a
Oh
sinker
man.
instead of a clicker? What if you need a spinner instead of a frog?
Damn, dude, I never thought about that. See, I just throw cigarette butts on the hook and throw it out there.
What if you need to use yellow line instead of green line or black line or red line? What if you need to use red line instead of black or green or clear?
What if you need
Damn, dude.
a heavier line than a lighter line?
Right. Whether you need braided or filament, which is like this, it's a you're
Man,
the
I guess I'm
seed.
retarded, dude. Like, I'm gonna
You're
say it for a third time,
this is the
dude.
fisherman though.
What if
That's what
you're
I'm
fishing
saying.
on land?
When you're fishing people, you have to understand who you're talking to, what you're fishing for, not what only with what you're fishing with, but you need to know how to fish with something that you may not have to catch that one fish that you really want.
See, I never thought about that. I'm really sorry, dude. I'll think about it now. I always just go in however I am. I'm a skateboarder. I tell them
Right,
that I'm not changing. You're getting this, and that's it. And I should
right.
switch up. You're right.
Both
I treat
cannons,
everybody the same.
full broadside. Yes, 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 yes. And I get that, and I enjoy that in certain situations. However, a lot of these situations aren't that one. The ones where those are involved are other things. Like say maybe your rights. Something like that.
All right.
To
Well,
be a
thanks for the advice.
fisher.
I plan on making more videos. So, at least one more, and then I think I'm gonna cut my hair.
Hey guys.
I'm gonna make one more video. I need to talk to Jenny. I'll ask her about that conspiracy question.
Howdy.
Hi. Whoever came in and said hello, guys.
Hello.
Good morning, Mrs. Gets It.
How's it going, guys?
Good. Okay.
Gas
What?
pressure.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I do my best to explain it in my music too, dude. I'm like, you're a dummy goof if you think you live on a sphere. Like, I snap out in my music, dude. Like, that's how I treat people. It's not like a joke, dude.
Right. But you can't
Like,
run down the street with your gat out with flat earth bullets in it pegging people.
yeah, go out there with physical copies, throw them in people's fucking driveways. Thousands of them.
Like, just fly the UN flag and just change the colors and be like flat Earth in plain sight, and just let the flag do the talking.
Oh, I don't know what to do, man. What do you like?
How about
I would-
listen?
Everybody wants me to leave everybody alone. Stop caring about everybody. Nobody else
No,
matters.
no, no,
Just
no, no,
family
no,
and
no,
friends. It's like that's
no, no,
ridiculous.
no, no, no,
Dude.
no. Not
I hate that.
caring. We're trying to get you to change your business model.
Well, I mean, I could do like I could do a couple runs on here. You know what I
If
mean?
this were Shark Tank, we would have done told you to get your product and leave.
I think that's a good idea, bro. I think you should work on it in here, man. That's what I was trying to get at in the beginning, was to kind of stay in here and just learn
No,
and
no,
work
no,
on it.
no, no, no. I mean, like, take the phone, go teach somebody on the street while you guys listen to what I'm saying to them and how I talk to them, and the fucking fight that we get in.
Well, I think
Man,
I
I'm
like
I'm
your
afraid
idea
I'm
of like
gonna hear
giving
you get
people
shot,
things.
man.
I like your idea of giving people things. People are really lazy though. Like if you give them a pamphlet, they probably wouldn't read it. But
Well, I just tell them you can have this. It's reading material. Take it home. You can read it when you're by yourself. Their ego's not involved because there's nobody
true.
around. Like,
Chick tracks, bro. Been there, done that. Grew up handing out chick tracks. You know how many I saw on the streets all over town?
But you could do like David Weiss has these cool like disc things. They're just like
Make
these
a
little paper frisbees, and he threw them around at a concert. And on them it says the Earth is flat, but not like this disc. And I thought that was really cool. So you could maybe find those, or like I don't know, just something really clever like that.
that's what I do on flatearth101.com. Here, can I get your attention to the live stream voice text? I bought one of everything from flatearth101.com, and it's like really good shit. Kind of good. And then there's skycrimes.com. Who would have thunk?
Oh yeah, I remember this video.
Yeah. So there's like
Meow.
banners and business cards and stickers,
You.
and it's all flatearth101.com. So it's like an actual website, but I want them to say 247 on YouTube. Like, I want, like, this is my favorite shit so far. This QR code.
Oh, cool. I think it's good though. Like everyone has their different approach. Like some people just are better like online. Other people want to actually get out there in person. After like doing
Yow.
the stuff outside with what's it, I was like, dang, this is actually fun and way better because people aren't so rude like they are on the internet. Like they can be really rude on the internet, but when someone's looking at you dead in the
Yeah.
face, they're
Yeah,
not
they're
as
like,
rude.
nah. Their whole
Right. And
face is different.
that's why I freak out, yo, because these people aren't going to do anything. I'm just mad as hell when they don't look at the information. I have this information and you're denying it, and it shows that you don't care, and
You can't get mad at them.
accept that. I'm not mad at them. I just leave instead of throwing a different bait in. I just dip out. You're not gonna bite the cigarette butt on the hook. I'm going somewhere else. See you later. I'm just done fishing with you, bro. Later.
Yeah, but like all you're
It's good to see
all
you,
you
bro.
should
I
do
just got
is
water
like
level.
just scatter the seeds, and sometimes a seed will grow and sometimes it'll just blow away.
Yeah, no, but I mean, if people like actually watch the video, then that's how friendships are made, and that's how I can stay cool with somebody. But if they actively deny it, then fuck that person, dude. I leave,
Yeah.
and that's what it comes down to. I give you money, and if you don't accept the money, then I'm out. If you don't accept the money to watch the video, then I'm leaving, not your friend anymore. We're watching this video whether you like it or not.
You sound like a baby. I'm done.
They're beat. Well, they're beat, and that's how I keep friendships.
Sorry.
Oh.
She called you a bitch.
Yeah, that's what people. Yeah, that's what people say. They're like, it sounds like I'm talking to a 7-year-old.
Well, because
To the
it's like,
Opie and Anthony show.
if you get aggressive with these people, it's gonna make flat earthers look
Bad.
crazy. Yeah, that's the problem.
It's gonna make
why I'm
you look
trying.
bad. Forget flat earthers. It's like this you.
I know, but that's why I feel obligated now to actually keep doing things in public, because I gotta show people that they're all like, flat earth is not all just a bunch of psycho dudes. Not saying that it is. I'm not saying that it is.
Well, it's not psycho, dude. It's fucking flat water. These people are denying water level. That's
Yes.
it. And they
But
actively
you-
deny water level, and they need to eat that. And if they don't eat that,
You-
then
you-
fuck them. You know what I mean? That
You
treat-
gotta
I
have
hate
a
that.
radiator. Coil that bullshit shit down, boy. Your
No, I
thermostat's
fucking
broke.
snap out on people, dude.
Wow, that
Thermostat's broke,
doesn't
or the
help.
pump ain't moving. Something. Chill. Goose rub ba 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 ba.
Hey, you
Drink
can't
some
snap out on them.
chamomile
Funny,
tea.
like friends though. My friends are
Goose rub a
hardcore,
bada
dude. Like I'm talking like friends, like people that I shouldn't be yelling at. You know what I mean? They're my friends. I shouldn't be yelling at them.
Ha. Right. Wait. Pause right there. Shouldn't be. Boom. There you go.
But I am, because like they deserve
Well,
to know this
Maybe you
shit. They
should work
deserve
on
to know
yourself.
it.
Maybe you're not ready
Yeah,
for this.
dude. You really
Right.
do.
Well,
that thing is attached to you. If you don't have control over it, like. Why do I feel like I just got teleported into, like, dude, where's my car?
like how do I teach this properly? I'm like such a dickhead to everybody.
I'm sorry for laughing.
Everything that you're using to reach out to these people is attached to you.
Yeah, and when
you
they fucking
you have control, or you don't.
when they think it's a joke, I tell them I make music.
So what? Who cares? It's their opinion.
I care. It's
Opinions are like
attached to me.
assholes.
It's attached to
Everybody's
me. It's
got
not
one.
an opinion. It's not an opinion. It's water level. There is no opinion about it.
Right.
It's
But
fact, whether or not.
their opinion. I
Yeah,
said
but the
there. You
opinion is
said
fucked.
your opinion. See, you're say to them what you're saying is an opinion, even though it
Mine's
is
not an opinion. It's
reality.
water level. Yeah.
Yes, to them,
It's an
it's
opinion.
an opinion.
Yeah, and I tell them it's not.
Despite right.
I tell them it's not a lot. I tell them all the time that it's not.
9 out of 10 studies are false. What do you want? I mean, come on. People still buy that shit. Like, what do you want? People are where they're at. Either you can climb a mountain and deal with low oxygen, or you can't. But if you
I just
can't,
tell them
don't
water
climb the
level.
damn mountain.
I just tell them water level.
Right.
Okay, but then that's what you do.
And then I talk to them. And then I talk to them. Like I said,
I
once
know.
they get past that, then I talk to them.
But
Just
if
keep
they
moving
about
like a
reject it,
ghost.
then you
My
just
whole-
gotta keep
my whole-
moving.
My
You
whole
can't.
He gets
relationship
it. He
with people.
doesn't get it.
My
Yeah.
whole relationship with people is the talk. It is the learning how to rebel. It is the figuring this thing out. Like, you gotta see this shit for what it is, dude. Like, that is the relationship between me and the other person I'm with. Like, me and my wife, she's on here. You know what I mean? She comes on here and freaks the fuck out. You know, that is the relationship. So when I talk to people, hi, how you doing? The earth is flat. You deserve to know this stuff. That's it. Every
And then
time.
if they reject it, what do you do?
Then I move on pretty much.
Okay, good.
But
Okay.
no, only if they actively reject it. Um like if they're a dickhead and ask me questions and shit after they told me to shut up about it, like if they continue mocking it, like actively fucking denying
Hey,
it.
I wonder how you
Like,
got your wife, bro. Did you tell her you must
she
marry
knows
me or else?
she knows fucking more than I do, bro.
That was
All
kind
right.
of funny.
She knows more than I do. She taught me a lot. I feel like I didn't teach her a damn thing, honestly.
Maybe you could film your interactions with people. We'll let you know if it's. But
Well, I did
think
that. I posted a video.
Oh, share it. Because I think it's awesome for you to go talk to people in public. Like, I'm not telling you to not do that. I think that's great. A lot of people in here wouldn't even be brave enough to do that. So, I think that's awesome. It's just if you're like, the earth is flat, and then they like deny it, and then you're like, F you, F you. Then it's like not a good look.
I wonder how many like women you done that to. And they just. I'm sorry, bro. Oh, meow.
I see Noni is back. Do you know the earth is flat yet?
Kai, did you get that?
Hello, Mrs. How
Miss
are you?
Musk.
It's
you hear
Mrs.
me,
Gets
Kai?
It now. Get it?
Mrs. gets it.
I'm kidding. I'm
Oh
kidding.
boy,
Ooh, what should I
I
call you?
think
Then?
with his balls just crawled up into his body.
What?
Mrs. gets it. Well, you know, he
Yes.
seems like he has an aversion to marriage. I don't know, but that could just be me. I'm kidding.
Yeah, we'll
Don't get the
see.
heart. Yeah, we'll see. Well, just take chemtrails approach. Marry me, damn it, or else.
Exactly.
Or else.
No,
Did he give you that article?
Yes, that was so crazy. Like, that was really good. That guy just
Well, yeah, that's why I sent it to you, because you have a medical background, so you
Yeah.
understand some of that stuff. It's crazy. It's
I
getting there.
know.
They come out with they came out with a vaccine in like 24 hours or something. Like, what the fuck?
Yes. Seriously. There's also oh, if I could find the link. There's this other doctor that I just saw the other day, and he was talking about remdesivir and how they've been
Oh
giving that
yeah,
to
Quit
people
just
in
sent that
the
to me. Yeah,
Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah, you saw that. But
yeah.
no, I
Post
didn't
it
have you
and then,
blocked, India. I just have my DMs turned off, so
oh, okay. Yeah, don't worry about it.
still love you.
I'll sleep better now.
Yes.
Thought I was in the doghouse.
No.
Did Crypto lose his account or something?
What?
Because over in that Why Would They Lie chat says deleted user.
Yeah, he has, and he it was like a month ago, something, but he has a new account.
Right here? Like it's
Yeah,
a different
his account
name?
is just deleted because I don't know exactly, but you know, Discord, they will just say you're spreading misinformation. So
Oh wow. What's his new name?
Whose account was that?
Crypto.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we've already got him back.
He never says anything. I was like, why would they? How has your account not been deleted?
I'll be honest with you, I have no idea. I like the terms and conditions for like bullying and abuse. I should have been gone a long time ago.
Human Sheeple, man, how did his account not get banned for so long? I mean, some of the stuff he posted. I mean, geez.
I don't know. I was the one who got him banned eventually.
Yeah, but that even took a while.
Yeah, it did take a while.
It's like a mountain of evidence.
That's the thing. It took an absolute mountain of evidence. But fortunately, I had someone in his chat room that was sending me the direct links to his actual texts. So I had like actual hard evidence that they accept. I guess it's good that they don't accept just flimsy evidence on everything. I guess I would rather that.
True that.
Did the chat go silent? My shit broke.
No, it's
No,
gone
it went
silent.
Touchdown.
So we have big, wild, hard, fast in the room. It's got a VC verified. Maybe he wants to ask a question.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, I've been part of the community since before this Discord, like the old Discord, really.
Okay.
But the questions, like, I've never really had many questions. Usually just come in to chill. That sort of thing. You know, just while I work and stuff. I'm a developer in the daytime,
Okay.
so I just come to chill and help, like, it helps, like, my mind think when I hear things, you know, other things that are making sense.
Okay. Do you have any questions, or you have to mute myself? But if somebody want to talk to you, or Simone is,
I want to talk to Billy Dom.
yeah.
I stay in this chat so long.
Maybe chemtrail. Maybe you want to.
I've heard just about all the questions that people ask, you know.
Yeah,
Cool.
right. Let me tell you about it.
There aren't very many that I haven't heard yet. So,
Big Wild, what side of the fence are you on? Are you a flat earther or you believe you're spinning on a globe in vacuum?
I don't think we're on the spinning globe, but I don't know about flat Earth either. So,
What don't you know about it?
I only believe in one thing really, and that would be in the higher power. So
you don't want to talk about it, you're just here to listen, I guess.
I like to hear
I'm
interesting.
not gonna twist your arm either. Just saying.
I know. I'm just like to hear interesting things.
What don't you know about the flat earth? It's pretty flat. It's pretty obvious, no? Water's level. Even when you're on a hill, you gotta level off, right? When you're walking uphill, you gotta lean forward.
Yeah, I mean,
Level is the only angle your body and your brain wants, right? Can function on.
Yeah,
So
the
what's
suggestion is
confusing?
always right. The
Sorry?
suggestion has always been to do the experiments myself, and I have never been
Don't
told
you?
that.
What I'm saying is, like, don't you think it's a default position that the Earth is stationary and level? Because that's the only thing you experience. Everything else would be speculation. So we experience stationary, right? There's nothing to believe there. You don't have to experiment anything.
I guess
It's a
yeah.
default position, right?
Yeah, if you're saying it's default, like default meaning
It's
I
like what you
say
experience, like you start from there, like, right? If you want to talk about spinning, flying through vacuum, that's all speculation, and that would require experimenting.
right. There's just no way that I could prove anything, you know, unless I go out and do the experiments
Well, like I
myself.
said, again, you don't have to prove that you're on a motionless ground right now and that you're on level, because that's what you experience. Let me ask you this. Are you breathing right now?
Yeah.
Do you need to experiment actually to prove to yourself that you're breathing?
No.
Exactly, because that's what you're experiencing. You're breathing, you know it. There's nothing to believe about it.
Right.
Let me ask you this. Would you be able to breathe in vacuum?
No, probably not.
So they tell us we live on a globe in vacuum. No physical barrier between space and us. How's that
Yeah, I get
possible?
that.
Yeah. So we know outer space vacuum, outer space is fake, just like that. No need to experiment anything. We simply know we wouldn't be able to breathe in vacuum.
Right.
So you don't have any more questions, right, about flat Earth and stuff like that?
Oh, and yeah, no further questions.
All right, buddy.
But
Good to
yeah,
meet
I
you, man.
mean, I was just here to like, chill and listen. I've heard a lot of questions and everybody be asking questions that sometimes are the same over and over again. So every once in a while there's a new one, yeah. But it's interesting to me to hear all the questions and responses.
I personally think it's the
Hello,
most
can I try
interesting topic.
something then? If you got no further questions, can I try something? You said you don't know anything about flat Earth at all. Hello?
What's that?
You said
No,
you don't
just
know
take it
anything
easy, buddy.
about
Like,
flat Earth?
don't,
You need to watch a 5-minute video and then come back.
Alrighty. Sounds good to me, man.
It'll be a simple YouTube video.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
so
called Flat Earth in 5 minutes. It's got like the copyrighted YouTube music on it. The real kiddie shit. It's really fucking good information.
So what I wonder is, so you said you've been part of this community for quite a bit now, and you said you heard every argument, right? Is that what you said? Or
Well,
am I
I've heard a
misquoting you?
lot, not probably every single one, but yeah.
Okay, but you couldn't tell us about the flat Earth?
Well,
You
yeah,
don't
I
know
can tell
anything?
you some things, I guess. Like,
Okay. Like?
like, I guess there's some countries that even have declared certain parts and lakes as flat
Right.
of the Earth.
How can that be possible if you're on a ball, right? It's like a golf ball with flat spots on it.
I
That
forget what
case?
country it is. Like, I don't remember a whole lot of detail.
Hungary.
Oh, it was nice. I guess they did like a experiment and then it backfired on them.
Well, even worse than that, there's something called the abyssal plains that span virtually the entire Atlantic Ocean, which makes up more than 50% of what we consider to be this place. And the abyssal plains have a flat base. Their depth below sea level is consistent for thousands of miles.
Really?
Are you in the voice
Let's
text
go back.
chat?
Hold on. Okay. You just made a statement that some experiment
Hello?
backfired. Temperature, wait a second. Okay. Now that bullshit fly. Okay. So what experiment? How did it backfire? What are you talking about?
Right. So I don't know all the details, but somebody asked me to give something to prove, I guess, that I'd been listening. And one thing that has always interested me that I actually have used as an example in the past.
So you have a lot of static on your line, Neil.
Oh, sorry. There's a thunderstorm here. So,
Sounds like you're in a microwave.
no, I might as well be. Like I said, lightning and shit.
So I guess basically there was a country, here's what I know, that did an experiment, like a laser over water experiment. And they could not find curvature over a lake. So they declared that lake flat. But the rest of the earth they still declared globe.
Who told you this?
I heard this in this chat.
You
But
heard
they-
that in this chat. I doubt that.
Okay.
Because that's nothing even remotely what happened. So they did a laser test, 2 laser tests at Lake Valentine in Hungary. Okay. They were
Okay.
trying to get the certified that they did the test and got the result they got, that they measured no curvature. But that was just one laser test with only like 12 kilometers. But there are subsequent laser tests which are significantly farther, 41 kilometers or 25 miles. And that was done in the Netherlands.
Yeah. Well,
So
so
that
some
was
other things.
7 tests done there, right? Some of those were there. No, 5 tests done there. 3, I think it was April 14th, and then 2 more on April 22nd or something.
Was that this
2018.
year? Oh, 18.
2018. Or no, maybe it was 19. I have to look at the PDF. Either 18 or 19. So they did Valentine first, and the problem they had there was it's very hard to aim over that distance, aim a laser, because a small deviation, right? So you got to think, what are you aiming at, right? You can't see that far away. So, when you're trying to aim at some target, and even if you're off by like, say, a half a degree of an angle, at the other end, you're off by a fucking quarter mile.
Right.
Right. All right. So, because
But that laser
they made they make. Go ahead. What about it?
Oh yeah, I just wanted so that laser isn't going to go through water, right? It's not going to
The
go through
roboting
water.
is just no, of course not.
So if they hit the target at all, then
Which is why they chose frozen lakes. Also to
Gotcha.
remove a lot of the
Just
refractive properties.
Gotcha.
yes. So that was well in the Netherlands. They for that test they engineered a aiming device, right? That would aim the laser for them by punching in the coordinates of the other end, right? So they could have more precision. So they use basically they had a precision. The stepper motor had a precision of 0.000024 degrees. Okay, so it's high precision. Collimation of the laser was 0.08 millirad. So at 25 miles, the beam divergence of the laser is only 2 meters. So think about that. That's the
Yeah.
spread of the laser. When I say beam diverge, that's the spread of the laser. After 25 miles, the laser is so collimated. That means the light rays are so parallel that 25 miles, it is spread from, a 1 millimeter diode to 2 meters.
Right.
25
Yeah.
miles.
Pretty
So they did
precise.
these tests. Yeah. All that shit was donated. I think the value was something like $50,000. So anyway, the results of that were if you do the goal prediction, the laser beam should be 440 feet off the ground or 127 meters. But what they measured was the laser was 1.5 meters off the ground for water. So this is 2 orders of magnitude difference from the prediction of the globe Earth, specifically the WGS 84 reference ellipsoid. So this is just tests. These are tests done by FE4. Balaton
Right.
was almost like a test. They actually did. So what the people in FE4 did, they actually did laser tests every year for like 4 years in a row. And every time they did one, the anti-flat earthers would be like, "Oh, you should have did this," and "Oh, you should have did that," and we're just discounting this because you didn't account for
Forgot to
this.
carry the one. Oh,
Yeah, so they kept doing it until there was, and still they say stupid shit like, "Well, the laser wasn't level or something," as if that would matter, as if you're gonna go through a 400-foot hump of water because somehow you didn't level the laser and you magically bent it around a corner.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. I mean, so I think
There
part
is
of the
no
problem.
refutation for this test, basically. I mean, other than
and just on a point there, the FE core stands for Field Engineers, not Flat Earth. It's a group of engineers certified that are doing these tests in a very scientific, meticulous way, documenting as many variables as they possibly can get at each scenario, like Indio said, because all the previous demonstrations were always met with really frivolous rebuttals that were non sequitur, but they made us better at taking this type of data.
Gotcha.
So I should also add, right? So what they did is they didn't just like shine it across the laser to a target, because this laser aiming device was, they can aim it. They punch in the coordinates. They aimed to multiple locations. So they just set the laser up, right? Had a location that was like 9 miles. I think the first one was. And they went to another location, right? So they did the 9 miles, shined the laser, picked it up, punched in the coordinates for a different location, 12 miles, horizontally pan the laser to that. You know what a pan is, right? A horizontal pan. Like if you
Yeah.
set a camera up on the tripod and spin it, that's called a horizontal pan. So they did it to the next target, and they did a 25-mile target, never moving the laser, and they ran through all these targets. Now each target should be lower than each further target should be lower than the target preceding it, right? Because there's more curve. Further away you are, the more drop. Curving away more. So there's
Right.
actually the reverse of this. There's actually a reverse test of this that was done on a frozen lake. Now I'm going to post a image of it, image that was taken in like right above this voice chat. There's a text chat, live stream voice text. Now, just look in there. I'm gonna post something. This is so. What I described to you was one source of light and multiple targets. This is reverse. One camera and multiple sources of light, each of increasing distance. So this was done on a frozen lake in Canada.
Where's the image? It's a YouTube
Here,
video.
I'm posting it. Hold on.
Oh.
Well, there's a video of this, but this is the image that was taken. Now, so what he did was he went on this frozen lake, and he had road cones. You know what a road cone? So they're all the one uniform size, right? They're like 18 inches. Took a different colored light, stuck on top of each road cone, put the road cones a mile apart, right? So one is at 5 miles, the next one's at 6 miles, the next one's at 7 miles, the next one's at 8 miles. So because they're each at a further distance, they should get lower. Each one that's further away should be lower than the one in front of it. But if you look at this image, you can see that they're all on a straight line, right? They're all on the horizon, perfectly straight line across, indicating that whatever they're looking at is a flat surface, right? It's not curving away, because each one of those lights is further away than the light in front of it. And it's marked, and it shows what the globe prediction is in the graphic. All right, none of those lights should be visible in the first place, but they're all visible, and they appear as if there was a straight line running right across it. So you have to believe the laser test, right? So that these are like they're similar tests, but the reverse. Like I said, one is multiple targets, one source of light, and this is multiple sources of light and one target, right? So in both tests, you get the exact same result. Now you'd have to believe that light curves perfectly, uniformly, exactly to the surface of the Earth at every distance. Right? It curves to some exactly with the radius. Now that seems absurd. Right? That light just curves with the radius no matter what. It just looks flat because light just bends around. If I take a light and I shine it, I take a light and I stick it 1 foot off the ground, that light just stays 1 foot off the ground, curving with the surface of the Earth around the ball. That's ridiculous. There's no mechanism on which this would happen. Refraction is not a plausible excuse because, you know, the air, right? You're not going to have the same gradient of air because of a further distance, right? So these are the tests that have been done. These are empirical, objective tests that anyone can do. You can go out and do these, right? There's other laser tests, 21 miles, you know, I mean, and they always get the same results, right? There's no global laser tests out there, right? That say, oh, yeah, we shined this laser and we couldn't see it because the Earth is curved. There's none of these. And Globers have taken hundreds, if not thousands of dollars in donations where Greater Sapien took something like $14,000 to go on a circumpolar flight that never happened. So they have the ability and the money to pay to do laser tests, which they've probably done, right? But they probably just never released the results because we know what the result is. That when you try to measure the surface of the Earth, surface of water, it's flat, period. End of story. And there's no evidence to the contrary.
And if that refraction property actually bent light at the radius of the Earth, we would never have light attenuation because the light would constantly be refracting around the ball at just the right radius. You know, maybe correct me if I'm wrong here, but if the light was always bending just at the radius of the Earth, we should be able to see the same light source almost twice or 3 times as the light has bent all the way around the Earth and come back again because it's in their model, light is infinite. And if it's bending infinitely at the radius of the Earth, we should see multiple, almost like when you see gravitational lensing, where it creates like multiple versions of the same light source that are slightly bent or warped. Shouldn't we see that, Indio, if their light source was bending perfectly around a sphere?
If it was bending perfectly, should we see what?
That nothing should really obstruct the light. The light should just keep going almost indefinitely at the radius of the curve until it arrives on the horizon for a second time.
Oh, okay. So like everybody would be blind all the time because of all the
with a
light.
big enough telescope, you should be able to see your own ass.
Well, that's the principle, is that if you had a big enough telescope, you should see the back of your own head because the light has refracted perfectly at the radius of the sphere, all the way around the sphere back to you, the observer.
Not only that, there would never be a shadow because
if light was
would be coming
bending,
from all
everybody would see the back of their heads in front of their eyes.
Yeah, exactly. Because what would stop that light? That light would travel infinitely and it would be bent at the radius. So if that was the case, then why would they cease to see lighthouses at certain distances? The light should have just been bent perfectly around the radius, perfectly always.
That's a good point.
I don't buy into that. If it was able to go around a curve, you still got the atmosphere or atmos flat. All the gases evaporate and it would interfere with it. No, that shit don't work.
Yeah, well, for its transparency, the air would allow that.
Then
But you see, that's exactly the point that we're discussing here, is that to the ball earth model, that refraction that you just mentioned is curvature-based refraction. Based on the R value, they call it terrestrial refraction, and it's 7/6 R. So the ball earth model can only claim a curving around a radius refraction, and that's why we're saying a curving around a radius refraction would render all kinds of things being visible at distances that should be almost impossible, because that light should be refracting perfectly at the radius of the sphere.
this is like time bending.
Yeah, it's quite a muddle. You've got to put your mind back into their model of a sphere with bending light, and then try and imagine how it would work like that. It's requires some mental dexterity.
Yeah, if you use any brain power and critically think things out, there's no way in hell you'd buy into the story.
You don't need to know reality. You don't need to know natural science. All you need to know is one word: gravity. This magic word will make you a magician on the stage.
Yeah, I still need that to be proven factual. I haven't seen anything that proves it. That's why it's still a theory, and why it don't float in my boat.
No, if you believe it, you don't need proof. Just believe it. It will make you a god. The god of your own world, universe. Universe. One version. Your version.
I really enjoy this place because we have some of the most critical thinkers, and it's rare to find a good group of critical thinkers.
Yeah, I enjoy it for years by now too.
I would factor a guess that there is no such group of critical thinkers anywhere but here.
Mm. Actually, I think they have some lodge or some hidden room, which they call Skull and Bones. And those guys over there, they know. They know 100% everything.
Well, I find that there's people who can mimic critical thinking. They've either watched someone else or they spend time in debate forums where they create the appearance of critical thinking. But when you get to the actual crux of the matter and you show them that they're holding two opposing viewpoints, they demonstrate that they actually don't have the critical thinking that you thought they had. And that a lot of these other forums, these intellectualists or whatever debate forums they are, you go in there and you find also what appear to be really intelligent people. But once again, they're just repeating an agreed upon narrative and trying to make it seem as though they came to that through their own critical thinking. But honest critical thinking, like as in anyone in this room, if they're wrong on a point and I can demonstrate why they're wrong on the point, they will concede because they can see why they're wrong on the point. And that's the real critical thinking that we value, you know?
Yeah, there has been a few times when I intentionally been wrong. I posed problems to Globers, which they didn't even know, because I saw that they don't know the natural science. So I told them something fallacious. I don't remember exactly now, but even about gas pressure and stuff like that. And they were not able to tell, like, if it's true what I'm saying or not.
Well, I didn't understand natural law until I started digging into all this stuff, and then you got the fluid dynamics and all that crap, and it blows the hell out of all this other crap. But knowledge is power, and many people would rather watch Netflix or something like that than to research. They can care less about things, but that's their choice. I like to figure out shit myself.
Oh yeah, I remember now. I told them that hot gaseous mercury rises above the how do they call it? That rarefied air where light gases, they say the light gases are like helium.
Yeah, I've already taken 3 blue pills today.
You mean red pills?
No, the blue one, mate.
Yeah.
It's time to wake up. Take the red one.
I hear you.
It's hard. Some people get flat Earth, but they still don't want to accept it because it's all the baggage that comes with it, you know.
No
dang.
Glober Yeah, no glober ever got me. I said it so many times that hot gaseous mercury rises above, on top of helium gas. It floats on it. And none of them ever dare to argue about this with me. And I find it so funny, because helium is a gas which absorbs energy from everything, and a lot of it, a lot of energy. Yeah. But mercury in its gaseous state is also a very fascinating element. It has funny properties, unique. But yeah, today I just said it.
Yeah, and I just think like it's kind of easy to be on the fence because then you don't have to deal with some of these things. Like once you accept that it's true and you know it's true, well,
Well,
then you got to tell people, or you'll want to tell people, and
yeah.
you might not be ready for what people say to you. If you're married, you'll probably want to tell your spouse, and then you're going to have to deal with that. And
I tell her for fun because it
From
freaks
the
her out.
very yeah,
you
from the
tell
very
because it freaks
beginning,
her out.
when you said the word fence, I had in my mind a picture of a funny cat walking on falling in a funny way from the fence,
Oh,
from a fence.
yeah.
Yeah. So it's
Yeah,
not a safe
literally.
place.
Not a safe place to be.
No.
But they think it is because then, I don't know.
Well, the fence is actually very dangerous because you're not going to choose a side. You are going to fall into a side, most likely. If someone uh, wiggles the fence a little bit, you lose balance. Shakes
Yeah.
the fence. Yeah. It's a very vulnerable position.
It's more like a centrist position. It's like a bisexual position. Feels like it's similar.
But they can't both exist, so
Right.
but
But
you can't it can't be a ball and be flat, so it's kind of just like we can never know anything. That's like usually the go-to defense mechanism as they like stay in that spot. But then it's like, of course,
yeah,
there's things that you know.
yeah, like it's black and white. If you can't
Yeah,
confirm that, you can't confirm the other one.
Yeah, if you don't agree with their story, then they start like denying everything.
and that's the
Yeah.
trap. It's like we live in
Yeah,
a binary reality where we have
yeah,
black and white, male, female, night
true.
and day, up and down. Although, see, that's the thing is they'll try now. That's the move of the powers that be is they're trying to blur this definitive binary system. They're like, oh well, there's no
Yeah,
such thing as male or female. It's just whatever you want.
yeah.
There's actually no up and down because it's all relative to your location on the ball.
Yeah.
Like
No
it's
positive and negative, north
yeah,
south. Yeah, it's
yeah,
crazy. And
because that's how they
I'm
can trick you.
this trend is coming from quantum mechanics. in quantum mechanics, it's okay to have clockwise spin and counterclockwise spin in the same time.
Oh my
In
gosh.
quantum mechanics, it's okay to have a light bulb switched on and off in the same time. So in that room, you will have light and you see, but you also have no light and you do not see. And yeah,
Or
this
they say
applies
like the
only.
helium. They say the
This is a
helium balloon
reality.
is going up and down at the same time.
Yeah, that that's how it would be like. But you see, in quantum mechanics, at a very very small size, yes, these things are true, but not at macro scale. I mean, not at nature itself is governed by the binary forces and fields, even all the fields which in which these forces exist and manifest, they have a binary construct. Magnetic field has north and south pole. It's binary. Electric field, it has positive and negative charges. You know, for everything positive or negative, there is an equal opposite.
Yeah, you have
Yeah.
that philosophy, but then you also have this philosophy where there's always a system that tries to aim for balance, such as neutralization. What else?
Entropy.
Dilution. Yeah.
Mm. Yes, it's you see, the way I see the world is a complex assembly of systems. They are fine-tuned to work together. If you today, let's say, you play with some giant electromagnets and stuff like this, or broadcasting intense radio waves, you know, which I mean, uh, like which draw very very much power. This will affect the world and nature um, all around, even also that very specific place, but also like in the opposite side, you know.
Well, I
Like
think
this, I will give example this particle accelerator, the CERN. They are performing experiments of I'm not sure how many petawatts. Like that's quite a significant amount of energy which the sun is generating every minute, you know. And it's a lot of energy which we are paying for. Yeah.
they just don't want us to realize that we live in a binary system, because with that also there's right and wrong.
Yeah.
You can there's right and there's wrong. And they don't want you to think that there's right or wrong. They just think it's subjective. Murder is subjective. Like, well, maybe it's okay, you know?
Yeah, if you will be tagged something like a zombie, then yeah, it's not a crime, you know.
Yeah. So they just constantly contradict things.
Yeah.
Level is curved. No.
What
The thing is
will
either a level
categorize
or
you?
it's not.
What will make you be a zombie? If you don't have the chip inside you, then you're a zombie. You're a nonconformist. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's just the way to deceive people. Like,
Yeah.
if they can deceive you into thinking that a helium balloon is going up while going down at the same time, then they can just get you so confused
Yeah.
that you'll accept whatever garbage they push. Because at the end of the day, like, it's a lot deeper than just an intellectual war. It's like a spiritual war too. These
They
people
own
are,
your soul. Yeah.
yeah, they want to, like, they want to
They
get you off
place
the track.
ownership.
So
Yeah.
that's how to do it, is to just get you to think that nothing is definitive. We can't know anything. Everything is subjective. And it's complete opposite. There are rules to the game that we live in. Like, there's natural laws here. Entropy doesn't care about your opinion. It's going to
It will balance. Yeah.
yes. So
I mean, if it's a man-made system that it can modify, but people won't truly be happy.
what do you mean?
Well, you're saying there's just rules to the game,
Yeah.
and there's a natural law, but now we're living in a man-made law. So the rules can seem subjective because it's a man-made system now.
No,
people won't
so what I'm
truly be
saying is,
happy.
like, so natural law is like, okay, natural law is describing how the elements behave in this observable reality. So one of those is gas. High pressure will always seek low pressure. It will want to seek low pressure. So, like a hot air balloon, the higher pressure in the hot air balloon, once you remove the physical boundary, pop the balloon, what happens to the gas inside the balloon?
It rises when it escapes.
Well, at first disperses in all directions, and then
Yeah.
the gas will equalize within the medium it's in. So
Yeah.
same with,
And
like,
if it's when you said balloon, I was thinking like a hot air balloon, Yeah. So
or like hotboxing a car. That's my favorite one. Like,
yeah.
if someone hotboxes a car, they got smoke in the car, and they roll the windows down. What happens to the smoke in the car, Noni?
It gets vented out. Yeah. It will vent out.
Yeah, it escapes. That is a natural law. It's never gonna not do that.
Yeah.
It's never gonna not do that. So that's the thing, is it doesn't matter if man wants to come in and philosophically debate and try to change their look on things. The gas is still going to behave that way. And that's the thing, is, like, doesn't matter. Sorry, this is going to offend some people. Doesn't matter. You can sit in a room and philosophically think that there are infinite genders or whatever, but at the end of the day, there's just two. There's just male and female.
True.
The animals don't care what your opinion is. The plants that have a male and female part don't care what your opinion is. It's just how it is,
And even the animals, they have this behavior where sometimes some animals have like homosexual inclinations, but they are quickly corrected.
Yeah, and
by
they
their
just wouldn't
kind.
reproduce.
Yeah.
They just, the ones that choose
Yeah.
that won't continue to reproduce.
Yeah.
And then their species just, it just doesn't.
I saw,
They don't
for
continue.
example, when I had my dog, and once he was like 1 year old, he was still a young dog. and he was trying to hump other dogs, male dogs, and they bark at him and they argue, they even bite him, shake him a little bit. And once he was 1.5 year, 2 years old, then he was not ever trying to hump a male dog, like only females, Yeah.
I wonder if that
So,
means it's easier to make a child gay than it is to make an adult gay. That's what they're doing now.
Yeah.
I think it's a learning process, yeah. And if you teach them, if you expose them to this thing, like it's something normal, it's okay, it messes their mind. They start giving time uh, to their head to think about it. And yeah,
Yeah, like when you're a kid, you're not really thinking about like this kind of stuff. You're just like
yeah.
being a kid, but then that switch happens when you're in puberty, and then all of a sudden, like for me, I was like, "Oh,
Oh,
boys!"
and
Like
you know what? You know what?
they're
Uh,
boys, and like they're looking
if you
at me,
show,
and like I like
yeah,
them.
look,
Like
to a
but
young child, to a
they
young
try to
boy,
force it now on these kids that right at age
yeah,
2, you need to know your pronouns and you need to
yeah,
know, are you straight or gay at 2 years old when you're not even what?
yeah,
You're just like learning how to go to the bathroom. Like you don't need to know these things yet.
yeah, correct.
Their bodies aren't even fully developed. Like only
I
when you
mean,
go through puberty, that's when you start to like understand these things because now your body is like catching up to your mind.
not necessarily. I've read a book on how girls who go through puberties, they feel uncomfortable with their bodies and they think that they don't belong in their bodies probably because of indoctrination. They come up with that conclusion and they start taking
100%.
what I forgot. What do you call the masculine hormone? I forgot
Oh,
the name.
testosterone?
Thank you.
Testosterone.
Testosterone pills. And the thing with these pills is that it contains dopamine, so they feel good. They feel happy when they take this, and they think that's right. Um, but it's just dopamine, it's artificial stimulation, and but they continue down the road and transition. But there's still a lot of teenagers, no, like young adults. Sorry, no, teenagers that just enter adulthood who realizes their mistake and wants to revert back. There's plenty of them also, and I'm guessing those are the people who learned and realized.
Yeah, they just didn't give themselves time to let it all sort out. And they're thinking like they have to make these life changing decisions at such a young age.
Yeah, I mean, according to their logic, is defeating the cactus. They think we're indoctrinating them.
But like Mrs.
For
said,
saying that there's only two, yeah.
like Mrs. was saying there, that only at a certain age do you actually start to notice the boys. That's like the coming of awareness, and it's like before that, it could have you actually couldn't have cared much if you were boy or girl. It's irrelevant about the opposite sex. It was more about just getting through your life, understanding these routines and all the stuff that makes up who you are and what you become. And then suddenly you have this realization that dawns on you that there's this other sex and that you suddenly want to spend all your time with them. And like you were saying, to try and give pronouns to 2-year-olds or 3-year-olds, even my children, when they were 5, 6, they have no comprehension. They say, I've got such feelings for this person, and it's their little female friend. They're a female, they've got a female friend. They say they've got such feelings for their friend. Could be misconstrued as attraction, but it just means that you have love for that friend. And if you're a retarded parent and you start promoting the homosexuality side of things and asking them, when you say feelings, do you mean that you want to kiss them, or putting in thoughts into their heads? You're going to create a behavior,
Yeah,
When you
it's almost
dive
like
in specificity.
it's like forcing your kids to start thinking about like their sexuality when like they don't even have like these little girls don't even have their period yet. What the heck, yo? Like your
they
kid
have
is
none.
not supposed to be thinking about this for a long time. And it's in a weird, twisted way. It's almost forcing the child to start having to think about these things. Like Flat Earth Solar is saying, like, you don't even think about that. If you're a little kid, if you're a girl, you might kiss your girlfriend at your tea party, not even think twice. But now, like, that's somehow like, oh.
There's nothing you can watch these days that doesn't have the homosexual agenda or transgender agenda.
Guys, my apologies. We have a guy, Makos, who says that his observations think. Let him explain himself. I'm sorry to interrupt the conversation. Makos, welcome. Marcus?
No problem, Roger. Hello, Marcus.
Oh yeah, I'm here.
Hi, man.
Everyone's ready.
Welcome to the server. How are you doing?
Welcome.
I'm doing well, thank you. Yeah.
So, how did you find us?
It's fun. So I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not much of a science person in the sense that I'm more of like a logical conclusion type of person when it comes to making opinions.
Awesome stuff. But how did you find us? I missed the answer.
Oh, so honestly, I just looked up so what I do is I look up random topics and I was like, oh, maybe there's a Discord server. So like I typed in, Flat Earth Discord server on YouTube or whatever, and up and there was a Discord link and I joined it.
Great, man. Welcome.
Nice.
So, have you ever talked?
And what led you to type in the Flat Earth server? What did you see that made you think that?
Can you repeat the question just so I don't misrepresent you?
Sorry, I just wanted to go one step further. So you typed in the craziest topic you could think of, Flat Earth, into into YouTube and found the server. What did you see that made you want to find a Discord channel to talk about it?
I think he meant he was searching Discord servers on YouTube.
No, so what I do, like this is just a little hobby that I do. I like logically thinking and concluding certain scenarios. In the sense that in order to discover truth or whatever. So one thing that I was like, what's the shape of the Earth? Like if you can't really determine what the shape of the Earth is, how can you determine what the truth is? That was basically my conclusion.
My question was, where did you get that question initially? The shape of the Earth? Or where did you see something that made you even think about that question?
It mainly has to do with my own personal beliefs I'm sorry if I started, by the way. That's just what I have.
No problem.
Don't apologize.
It's just something that I do logically because I feel like it's important to debate even topics that even at a first glance might even be considered obscure or ridiculous, but I think it's important to discuss that.
I agree wholeheartedly. You need to be able to look at both sides and then form your own opinion. Sorry, Raj.
And you landed on your feet, right? So you said in the lobby that it makes more sense to you when you observe the sky that you're on a ball Earth. But what do you observe when you see the luminaries? What do you observe?
So specifically what I do is I make observations such as the moon.
Mhm.
For my premise in that. So so this is going off of, it is technically a presupposition in the sense that I'm assuming that I've been to Australia and that I'm going to assume the moon behaves, or even in the South America as well. So that the
Mhm.
moon is visible there, but
The moon is what? The moon is what?
visible from those locations.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, so the one major observation that I've noticed with the moon is that there were always the same exact markings on it. And what I mean by that is that they're all markings on it do not change in the sense that they do not disappear.
Okay.
So the only thing that changes about them is like the orientation, similar to that of similar to that of the spokes on a wagon, going from like
Yes.
the bottom spoke is now on the top, similar to
Yes.
that.
Okay.
And so when I'm thinking about this, so what I did was I took both flat plane, like a piece of paper or an example
Okay.
or something equivalent to that, and then I took a sphere.
Mm-hmm.
And I recorded the observations and how the moon works and how we understand it on Earth. Compared the
Okay.
two, I noticed that it's much more difficult to make these observations work at the same exact time.
Okay.
A
But you
flat
assume
plane versus a sphere.
I understand. So you assume what the moon is?
Well, not specifically what.
Yeah, you do.
So I'm not.
Yeah, you do.
So I'm
Because
not.
you said sphere, right? So you assume its physicality and it's a sphere. That's
Oh,
basically
so
just straw manning the flat Earth, then, right?
okay. Can I clarify just something real quick
Of
about
course.
that? Okay, so I'm not. So I'm not assuming. So when I say this, I'm not assuming that the Earth, or not the Earth, the moon is some sort of physical object. I'm not. I'm not trying to assume that whatsoever. Just to show. So
But you
I'm the
said
only
sphere.
thing.
You
The
said
only.
sphere. I had a sphere and a piece of flat paper, and you recorded the observations. So
Oh,
then you are assuming that the moon is a physical object, a rock in the sky, and it is a ball
well.
with a certain
Well,
radius.
well, I do. Okay, so can I explain? Okay,
Yeah,
so
go ahead.
that
Go ahead.
presupposes. Okay, so I'm sorry, like I keep stuttering. My bad.
That's no problem. Don't apologize, man. Don't apologize.
Okay, yeah.
Go ahead.
So the reason why I'm making that saying it's a sphere is because the observations that are made about it clearly clearly make it so that it is a sphere. And what I mean by that is that markings on the moon do not change whatsoever. But we know it's not flat, mainly because you would see the moon change shape based on your perspective of it. So let's say there's one person like standing in one location and one standing in another one, and the moon is flat. But if
Yeah,
you
but
look up ahead, the person one would see it be a perfect circle. Yet person two, who is like let's say 50 miles away, would see it be more of an oval shaped.
no, because again, you're assuming its physicality. I posted a GIF on the in the live stream voice text. It's just above this voice text, this voice call. Do you see it?
Hang on, I'm scrolling down to it right now. Let's see, which GIF are we talking about?
The latest one.
Oh,
So
where it says spherical.
yeah.
Okay, so let me see.
So the first one, is it a ball? No, it's not a ball. Right. So the second one, is it a ball? No, it's not a ball. So the third one, is it a ball? No, it's not a ball. And then the fourth one, oh yeah, it's a ball. So looking at something doesn't determine its shape, right? And
Well,
then you Hmm?
obviously, yeah. I'm sorry, but yeah, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying, "Oh, the moon does this, therefore it automatically means that it's a sphere." I'm not saying that whatsoever. I'm saying based on how we observe it,
Yes, and
clearly makes it not so. And so, like what I said earlier.
that's not the case, right? You're contradicting, because you say we look at the moon and we see do it this thing, right? And you first said, well, I'm not saying that, right? So it's you assume by looking at it, it has some physical properties and it's a ball, right? And then you assume,
I'm not assuming. Not
Hmm?
assuming it's a physical object. I'm just saying
Right.
that whatever it is in the sky, it has like some sort of spherical based properties to it.
That is what you again assume. You just conceded to it, right? You don't know, right? So the point is, right, looking at the sky does not determine the shape of the floor. Okay, so we can
Well,
look at it doesn't
determines,
right. So when
it
you
can
look,
determine.
one second. So when you look at when you're walking through a forest and you see only trees, does that make you a tree?
Well, I don't think that's a. I don't think that's a fair representation.
It is.
Of what
It
I'm
is because
saying,
it
I'm
is
not,
because it is
because
because
I'm
you are saying
hyperfixating on a
it
specific
is.
object.
Well, it is because you're saying that rock in the sky is the same thing as we are standing on, right? So you're saying that.
No. I'm not saying that it's the exact same thing. I'm saying,
Okay.
well, in terms of shape, maybe, but like
Yes.
in terms, if we're focusing on shape, then yeah.
Yeah, but again, then you're saying the thing I'm looking at must be the thing I'm standing on because it behaves a certain way, and I assume that the Earth is a ball, and the thing I'm looking at is also a ball. So the way it behaves and looks makes it I'm on a ball.
Well, specifically, it's the observations that I make. So, like, I specifically focused in my original like thesis on the markings of the moon.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, and those markings do not change whatsoever. So, I'm looking at the GIF that you posted and so like the first one right there, it is a half of a sphere. I forgot. I don't know what the correct term of that is. So,
Yeah.
if you put a bunch of markings on it, and look at it at certain angles, you don't see all the angles. Not all the angles, all the markings on it, based on your perspective, because that's always how perspective works. The marks on the opposite side, you can't see it. Okay. With the moon, we always see the same exact markings on it all the time, regardless of where we are on Earth.
Okay, that's fine, right? That's fine.
Okay.
But that doesn't determine the shape of the floor you're standing on. Now, does it?
Well, I'm about to get there. So, and we know that, and we know it's not flat because with the middle picture
How
that
do you
you
know?
presented.
How do you know?
So, I'm about to say it. So, with the middle picture that the middle object, and like if you push that up and down, your perspective of the shape of what it actually is going to change. So, like, obviously in that specific area where it is right now, it's a
but can you push the moon up and down?
Well, but the problem is that everywhere we go, where we observe the moon, it retains the same exact image.
Face.
What it is.
Yeah. It will always have the same face. Yeah.
Oh yeah, always have the same exact face.
And another problem is, have you seen light being reflected from spherical objects?
Are you referring to the moon specifically?
Yeah.
Yes, but it's not perfect all the time. But that's not
You see,
related to my
when
point.
you look at the moon, you can see a lot of the moon surface is white glowing, and then there are some gray spots, gray light glowing. Yeah. But yeah, when you look at the top of the moon where you see the white, you see certain intensity of light. And then when you look at the bottom or in the middle and you look at the white places, they are the same intensity as the top, except those gray areas where light intensity in those places is less, and they look gray. And it gives us these craters like surface and stuff. But when you shine a light on a ball, you will see a specular reflection, one hot spot, on that ball. And when you look towards the edges of that ball, you will see that the light intensity gradient decreases.
Right.
As it reaches
Yeah.
to the edge. So why is the moon uniform light source?
Well, I want to I want to go back to Earth, right? Because
Sure.
the whole point is that Mackles is that um, um, whenever you walk outside your door, Mackles, the Earth presents itself as flat, non-rotating to everyone. Everybody ever alive experiences the Earth as flat and non-rotating. And if you want to be logical, right, that would be the base assumption, the base axiom. Do you agree with me?
Well, not necessarily. Only because I don't think it's wise to assume just because you see something the way it is that it actually is that thing.
I'm only talking about your experience, right? How do you experience reality? So when you walk outside your door, right, everybody ever alive experiences the Earth as flat and non-rotating. So you will not ever see curvature, and you will never feel or see the Earth moving, right? The only thing you will ever observe is stuff moving, right? So when you look at the sun, the moon, and the stars, they are moving, right? You don't feel yourself moving, you only see the stuff above your head moving. So the base axiom, right, is that the Earth is a flat, non-rotating Earth, right? So it is how it's presenting itself, right? So then when we have this base axiom, and then the claim is that the Earth is a ball with the radius of 3959, right? And it is rotating 1,000 miles around the equator, then we ask ourselves, how can we validate that claim, right? How can we know for sure that the Earth is actually a ball, because it presents itself as a flat non-rotating? So how can we know for sure, right? And then we say, well, we measure Earth, right? Because they gave us the dimensions. They gave us a radius value, and with that radius value, we can calculate where the horizon must be at a certain observer height. Do you agree?
That is a way to determine the shape of the Earth. I will give.
Cool.
I'm not going to comment on those specific measurements since I haven't done it myself. But
And that's
normally,
fine.
what I do when determining the shape of an object is, rather than just measuring the specific object itself, I just observe how it behaves, like a basketball, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Like the way you can determine that it's a sphere is just simply rolling it down like a driveway, for example. One side spins the other way,
Yes.
and the other side spins the other way, and it's similar to that of a cylinder. And we know it's not a
Okay.
cylinder because it's able to roll onto itself
Right.
fluently. So
I understand.
that's a way to assume that.
I understand. So you have a physical ball in your hand, right? You can turn it around. You can look at it. You can look at it at all angles, which you can't with the moon, for instance. But so this ball you have in your hands, you can touch it. You can turn it around. You can throw it, right? So you know the shape because you have it in your hand, right? For the Earth. For the Earth, right?
Specifically, it's the behavior and what it does that I care more. I don't really necessarily care about like me holding it, but yeah, it's mainly how it behaves.
So when you have a basketball at 10 miles away, you wouldn't see what shape it is, right? You only see one face of it, right? You wouldn't see what shape it is. That's what I'm saying, right? You need to physically have it hands on and touch it and measure it, right?
I'm not Well, not specifically. And here's my reason why. Because, like, let's say the basketball was like attached to like a spindle, for example, and it's very far away and it's spinning.
Mm-hmm.
First thing, if I wanted to determine its shape, I would determine if there were any markings on it. And most basketballs have like some like branding on it, like Spalding, NBA, or something dumb like that. And so, like, I look for a marking like that. Then from there, I observe it if those markings are staying the same, or if they're disappearing.
Yeah, I just
So
posted. I just posted another GIF, right? I just posted another
similar
GIF.
to that.
Yeah, I just
Similar to that Pokeball, yeah.
okay, but the Pokeball is a 2D object, right? It's spinning, but you won't determine its shape, right?
Well, it's more like, well, in that specific image, it's more of a pixelated object
Right.
represented in
But
it's a 2D image representing a 3D object.
but
That's
it's not a
that's
physical
besides the
object.
point.
Yeah. So the point is that you live on Earth, right, which is a physical object which you can actually measure, right? That is the difference between observing and assuming something. You see something and you assume that's a marking, and then it goes around. So you assume that it goes around, right, and it comes back, and then you assume that okay, so because of I know that when I touch a physical basketball, right, and I have this basketball in my hand and I turn it around, then I see this thing, right? So the difference is the basketball you have in your hand and the thing you're looking at, you're not having in your hand. So you have to make an assumption that the thing you're watching is a physical, and his behavior is according to the basketball you have in your hand, right? But what I'm actually going at is measuring, right? So this basketball has a physical dimension, just like they told you the Earth has a radius of 3959. So at a certain observer height, that would be, for instance, 1 foot observer height, the horizon must be at 1.225 miles, because that is the physical geometric globe limitation, right? So the horizon at 1 foot observer height is 1.225 miles. This is the point where boats and buildings must get blocked by, right? Because we are talking about geometry at this point. And when we look at this observation, I'm going to point you at this one, right? This observation, do you see the two oil rigs?
Yeah, I see
okay,
this. Yeah.
Okay, so you like logics, right? So if P then Q, if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P, right? So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 P, then every horizon's distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet, Q. The geometric horizon, the curvature, right? Not Q, horizon's distance greater than 9.4 miles, therefore not P, right? And when we look at this observation alone, and there are hundreds, thousands of these things, right? And you can do this yourself, right? Don't believe me, don't trust me. Go do this yourself, right? That's the thing I want to give you, is that when we look at these two oil rigs, we see that the horizon is beyond the second oil rigs. It's 10 times further than the globe geometric limitations. Okay?
Mm.
This cannot happen on a ball Earth. Absolutely not. Right? So when we go out and calculate what the radius must be when we look at this observation alone, right, then the radius is 240,000 miles, right, from here to the moon in the alleged in the heliocentric model. So what we can learn from this observation alone is that the horizon is not a physical location; it's an apparent location, right? So it cannot be the globe geometric limitations, right? Because we see it way beyond that point. and we can measure it also. We can measure it with lasers, right? So when we have and this is a nice test that they did in the Netherlands, for instance. They had a laser at point A and they shot it over the water at point B, right? And this distance is 24 miles, and they even panned the laser over the lake, right? Doing multiple distances, going from short to the longest, 24 miles. And it hit the other side every time, right? No curvature can be measured. So when we do this every time over water, right? And the basic properties of water is that it always finds its level when it's flat, or when it's in rest, right? It's always flat and level in rest. When it's in your glass, in your bathtub, in a pool, in a small lake, big lake, sea, or ocean, you as a human only observe water as flat and level in rest, right? And when we measure water over large bodies of over large bodies of water, it also measures flat. So if they claim that 70% of the earth is covered in water and all of the water is flat, right? Then it cannot be a ball, Mako. So something to think about. And again, don't trust me, don't believe me, right? This is something you can do for yourself. So what do you think about that? About these observations and measurements?
Right. So specifically with the black, so I don't. First thing, I'm not gonna comment on numbers only because I have not done the math. So I'm not gonna pretend like I've done that or gonna claim what it does and what the numbers mean to it. Okay.
Okay.
So
sure.
Okay, so that's step one. But the black swan image for these two, I'm assuming these are oil rigs. Yeah, by the looks of it.
Yeah.
So I would prefer to see like a 24-hour time lapse of those oil rigs at that same exact position. Only because like I've seen, like I know for a fact that mirage distances, like what's that city like up in like near the Great Lakes, like there's
Oh, that's the Michigan. Yeah, that's Michigan. That's 85.
Yeah.
It's like 50 miles over. And then the weatherman, the weatherman comes. What you're seeing here is a mirage. No, it's not. It's the city itself, right? It's the city itself, right? It's not a hologram. You are seeing the city, okay? If the Earth was a ball, then that city would have been blocked by, out of the top of my head, a mile of curvature, something like that, 2,000 feet of curvature. That's not so. Miraging is not the same. Is just a word that they throw at you, right? It's just a word, right? It's also about the horizon. The horizon. Okay.
The only reason why I brought that up is because like even if I don't specifically refer to that one image, is that the eye can play tricks on you, and this is why I refer to that, because that was the first thing that came to my head. So like a better example, I guess, would be like looking at a really long road, and then on a really hot summer day, or rather any day rather, and you can actually see the sky. Like I would, if I had the ability to post images to show this to you, I would.
Yeah, we know, right? So this is exactly our point. This is exactly our point.
That's mainly why I want to see a 24-hour time lapse specifically of that, and just like skim through it, because let's be real, I don't have 24 hours a day to kill watching two oil rigs sit there all day. But
I understand. So I've tagged you in with the original video of the image I first presented to you. This is the original video where you see the guy on the beach and you see him doing the stuff that makes this picture. Then when you go into his channel, he has multiple observations of the same oil rigs and a few others, right? One at 19 miles, right? 19 miles, bro. we have multiple other observations. When you go into when you scroll down this channel, we have the long range observations and the laser tests and whatnot. But the whole point is right. The Earth, as they claim it is that the horizon is Earth curvature, right? This is what they claim. Boats go over the horizon. It's Earth curvature. And if the Earth is a ball with the radius of 3959, then every horizon's distance cannot be further than 1.225 times the square root of the observer height. It's geometry, right? It cannot be further because that makes the Earth grow bigger. You cannot look beyond the corner, correct?
Well, this is. I'm sorry. So I normally do debating style of like tactics, and I'm not trying to like argue like specifically because like this is my first VC or whatever, because I don't want to cause not necessarily bad blood, but just this is the key point. I don't really care what other people who believe in the globe think at the current moment. That is not what I care about right now. I just that's just my. I understand like if like you're saying like I understand like if you're trying to use their math to be like this doesn't make sense. That I understand that, but this. I'm not sure if that's what you're trying to do, or just being like, these people say this and they're idiots because they don't.
No.
Yeah.
Listen, so the globe, the heliocentric model is based on the radius, right? 3959 or 6,371 kilometers. This is the set number they gave us, right? And when we go out in reality, outdoors, and we measure, and this is something you can do for yourself, when you go out and measure the surface of Earth directly, it does not conform to that number, right? And everything is dependent on this number, right? The distance to the moon, the distance to the sun, our rotation, or the alleged rotation, the speed which the Earth is going around the sun, the speed the sun is going through our galaxy, the speed our solar system is going through our galaxy around the greater. Everything is dependent on this number, right? So if this number is incorrect, the model is incorrect, and it cannot be a ball with the radius of 3959. That is the basic claim is that the radius is incorrect.
And if you the reason
ahead.
that he's telling you these things is because if you are going to also think that you live on a spinning ball, you have to take this other information along with it because it's incorporated into the model. The thing is though, is you're not taught all the baggage that comes along with being a globe believer. One of those things is that the horizon is a physical location. So I just posted a picture in the live stream voice text of a horizon.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, so they're telling you that cutoff is because the Earth is curving. Okay? They're telling you that you're seeing that cutoff in the distance, that line, because the Earth is a ball. But so if you think that the Earth is a ball, that comes with it. It's like you're dating a chick, she has a kid, the kid comes with the relationship. So what Flat Earth's argument is that cutoff is not a physical cutoff. It's not that the Earth is curved and causing that cutoff. It's because of perspective. That as things get further away from you, they merge with the horizon. Like when you take an art class and you're drawing a railroad, they have you draw the rail. They have you first draw a line horizontally on the page, so that's the horizon line. And then they have you draw the railroad diagonally and have it converge with that horizon line, because that's how perspective is. So when they say, another proof that they say is boats are disappearing behind this curve of the Earth. So as the boat disappears into the sunset, it's only disappearing because it's gone too It's gone behind something. But what we can do is we can take a video camera and zoom back in and see the boat again. And that only works if the boat is actually just disappearing because it's now too far. It's merged with the horizon because of perspective. Now it's too far for you to see. And when you get a video camera, then you can see it again. You couldn't get a video camera and see through a physical bound. Like you can't see through a wall.
So can I add one just one more point just to show like I'm objective about this in the sense that like I don't adhere to it. So like so that is one way to determine it. And I do appreciate that, but I think another way you could do it just to show that you're giving credit to both sides of the same story is take a video camera. And I know this is like not necessarily unrealistic, but extremely difficult due to like we're just random people and we don't have it. But like another way you could do it is take a video camera upwards and bring it up to see if you can get back in view of that. Do you understand what I'm saying, or would you disagree with that?
Wait, get what back in view?
So the images that are being posted, like the boats like going on the horizon, like you're saying, like one way you could tell to see it again is just by zooming in. That is one way I could think of. Another, I'm just giving credit to both ways. Like that is a way to do it. I was just thinking the other way you can do it is just by raising your elevation upwards with the camera to see if you could see it again.
And that's another part. That's a great point, because that's another thing that has to do with how far you can see is angular resolution. The higher up you are, the farther out that you can see. So again, it's like you see this boat disappear over the horizon, but then let's say you climb to the top of a lighthouse and then you can see the boat again because now you've changed your height. Well, all that's proving is things disappear because they're too far. It's not that they're getting physically obstructed, but that's the claim of the globe, is that the boat is disappearing behind a hump of earth curve. But you can't take a camera and see through a mountain. You can't take a camera and see through a wall. So why would you be able to take a camera and see through a hump of earth curve if that is why the boat is disappearing? It's only disappearing because of optics. That's it.
That definitely is something. But like I said, I don't take, like I said, you can obviously tell I don't really take things at face value. But I definitely will look into it a little bit, and that I'm not sure how much I will, because like, well, I'm just going to be objective here. The majority of people who say, "Oh, I'm going to look to it and look into this," usually, this is just from like an objective standpoint. Usually, don't look into it. If you understand what I'm saying.
Well, who cares about those people? I mean, it's just
exactly,
I don't care if you. It's not like the COVID jab narrative. Like, you don't need to look into it just for me to know what's up. You know what I'm saying? Like,
that's a.
I already know the Earth is flat, dude.
Topic.
Like, if you want to look into it, great. If you don't, then that's on you. You know. But you came to see us, right? Like, you're the one who came here. So if this is something interesting to you, then obviously you should look into it. If you're just here to kill time, then it is what it is.
It's more like a combination of both. And like, yeah. Well, what's it? Do I? Oh yeah, I am VC verified now. I was like, oh okay. I was about to say, oh, I should probably get my VC verified. Well, it's just like, oh, I already have it. Okay, never mind. Yeah. But yeah, I definitely will come back to this server at some point. I'm not sure specifically when, only because my schedule's tight. But yeah, I definitely will be coming back.
Cool, yeah, and just think about these things. Like, a lot of the time, you just don't know what all comes with the globe model. Yeah. And once you learn it, you're like, oh, whoa, that's dumb. The horizon is clearly just an apparent location. It's not actually a physical boundary. But yeah.
It is a paradigm shift, And when you know where you live, when you know what your home is, then less people are able to lie to you, you know.
Yeah.
A lot of it's just common sense. That's the thing, is they're like, oh, it's common sense that we live on a ball. Well, no, your senses tell you the opposite. Your senses tell you that you're not moving. Your senses tell you that things disappear. As things disappear in the distance, they get smaller. Like street lights, when you're driving on a road, you can look in your rear view mirror and those street lights seem to get smaller and smaller, and then they disappear. It's almost like they're setting behind the road, but they're not actually disappearing behind anything. They're just getting too small for you to see. That's how the sunset actually works. The sun is moving over top of you. As you observe every day, it rises in the east and sets in the west. It's happening exactly how you perceive it. You've just been told a completely opposite story, that you're that you're on Earth and that's falling backwards at 1,000 miles per hour, and that's why you see the sunset. It's like so dumb. Sun's just doing what you see. It's just getting further away from you, and then it disappears from your vision.
Yeah, what's it yeah, so I understand that whole like idea of like, oh, the sun's moving away and getting further away, but so like I hate the main reason why I use the moon, like, so I don't necessarily use measurements to determine the shape of objects. I look at how it behaves in relationship to its surrounding. Similar to like, oh, what does a deer do when it's in this environment, or what does a bear do? What does a polar bear? What does a human do? What does a bird? Similar to that. And then this is like a very scientific and objective way I usually go about writing stuff, right? Making stuff like that. And usually what I do with the moon. And I know, like, I understand like your concern of like, oh, I know you don't like looking upwards in order to determine the shape of what you're standing on. And the case by case, so on an individual case by basis, like if I look up at the moon, saw the markings on it, yeah, that obviously doesn't automatically mean that means the Earth. It determines the shape of the Earth based upon that. Anyone who says that is
It's
ridiculous.
illogical. Illogical. Doesn't follow logic.
Yeah. So usually what
Yeah,
I
you
say.
see,
Usually
when you
what
look
I
at the
say.
picture, when you look at the picture on your phone, yeah, that doesn't mean that your phone is that shape that you see in the picture that is being displayed to you.
If you go around and you see a bunch of blonde chicks, does that mean you're a blonde chick just because you see a bunch of blonde chicks? No. It's the same with the celestial bodies in the sky. You see a bunch of what appear like circular illuminating lights, but that doesn't mean that you're standing on a circular illuminating light.
I'm reading what Napalm said. We don't know the full extent of what the moon is, so you're making assumptions based on what you think it is, but you have no empirical evidence for your assumptions. So the problem is, like, the thing as to what I actually have, like, not necessarily a whole lot of time left, but to explain myself, because like my usual thesis for the moon is based on what we observe from it, not necessarily what we're assuming from it.
Well, actually, what they teach in school is what these ancient people have looked at the moon, and then they made wild fortune telling, like palm reading, about the moon. And that's what we are actually learning,
Wait, what do we observe from the moon? What do we observe? MacOS.
So it's Mac OS, just to clarify.
Oh, sorry. I'll just call you Mac.
No,
what do we observe, Mac?
Yeah, so one observation about the moon, like, and I stated this earlier, is that all the markings on the moon do not change whatsoever. And what I mean by that is that we don't see them disappear or new ones reappear. The only thing that changes about them is like about the face of the moon, that it changes orientation similar to a wagon wheel.
Okay, let me rephrase the question. What is something that we can observe from the moon that tells us that the moon is a spherical object in a vacuum that we just observe? Because everyone only sees one face, all the same face, right? So how could we even know that it's a three-dimensional object if everyone only sees the same face, like a quarter? Like all see the same face.
That's actually that's actually a very good question. And
Morning,
and here's
everybody.
how. Morning.
Good morning.
Hello.
So that question is actually
Yes,
very
Kai.
easy to determine with. And what's it? So one key observation about the moon is that you're always able to see those same things at the exact time. And it's been noted that if you're in North America, in South America, I mean, like, you know what I mean, like, so there's one in like New England, one in like one in Brazil,
This
and then
actually
one at Argentina.
proves what the moon is, though. No
Yeah.
one has actually proven what the moon or the
Yeah.
shape of it. Nothing. No one has
no.
actually reached this point. So, you
This is
telling us a story we've already heard, of course, but
Wait there a second. We'll let you finish your story. One sec. We will let you finish your story.
I will. I just want to make sure he understands that this is
Well, no,
just.
yeah. No, I was gonna exactly harp on that point. Is that effectively, regardless of any story that you tell us, all right, until you yourself or somebody that either somebody that we could actually trust was able to sit on the moon, examine exactly what the moon is, right? For one, okay, we're not really going to take any of that as evidence, right? And there's a reason for that. The reason is because it's quite clear that evidence can be doctored, and in fact, it's admittedly doctored, right? If you know anything about the moon landings, then well, you probably believe in the moon landings, you know, even though the photos that were taken there shouldn't have been able to be taken because the amount of time they had, they wouldn't have been able to take that many without viewfinders. And with those cameras, that effectively, again, the manual of the camera admits the amount of REMs found on the moon would have melted the very filaments and the very film of the actual camera itself. And they would have needed the time of every moon landing to have taken just the shots from one moon landing. And they got the aperture and all of everything correct. But yeah, carry on with your story, please.
Well, that's just what. Well, let me just really quickly say, I'm asking him because he says, "Well, we know what we know about the moon from observations. We don't even need to hear what they say."
Yeah.
But what I'm trying to get him to show us is that, and I want you to finish your story. It's just there's nothing that we can just observe about the moon that confirms that it's a ball in a vacuum. So go ahead and answer what we observe about the moon that somehow backs this up.
So I don't even know how to, because we just went from like, oh, the markings on the moon is how we're able to see it, to the moon landing. I don't know, like, I don't know how to continue with on that.
Okay, we don't need to talk about the moon landing. You made the claim that here on Earth, we can observe the moon and know that it's a sphere and know that it's in a vacuum. And I'm saying, how do we know that? Just by looking at it.
Makos, just say what you Makos. Wait there a sec. Just say what you were originally going to say. Just say what you were originally going to say. It doesn't matter if we don't accept it. It might be something that we haven't heard before. You know, it might be something to think about. So please, just do your best and just say what you were originally going to say, please.
So like I said, the moon, the markings don't change. If you have one person in New England of the United States, another person in Washington State, another person in Brazil, and then another person in Mexico, you all ask them to observe the moon at the same exact time, they will always see the same exact markings like that. And a similar observation can be made on the opposite side of the Earth with like Europe and Africa and Australia and all that and funny stuff. But
Yeah.
yeah, and this is a very important piece of
Well,
information
so let me
in
just
my
recap
opinion.
what you just said, just to make sure people understand what you're talking about. You're talking about the orientation of the moon, right?
Yes.
From different locations on the Earth, right?
Yeah, and we're able to see the same exact face of the moon just from a different orientation of it.
Right. You realize that that is an actual globe killer, right?
Well,
you know
I
that,
don't
that's
see
massive.
how.
Well, the problem is because on a globe you have your angular change, right? While you're on the globe, the face of it is spherical, correct? So let's say I'm at South Africa, and then I start to head north, right? And I do so in a jet, and I do so quickly, and then I land very quickly. And it's a VTOL jet, by the way, so it's vertical landing and takeoff, so we can do all of this all in one go, right? So we take off from South Africa, and we end up in the middle of Africa, right in the middle, around Kenya area, right? We look at the moon and we can see the same face. The difference there is that effectively we shouldn't be able to see the same face from Kenya to South Africa at the exact same time, which in fact we know we can because we have photos of people doing so. The difference is we're looking at two different balls, right? Balls have angles of sphericity to them, right? Correct?
But the major point is that you're able to see all the markings at the same exact time, and they don't disappear or reappear.
Well, again, there should be new markings reappearing.
The markings are not the same though, but depending on where you are. That's you can see in the United States what the moon looks like versus Australia. It's upside down.
The orientation's different.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like,
but
that's exactly what I mean.
Listen, that doesn't make sense on a globe, does it, buddy? Right? And sorry, Carl, I'll let you take back over in 1 second. That doesn't make sense on a globe. Basically, the reason being is because effectively, yeah, we understand the thing that shows us the light, the face. You know what? So what causes us to see the face of the moon is the path of the sunlight, apparently, according to the heliocentric model, right? So effectively, the point is if we change our perspective on the globe, right, to an area where effectively, let's say it's a lit area on the globe, right, and we still see the same face, right? At that point, there's a different line of sight or line of trajectory of the actual vector of the light toward the moon, but we still see the moon. We still see the moon during the night. And when we change our position, right, our ground position between, let's say, South Africa to Kenya, we don't see any extra face of the moon when we should. It's a spherical object, right? We've moved our location, we've changed our perspective of it. We should effectively start to see different parts of the sphere as it goes around the corner of it. We know that the moon isn't always effectively lit up, right? So you can say, well, that part's not lit up. Well, then I say, okay, well, when the moon is, let's say, in half phase, right? Let's say it's waxing or waning, and we have a half crescent. The half crescent isn't proposed to be half of the sphere that's behind that we've never seen before. That's the part that's not lit up. That is the phase that we have seen before. The face that we have seen before. Sorry. So on a sphere, that doesn't make sense. And then the upside down part, from perspective change of where you are on a globe, that makes no sense either. The explanation that they give on the globe is that the actual moon is side on at the equator, right? But you don't really see it that way, really, at the equator. And it's side on at the equator. And the reason you see it from this northern hemisphere, the one way up, is because obviously your perspective. And the same reason as when you're in the southern hemisphere. On a flat Earth, it's the exact same reason, in my opinion. And then also we don't know what the moon is, and it's attenuating through the atmosphere itself. So it's attenuation through the atmosphere, an atmospheric lensing and refraction, and it's an apparent position as it is. We don't really know why we see the phases or the faces the way that we do whatsoever. So the claim that we do is essentially feigning intellect and knowledge that we don't have.
Well, and here, I'll just show you these. This might help make more sense. So you see the picture I posted where in the United States, we'll just call them craters. Okay. The craters on the moon are different than in Australia, right?
Craters.
What do you mean by
Craters.
What do you mean by
Craters?
You mean different in the sense that the orientation is different? Because I'm looking
Yes.
at this and yeah, okay.
Yeah. So what's odd though is if it was a half moon in, okay, just like it's appearing upside down. Okay, if it was a half moon in the United States, then it should look like this. When you change your location and you go to Australia, you should have you should see it reversed. You should see it flipped, just like you see the pattern of the moon flipped when you're in Australia, but you don't. Everyone everywhere will see the same phase. It should flip phase, like the phase should literally flip if you're in a different, like if you go from the northern hemisphere to the southern hemisphere. Now you're upside down on the ball. It should look the other way, but it won't. It'll just look the same.
So hold on, you're saying that because the what's it? I'm just repeating. Just correct me if I'm wrong when I say this, but you're saying that because the moon has partially unlit by whatever it is, we can talk about whatever that is in a little bit. But you're saying that because we can't see all the markings on the moon when it's lit, and because it looks slightly different, that therefore it doesn't make sense for it to be.
I'm saying that if the moon was actually a three-dimensional object, and let's say it was a half moon, and let's say that the right side of the moon was lit up, the left side is dark. Okay, it's a half moon. If you were on a ball and the moon was also a ball, then if you were in the northern hemisphere and you saw the right side of the moon lit up, as you walked down to the bottom of the earth, now you're upside down, it should look the other way. Like it should look flipped, just as the you should see, like Crack is saying, you should see a different face now. You've changed your location, but no matter where you are,
At least a change in orientation of the face.
Yeah.
At least a change in orientation, and we see this as the moon goes. Listen, as the moon goes over our head, right? Elijah was saying about the other day. It went over his head in New York, and you see this rolling effect. People try and say that it doesn't rotate. They say that it only stays in one orientation, that it stays exactly flipped this way. It doesn't. You can actually watch the moon's orientation roll. But the thing that you do not see is a change in the face itself, right? Or do you see when you change your position from where it is, if it's in the same location, its roll and change of phase? What you see is us changing location and no roll of phase, but you can stay in the same spot and start to see it slowly roll and start to change its orientation slowly. But we don't see it when we change our position. And we're talking about when we have, let's say, 10 observers taking pictures of the moon in the northern hemisphere all at the same time from, let's say, England, Scotland, all across England and Scotland, all across the Netherlands, let's say, as well, for instance. Also Norway at the same time. Also shots that we've taken from North America all the way to New York, all the way down to the Texas, for instance, right? We have these observations, dude, all at the same time, right? These are different points on a spherical ball, right, with declination on them, where effectively the longitude and latitude of where you are, as opposed to where the moon is, it means that you seeing a single face of it, right, is near impossible. Basically, geometrically speaking, this is impossible. If I was to get you to take a scale-sized model of the Earth, and this is why the globes are not for educational purposes, because if you get a globe in a classroom, put it down, if you get a globe in a classroom, and then you were to effectively get a moon that was scale-sized to that globe, and you were to move it away from it a scale-sized distance, right? Yeah. And then you was to start observing by observing with micro cameras effectively that would show you from where you're stood on that globe in different positions, all of those locations that I just stated, right, and you used to hold up a moon, I can guarantee you right now you would start to see portions of the corners of around the sides of the ellipsoid, right, of the elliptical nature of the actual moon. If it is a sphere, you would start to see around the corners of it. And I've done this myself. I've moved a ball around roughly the same scale. You can get a scale rack, in fact. You can buy one, right? We had one where it has a globe and then it has a moon. It has Venus, Mercury, and they're all to scale to size to the Earth, right? And on the scale rack, like I said, when you put yourself down to your eye line perspective from one location and you look at that moon, what you realize is you're seeing half of the face, right? You're seeing half of it. And I used to say, so that half of the face that I'm seeing there, is that because the dark part of the moon that we don't see at times, is that the part around the side of the moon? And they go, no, that's just not lit up. I'm like, so wait, so we're saying the same face from everywhere across the ball? And they're like, yeah. I'm like, well, that doesn't make sense. I said, because I can do it right here and right now. In the scale model, right, I can put my eye down to the ball, look up to the moon, and I can clearly quite see that I can see half the face of the moon, which is fully present on the model, bear in mind. I can see half of it, but I can also see around the corner where there's no coloured in part, right? And I'm like, this makes no sense, right? This makes absolutely no sense. So even when we do this, and we do this on a scale model, the change in your angle and your declination to your observer's point to the moon itself, and the orientation staying the same, makes no sense.
So I would come at that point and say, okay, let's take this thing that we're observing and apply it to both. To what you like. So what you do is actually the first thing that I normally do is I take it and apply the observation to spherical Earth down to scale. The next thing that I do, and this is where I give it the valid. This is what I do to to be as objective as I possibly can, is then I take that same exact observation and try to apply it onto a flat Earth. And from
right, okay, right. So listen, this is where you're getting it wrong. Listen, this is where okay, right. Let me stop you there. I'm not saying that my observation on the model gives any credibility to it not being a globe either. I'm saying in terms of geometry, right? This doesn't work. Okay, there could be atmospheric effects going on that could cause this to happen, right? There could be lots of different factors at play because a model is not reality, sir. Okay, that's the only issue. A model doesn't really represent it whatsoever, so we don't really like to use models. There is no such thing as a scientific model. That's why every globe that is sold says not for educational purposes, right? Even these scale racks are not for educational purposes, but they use them for education, right? And education, again, devoid of the thing already being designed for education, is a form of a tool of indoctrination, just to let you know. But what I was going to say is you would then apply the same to the flat Earth. I can say to you, I don't need to. Falsification is independent of replacement, sir, right? I can falsify your model. I don't need to replace it, right? But then I could go into it a little bit. It does make sense on a flat map because it's the same excuse that you give on a globe. Perspective, why we see an orientation that's completely different, upside down, as opposed to the other way round, in neither the northern or the southern hemisphere. It's a perspective issue. On a flat map, your location and where you are and where you're going to perceive the actual moon from will mean that the moon itself will flip, okay? Just due to your perspective of where you are. Because if the moon is in one stationary location in the sky at that point, from the observer, right, take it to the other observer where he sees it from, what will happen is you will see a difference in orientation. The rolling effect that I talked of, right, that effect makes more sense on the flat Earth. It makes no sense on the globe. Seeing one face makes more sense on a flat Earth because we're not claiming it's a spherical object. Let's say, as well, us seeing it upside down. Like I said, it makes more sense in the northern to southern hemisphere. It's the same excuse on the globe. They say it's side on, right, on the globe at the equator, and that you see it that way up on the northern hemisphere because it's, again, you're looking down toward it at an angle, and then thus it orientates it to one way up. And then the same in the southern hemisphere. It does the same thing because it's side on at the equator. The same thing on the flat Earth. While it's on the equator on the flat Earth, it's effectively side on. And then when we look at it from the northern hemisphere, it's now orientated the way that we see it in the northern hemisphere. And then the same in the south. But as to anything else, sir, all would be speculation. Falsification is independent of replacement.
Yeah, that's a yeah. I'm just gonna have to agree to disagree on this, only because like that not necessarily.
I would love to hear what. No, wait.
mainly-
I want to actually. I want to hear what you were going to say that you said would legitimize it for you, though, because it's something that we may not have thought of. So please do go ahead. Like you've been completely intellectually honest. You're really polite. So and please no one interrupt. Just let him get out because I've interrupted him too many.
Yeah, it mainly goes back down to that whole model. Like, I understand to like a certain extent, like why you don't want to use a model, because it's like, oh, it's not up to the. And correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm misrepresenting you. Like, you don't want to use it to the correct, it's not to the correct scale. But I definitely do think that is important in order to do that, because not necessarily because it's a factor that just helps a person better visualize.
I understand
what
that.
is
Listen,
going on.
it's not to do with a scale issue, right? It's to do with the issue of it not being reality. So, for instance, when we look at the moon, we're looking at the moon through the atmosphere, right? Which is a contradiction in terms. So we're looking through the atmo. Obviously, there's no inherent shape to actual gases. There's no spherical shape to gases. They don't have intermolecular bonds or anything of that sort. So, but the point is we're looking through the atmos, right? We're looking through it, the atmosphere, the light that we receive from the moon, or even whether the moon receives it from somewhere else, right? Where the way that we're viewing it, right? Okay, we're viewing it through an atmosphere. Okay, an atmosphere has lots of different effects to it. Effects that can effectively occur where we could even end up with mirages. We can end up with lots of different effects because of the atmosphere. Then as well, what we have is the scale size. Like I said, there is a scale issue in the sense of how big comparatively to how we could present this to be. But there are also other things that we are yet to include, which is the fact is we don't know what's going on in the outer reaches beyond the moon, right? We have no way of knowing. No one's ever claimed to have traveled further than the moon, even in the heliocentric model. I believe it's 26 men that have claimed to have traveled to the moon, right? So let's say there's something beyond the moon that effectively affects the way that the light that we receive here on Earth happens. Like, let's say the UV lights, let's say it's the light spectrum itself and the way that the light spectrum is received by the eye. We cannot replicate this on a model. We can't replicate this on a model. We can't replicate the atmosphere on a model on a small sort of microcosm scale where we make the atmosphere as dense so that it is so dense on that little tiny model. We can't create a gradiated atmosphere on the model for us to view the moon through on a macro. So that's why, again, another reason why I don't like to use models is because they're not representative of the atmosphere. My house is flooded, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, that's just the point we're gonna have to agree to disagree on, because it does for me, it doesn't seem to follow that, like, a model isn't accurate because you can't replicate this specific feature. Well, that's something you take into account when you're making this model, or rather making models in this, like, oh, there are certain features we just simply cannot replicate to its fullest, but we can do our best to mitigate that. That's
The model reality.
yeah, exactly. You take it into
no,
account.
I'm asking you a question. Is a model reality?
Depends on the specific.
So, like,
it's a case-by-case basis.
if I see like I open a cooking book, and I see a picture of a cake,
Wow.
and I follow the instructions, does that mean my cake is going to turn out exactly how the model says it should? Well, no.
Well,
model is not reality. It tries to describe reality, but if the model is incorrect, it doesn't. It means the model's incorrect. Reality is just reality.
Well, it's more of like it's more of like a representation of what it is. So like to going back to that cookbook example you brought up, it's like that's probably like what the best. So assuming the person who made it is a professional cook and did everything like right, but that's the representation of what, like, let's say a cake, for example, of a cake is supposed to look like. So And that's and so when someone who like isn't a professional cook, like I'm not talking skills, I'm just saying like that's a fact. Like not all of us are going to be professional cooks. But your baking skills, I'm not going to allow that thing to be 100% replicated. But that's just a factor. Happen. That's just a byproduct of it. But
Okay,
it
then
doesn't necessarily mean.
Let's play off
It's
that analogy
incorrect.
then. Okay, let's say, yeah, a professional baker made this cookbook, and I'm trying to make a cake that they gave a recipe for. Except, let's say they were lazy, okay, and they actually lied in the cookbook and they just made up a recipe that doesn't actually exist. They say that the cake asks for just the most random ingredients, like eggs, and then they also want like squid juice, and they want all these random things, okay, and the ingredients, but they show this really pretty cake picture, and I follow the recipe to a T, and I get crap. I don't actually get what the picture says I'll get. Okay, and that's pretty much the problem with, like, in the really bad analogy, that's the problem with NASA is they're showing us pictures of the Earth, and they're giving us numbers. They're giving us essentially a recipe of how it all works together. But when we try in reality to take what they put on paper and see it in real life on a smaller scale, it doesn't work. It doesn't exist. It doesn't match up with the image that they gave us. And that's the thing, is just because they say that's how it is doesn't mean that that's what reality is. It's the opposite, right? We know how reality is. Their explanation of it doesn't add up. So, like, for example, the moon, they're trying to tell you, we know that the moon, we all see one face of the moon, and we all see the same faces no matter where you are. It follows the same chronological order of the faces. Their explanation doesn't add up, because when in reality you're like, wait a second, this part of the world should see the face upside down, or this part of the world should see the other side of the moon, but they don't. They only see one face. So that doesn't change the reality of the moon.
Well said.
The story of it has to get thrown out.
I have to say something very quickly. Witsit, can you send my love to Witsit Gets It, Mrs. Gets It, send it to Witsit Gets It, tell him I said I'm feeling rather erratic because of the nonsense that I'm not receiving from him in the attic, and it is making me asthmatic, so effectively get him to give me a call at some point. Like when you two are together, I'll have a call with you both at the same time. Imagining I met a little kid that well, no, he's not even a little kid. I don't know why I fucking keep saying that. It's just because he's got this, like, I guess, where are you at the moment? Where were you last? Sorry.
Wait, what?
I'm not talking to you. Where were you last? What location? Wait there a sec, Marcos. This is just a little bit of admin.
Oh, California, but I'm not there.
California. So
I'm
I
on the
met
East Coast
I met
now.
so I met
he's
I met
still there.
Flatter Day Saints, and I started to, like, you know, put his work out there and shit like that, right? And I agreed to do like a little rhyme with him and shit, and spit some lyrics for him on one of his next. The Flat Nasty.
That's the best song ever. We should play that.
It's so good. So it was debuted last night for the first time on our server. I played it last night for him, and he was happy about it because obviously it gets streamed here. So everyone that's here right now, if you want to, I'm just trying to give a shout out to the people that are putting the effort in to get the word out there about the things that are going on. He's talking about the Rona. He's talking about the flat nature of this plane that we live on. He's making cool beats and he's making cool rhymes to go with it. Check him out. Check him out.
Can we play it now?
We can play it now in a second. Definitely, 100%. We can play it. And effectively, the point is like, these people, we need to make sure that we prop them up. We need to build one another up at the same time. The same way that, you know, we've been playing your song Matrix time and time again. It is dope, right? I'll have a call with you and Wits at some point. I want to speak to you both. Also, yeah, I loved your song, right? Where you said get down on your knees and pray to the king. I don't know what that's about, Kai, but again,
It's about
I
the
do know.
creator, honey.
I know what it's about, but I'm saying coming from you, right? Okay, darling. All right. So I'm glad to have heard that come from your mouth. Is my point, all right?
Oh, thank you.
Anyway, so that's good. You know what I'm saying? That's what I mean by building each other up, right? You know, again, if we have no authority above ourselves other than the authority of the creation of the creator, right? The creator. What does that do? That tells us that, you know, the Constitution and all of that shit, right? That can be superseded by the very authority that's put inside of yourself. So then, thus, you accept no master. And people say, well, you're accepting the master of Yah. Well, then I say, no, you're not accepting the master of Yah, are you? What are you doing? You're taking effectively, if you don't even believe in it and you think it's a figment of your imagination and it doesn't even exist, then guess what? The authority that you're accepting is one that doesn't exist. So thus the authority lives inside of you because it says Mashiach lives inside of yourself. So you are the authority at that point. We are the stewards of this earth. That's the point that I'm trying to make at the end of the day. And I would just like to say that, you know, that's great. And I'm happy that you two are sort of like doing this little thing together because, you know, the last influences that were around him, I won't say no more. Okay. I'm more happy for your influence to be around him. And yeah, happy for that. And it's something that you know, like I said, is a good thing. We can go back to you very quickly, Marcos, and then in a second, I'm probably going to play Flat Saints song, Flat Nasty. If you want to stick around for that, that would be cool, and we can carry our conversation on afterwards anyway. So, and it's only a short song, right?
And it's
Maybe
freaking fire. It's
and it
so
is.
good.
It really is.
I
It
love
really
my
is.
friend Flatter Day. Play it, brother. I'm listening.
Right, I'm just gonna play it, right, and then we'll go. So, dude, are you gonna stick around for the song? And we could go back to talking to you afterwards because, like, I don't want to like take your time away from you. Like, this is about you really being here. That's fine, yeah. You're okay with that?
I'm about to head out anyways. I got.
You're about to head out anyway.
Yeah.
All right, no worries.
This will
Please
be
do
your
come
goodbye
back though.
song. It's really good.
Yeah. Listen to it a little bit though.
All right, what? All right.
What I'm saying is you should listen to the song a little bit.
Yeah. All right.
Okay. My computer's a little bit slow right now, but don't worry, I'm gonna get it going. I'm gonna get it going like right away. It's a little bit hard. I've got like no mouse. I've got no mouse mat, if that makes sense. So I'm like using a laptop. The jockey bot better not like mess me up right now. I swear to God. Jockey, what are you doing? Where are they, guys?
Does someone else know how to use the jockey? Oh, you're back.
Just that the bot's playing up. Please, no, that was. No, yeah, no, you're fine. If it doesn't work for me, then.
Justin, do you know how to use it?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
It should be working.
Sir!
COVID. If you're in the army, it doesn't matter.
I've done it.
I'm sure you know.
Definitely COVID. 9/11 September 19. 322,911 million cases. Definitely COVID. Divide and conquer through video conference. I got COVID-19 while I was out flat smacking. I think I picked it up from a napkin. Walking around barefoot just like a madman. I'm just trying to stay grounded. Goddamn, man. I went from going in stores and people asking, "Excuse me, sir, would you like a mask on?" To all out, balls out, harassing. Put the mask on or get your ass gone. Man, I'm just trying to buy Jackie some tampons. Now I'm not even allowed back in Vaughn's, or should I call it Werner Braun. These soup Nazis take it to a whole new level, which means curb, yo, speak of the devil. I got COVID-19 while I was eating some Jello. Speaking of Jello, shots out to Bill. Yo, speaking of shots, I ain't got mine still, cause it was never mine to begin with, so why would I get it? Cause all your friends did. If all your friends went and jumped off a cliff, yo, I go with them like 100%. That's why I like 100% of the time. I like sipping my Corona with lime on 9/11 like 19 times. So for all you skeptics that say it's a lie, I got COVID-19 and I almost died. My aim was not to bring shame to this flat earth game, but I just made the curve level. My new name is Flat Nasty. My brain was never this insane until my cranium came from Lithuania. My new name is Flat Nasty. I'm the illest FE rapper to ever hold the mic. I had AIDS once and got COVID twice. I blessed the rains and got Ebola thrice. I'm so precise and yet so indecisive. I'm like a little kid with a light switch, hitting those switches like all night long. I'm off more often than I am on. Yo, how you like your coffee? Yo, I like it strong, like the presence of Cody Kaufman's mom. Or the lack thereof. Watching his funeral, I had to laugh it up, just like I do with that Luna Lander stuff. I'm so outlandish, man, I'm cracking up. Like underground almonds, I'm fracking nuts. But I'll never chop it up as a loss, like getting caught stealing pants at Ross. Like the Patriots last season with Randy Moss. Like that 300-mile line that can't be crossed. So the next time they tell you, just go to the edge, tell them get on the knees and give you a blow to the head. Now leave me alone, I got COVID, I'm dead. My aim was not to bring shame to this flat earth game, but I just made the curve level. My new name is Flat Nasty. My brain was never this insane until my cranium came from Lithuania. My new name is Flat Nasty. My aim was not to bring shame to this flat earth game, but I just made the curve level. My new name is Flat Nasty. My brain was never this insane until my cranium came from Lithuania. My new name is Flat Nasty.
Flatter Day Saints, you are a worthless human being. You have no value. All of your talk, just a bell, clanging bell with no value.
That's so fire.
Flat Nasty.
It's so good.
You gotta love Flatter Day.
Yeah, he was just in here, I think, yesterday. Something. Anyway, hey, Mrs. How's it going?
Hello. I'm good. How are you, Sonny?
All right, I haven't talked to you in a while. I know you've been on your travels and stuff, but yeah, good to hear you.
Yep. And now I've officially moved. I'm on the East Coast.
What?
Ooh. Goodbye, Nazi Nevada.
Yeah, wow.
It's crazy though. When I was in California with Witsit, like it was way more chill than Vegas.
Just gotta say that is pretty cool. You know, I as soon as he came in and that, and I listened to some of his music, right? I was like, dude, that's sick, brother. That's so sick, you know? I liked it. And I did the same thing that I did with you. I was like, stick around. Stick around. Please do.
But yeah, we were like, there was really not a big problem with the masks, like especially in Barstow. I guess Barstow's kind of in the middle of nowhere, but it just felt so chill. I was like, dang, I feel like Vegas is even crazier in
Yeah,
California.
it's only really in the big cities, like right in the city. As soon as you leave the city, like nobody cares. Like nobody's doing it.
Yeah.
It's stupid. Yeah. I mean, like in the stores, I would say it's 50%, maybe a little more, but
Yeah, but like they're not like chasing you around like still like a couple weeks ago in Vegas. I went to a Whole Foods and like the manager was like freaking out, and we still were able to shop. And at the end, we just
yeah.
called the corporate and complained. So he's probably gotten in trouble, but I just thought for sure California would be like worse. But I was pissed actually when it was more chill because I was like, dang, I'm literally in the belly of the beast right now.
But listen, at first it was as bad
Yeah,
as you
that's true.
think.
That's true.
Yeah.
I believe that for sure.
Yeah, I almost was getting in an altercation every freaking day, multiple times. So I don't know if I got a feeling if they make any changes, I'm gonna be surprised because I don't watch any of the lame ass news.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just gonna have to be surprised when it happens. I'll deal with it as it comes. You know, I'm not consenting. I don't consent. So they're gonna have a problem with me. I hope they don't go to that because this next time is not gonna be fun.
Exactly. It's like, oh, I was naive before back in the day. This time,
Mm-hmm. So it may come to a point where I have to decide I'm either going to like cut bait or fish or just leave, just move to somewhere else where I don't have to deal with these issues.
yeah, seriously. Yeah, my days are done. Like, if someone tries to make me wear a mask now, it's just not going to be good for them.
It's going to be on like Donkey Kong.
Exactly. Fight to the death.
Yeah. Anyway, as long as their policy, whatever they're going by, if their policy can show that they're allowed to give me personal medical directions, I'd like to see that because I don't remember waking up out of a freaking stupor or something and signing somebody over my medical decisions.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and the little security guards that are trying to enforce it, they're going to go down like dominoes because I'm just going to go to every single one of their companies if it happens and ask who the bonding insurance agent is because they have to be bonded.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so you go to the security company and well, I haven't tried it yet, so I don't know what the response is, but I can't see where any of these stupid little flunky companies that have all these mall guards where they have a stipulation that says they can enforce medical rules. What?
Yeah, what the heck?
Where's that on the in the bonding agent for? They have to be insured, those people, so they'll lose their job. You just tell the bonding agent, look, they're trying to enforce this is illegal. Do you have it in your policy that they can enforce some kind of medical rules on me? Because I want to see that in writing.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I can't wait till it gets to, well, not that I am excited. I'm just counting down the days until they try to tell us we got to have a you know what to go shopping. That'll be funny.
Uh-oh.
That'll be funny for them. They're gonna learn super quick. I don't know. Hopefully,
I think they're afraid to try here. I think they're afraid to try that here. They're taking it real slow with us.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I was like, hopefully there will be some states that just never do it. Because if some states never do it, then they can't really make it a thing. Because then everyone will just go to those states.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that will not stand for it. So I don't know. I think they're really going to have to push hard if they want to try that. But it may not go real well for them.
Yeah, it's probably just like they'll maybe try to say it just to get more people to feel this fake pressure. Oh, I gotta get it so I can get my bread at the store. But like, I don't know. I don't know if it'll be enforced because they know they can't get everybody. They're gonna have to give up at some point. They're just trying to find that sweet spot of like, how many people can we get to do it in time before everybody starts dying without being too obvious or too aggressive.
I'm sorry that the internet made those people so stupid.
Sad, isn't it? Sad. Very sad. No, I think they're going to push something after September, but probably not till the end of October, November, because the military is, I got their deadline. It's at the 1st of November. So we'll see what that does, because that's the big thing, I think, right now, the military part.
I woke up with a headache this morning. It's like the worst thing in the world when you wake up with a headache. It's like, ugh. Why? Like, I would rather get a headache later on in the day versus waking up with a headache. Wow, everyone is so quiet. What?
I was gonna add, I have seen some normies wake up, mostly when they see like the children being like forced to wear a mask and stuff, or well, I shouldn't say that out loud. When children get pushed to put the things on their face, and a lot of like parents seem to get really upset at that, which totally makes sense to me. So, but it's like a surface level wake up. Like they won't. I don't know. I don't think that people will really understand the depth of what's really going on. It's almost too late.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like, how do you start a conversation with someone that like they know that it's not okay for children to wear it, but like where do you start telling them like, well, it's not just that, there's other things that are weird about the whole testing and all, like where do you even start? For me, that's the hard thing. It's like I don't even know where to start a conversation nowadays because I'm like too far along away from their end. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. How are you going to catch them up when we're already on page like 1500 and they haven't even started one yet?
Yeah, there was like a flat earther in here the other day, and he was like, "Yeah, I got COVID," and I was like, "How did you get COVID? What are you talking about?" He's like, "Well, I was sick, and I went to the hospital, and they told me I had COVID."
Duh.
Like, duh.
What
You
the
don't know how this
hell?
works, dude?
Why would you freaking go to the hospital even if you are sick?
Exactly.
I mean, cuz I don't know how the rest of y'all feel, but if it's my time to go, it's my time to go. Screw them.
It's because of the fear that's on TV. That's why.
Yeah, that fear
Yeah,
of death.
that's the sad part. So many people are in that fear. They don't even know, their minds are just locked into this program. They can't escape it. Well, they can. We're an example of that, but for those who just choose to ignore everything and put on blinders about it, though, that's really astonishing.
Yeah, like when I used to get sick, the first thing I would do is go to the store, get some veggies, and then make some soup. And I'll be good, like, in a couple days.
Yeah.
You know?
Make a big pot of chicken soup.
You don't go to the hospital because you're like sneezing. But that's what people do now. They literally are
Yeah.
like, "Oh,
How did
I'm
people?
sneezing. I gotta go to the hospital."
I know. How do people come to the conclusion that thousands and thousands of years of whatever we have been doing as a kind, humankind, as far as our immune system and surviving all kinds of things. Can you imagine what our ancestors survived? We're still here, so that means it worked. Otherwise, we wouldn't
Yeah,
be.
it's like this yeah, it's like this reprogramming that's happening right now where people that are not sick are all of a sudden looked at as sick. That blows my mind. I don't understand how people still think that someone that is not sick is sick or it could be sick in some way, shape, or form.
I know.
But it's happening, it's happening.
I'm just gonna call it a blinder. So when they're wearing the blinder, and you're not. Yeah, it causes some weird psychological thing. Yeah, yeah, that's a really strange thing. That was an implant. Exactly what you said was implanted in their minds by someone else.
Well, people's been educated to be stupid. They don't have any common sense. They don't care to think. They don't care about nothing anymore. The indoctrinations work very well between education and Hollywood.
Well, it's been this long road of complacency, right? Even us thinking like, oh, it's just going to keep going the same way. But now that it hit us, it's like, we could have worked harder in some way, shape, or form. But yeah, it's here.
Well, I pray for a different future. I'm glad to see people waking up, and I hope we have a mass worldwide awakening, and then we get rid of all this corruption and shit and start all over without a big reset.
I don't know. I think they're causing the reset. They want it to happen. They're the ones pulling the levers and pushing the buttons.
Yeah. But yeah, there's like revolution going on. It's slowly getting there, So, or I want to say quickly getting there. If you check out different areas, different countries, like Canada, Germany, Australia, they're pushing back.
Yeah, I watch on Telegram like France and Germany, Australia, and a few other countries, and I'm glad to see people actually getting out there and protesting this garbage. And it's insanity. it's so sad that people in America still believe some of that shit on television. But what can you do?
Well, the thing that I see is like, yeah, there's protests and people waking up, but it's this surface level wake up that is kind of like, like when you wake up from sleep and you're still really sleeping, just go back to sleep. It's not like this wake up coffee awake. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? Like
yeah.
that's what we have. We have like this like real awakening where we actually understand that our actions are really important. Some people are just this surface level, just still kind of woke up from the barely awake.
You guys heard of the 100th monkey before? Do you guys, any of you know what that is? The 100th monkey effect.
No, please elaborate.
I was going to ask if anybody else knew. So, what the 100th monkey? I read about it in a book about quantum physics called Beyond the Quantum, written by someone named Talbot, last name Talbot, now deceased. Anyway, some of it's really kind of wacky, but they talked about how every species, well, they call it species now. See, I don't agree with species. So they're saying that every kind of animal has an aura or energy field around them that is specifically for that kind of animal, including humans. So they started dumping sweet potatoes on a beach in Japan where all these monkeys lived on an island, right? Isolated from the mainland by several miles of ocean. So these families of monkeys stayed in their general area. They, like, if they were on one side of the island, they generally stayed over on that side of the island. They had some territory, but they didn't like roam all the way and explore all the way to the other side. So they're kind of isolated families, right? Along these islands. They dropped tons of sweet potatoes on the island, on the beach, and because they dropped it in the sand, the monkeys didn't eat it at first. They're like, they didn't want to touch the sweet potatoes. So finally, one little individual that they call the genius monkey goes up and drops it in the water and rinses it off and starts eating it. So then a couple more come over, like his little monkey buddies or whatever, parts of that family. They all come. Eventually, that entire family is dropping the potatoes in the water, rinsing the sand off, and then eating them. So once that family did, then they started noticing that nearly at the same time, other families of isolated monkeys on the other side, different places of the island, it didn't take them as long. They just, when the potatoes were dropped, they almost immediately dropped it in. And then at the same time, they noticed that the same type of monkeys on the mainland, they dropped them and they immediately started doing the same thing. So they did this experiment with even quartz, not quartz. You know how they grow crystals in laboratories? So I don't know all the details of this, and this can be looked into some more from the book if you want. Anybody can look that book up. But they started noticing the same effect with crystal, like growing crystals that have to be precise, very precise percentages of certain materials or compounds that go to make and grow these crystals. So that it's not a really easy process, because if they're off by a tiny margin, it doesn't do what they want it to do. So anyway, there was something about them growing crystals, and once they got it right in one of the labs in America, then all of a sudden, all the labs that were doing the same, attempting the same thing, their crystalline was developing too at the same time. They're like, anyway, so I know that's kind of a little vague. So the last part of this, and I'll end it for comments or whatever. So they did this thing where in India, they went to isolated villages in India where these people had no roads, they had no electricity, they lived, very kind of primitive lives. So there were several of these villages separated by distance. They didn't have contact with each other. They gave one group in a village electronic toys, modern like games to learn how to play. So through several months, the children in this one village started learning, and they were timing it and doing like taking notes and things about how long it was taking, and so forth. So the kids learned how to be expertise at these games. Then when they went to other villages far away, now note they did not have contact, these villages. They're primitive people, kind of living almost like in Stone Age. So they went to distant villages and gave them the toys, and the kids incrementally faster at learning. And eventually, some of the villages, as soon as they dropped, the kids seemed to know already how to play the games. End of my discussion story. So, okay. In conclusion, I'll make it. In conclusion, I want to kind of ask the rest of the panel or anybody else here, just do you believe that something like that happens with us humans, where once we achieve a certain kind of consciousness or knowledge, that this spreads through the ether or something, that we are all connected as a humankind? That we're energetically connected, so that once we reach that 100th monkey, then all of us start to know, and there's no reason why these other people would all of a sudden start knowing, but once it reaches a certain amount of us, then everybody just starts knowing. So anyway, that's my conclusion.
Well, that doesn't sound very good for the Globers, because why aren't they learning about flat Earth then? If we're all of a sudden, there's thousands or even millions of us flat earthers that learn that information, what's wrong with these other dummies that are...
Those are the anti-flat Earth. They're actually the anti-flat Earthers, are a different group altogether. You have to separate them from the regular blue pill Glober.
I think that they're in denial.
It's
I think
the
that they're here
toxins that
because they
people are
do realize it,
exposed
and they're in denial. That's just it from
It's egotistic too. Their pride. There's a lot of pride and ego there that they don't want to give up that what they studied hard for in school, and they learned all this stuff, and they believe that they were, they smarter than you, right? So by you tearing down their paradigm, it's like, okay, no, I'm smarter than you. That's not right. Now they become, the anti-flat earthers, and they just deny everything, and they just keep coming back, right? Keep coming back.
I think what it is for them is that when they discover flat Earth, it's literally an identity crisis for them. That's what we're dealing with. That's why they act so psychotic, because it's an identity crisis.
Sounds more like retardation to me, but
well, it could look like that, but yeah, they're panicked.
I think it's more of it's a form of programming that is hard to undo.
Yeah. Well, what happens is, being on the side for them that they think that they know, or they think that somebody knows everything about everything, puts them in a unique position, because now they're left with this fully with the burden of proof. So anyone have a comment or an idea or thought on the 100th monkey? Anybody else here researched that, looked into it at all? What do you think of it?
I haven't looked into
I haven't researched it.
But it almost seems like so this is, a thing I talked to my wife about, it's like whenever I come up with like a new idea or something like that, that no one has ever came up, like I'll Google it and so on, and then like a day or two later, somebody came up with it, and it's like
I know.
when you thought it's something like you thought of, it's like if you think of something, and then let's just say you say it comes out of your mouth. Now you put it out there to the universe, right? And now somebody else is able to pick it up. So
Even dreams, like I remember just one dream specifically. I had this dream where I was riding this vehicle that had like springed legs in the back with wheels and a single wheel in the front, and the rider, I was facing forward with the windshield. I was kind of like semi laying down, almost like on a super bike. You're spread out and leaning forward. So I was flying around in my dream in this thing, and then not long after that, then I saw these spider. What are they? I think it's called a spider. But they had the two wheels in front and one in the back. But it was trippy how all of a sudden I started seeing, just like you said, different ideas and concepts for vehicles that were like almost just like in my dream. Like, what?
I agree with that, the 100 monkey thing, because it totally makes sense that we're connected. And that's even happened to me like back when I experimented with like psychedelics. You know that you're like somehow telepathically somehow communicating with people.
Yeah.
So I know it's
Yeah.
kind of weird, but it
Uh-huh.
gets into some of that.
Yeah, almost like you're connected to information itself or something. So I have a sense of that, like I always have, I think. Like I know there's something greater that I'm like tapped into somehow. Like sometimes I get little glimpses of what it is, little bits of information.
Stay away from
Like
the
the
demons.
supernatural. Agreed.
Hey, Elisha. Sabe? Elisha? Sabe?
Yeah, be careful where you're getting your knowledge from.
What's that?
Be careful where you get your knowledge from.
Yes, I agree.
Some networks are not advisable to tap into.
Right. Yes. I could agree with that. That's why it's important to keep our motives clear if possible, whenever we can. Yeah. Intention.
Yeah, I think
Well, even just in general, there's a thought of like there is this non-verbal communication that's always going on, whether it's with expressions or with someone that you're connected with that you may be thinking of, and they call you. So those kind of connections, I do totally agree with, and because I feel them. It's experience that you feel.
Yeah, Indio's in here. I wonder if he's listening. If you're listening, Indio, do you know about the 100th monkey, right?
I by some weird coincidence, I just watched a video about it like 3 days ago.
What?
Yeah. But because I heard of it before, and I wanted to go back and look at it. I review like a lot of stuff because memories fade. You don't remember shit, right? So
yeah, exactly. Refresh.
I went back and there's some Mandela effect going on because I didn't remember it right.
The last part cut off.
I'll post a video actually of that I watched with Rupert Sheldrake. Apparently, the people's interpretation, like there's like the mythos of it versus what was actually the actual experimental results.
Yeah, that's true. Well, my general premise of it is that rising consciousness helps to rise other consciousness. That we all kind of rise like a tide.
Well, we have an energy field. They've already proven it, and the higher your vibration, the more effect you've got. So, these people that want to stay in lower vibrations are less likely to be able to experience that expansion of consciousness, is my 2 cents.
Why did whoever have to make my vibration so high? Why me?
So there's the video I watched.
That's a lower vibration.
But I'm suspicious of Sheldrake now that I found out that he's connected to who's that asshole? fucking drug addict. Who's the guy?
Leary?
No, not Leary and the other guy. The other guy that was kind of famous during the 80s. McKenna. Clarence.
Sasha Shulgin?
What is it? Clarence? Is that his name? McKenna?
Yeah, Terrence McKenna, yeah.
Terrence McKenna, yeah. Duh. God, man, I need more sleep. Yeah, he's a dirty little CIA agent. Yeah, if you go to the website Gnostic Media, they backgrounded him. He admitted being a CIA agent. They got on recording him saying it at the Aspen Institute.
Yeah, they all are. All of them are.
With a name like that, I'm not surprised.
The so-called hippie counterculture shit was a complete fabrication.
Of course.
Yeah.
Engineered social manipulation.
Mm-hmm. Sure is.
I think
Guiding the awakening.
Think of all the
the
offshoots.
manipulation part is-
Feminism, Black Lives Matter. There's so many offshoots of that stuff.
Hmm.
The 60s counterculture.
Yeah, it's all part of the committee of the 300. You know,
And none of them are good. Tell me one good thing that came out of the 60s counterculture. A single thing.
nothing was good. Yeah, it was all bad.
Maybe
Ruined
psychedelics,
it.
pure graphics.
Music.
The end of it.
It was
Music.
like it was like the complete ruination of an entire generation. Basically, is what it was.
How did you make it through, Sonny?
I don't know, bro. I don't really know. Good question, though. I ask myself that every day.
I got the answer. The creator.
Something was protecting me, man. I don't know. It's amazing. I'm just glad to be here still.
It's a blessing for sure.
I know now, especially now, that there's some really important reason that whoever is left here, us that are here now, that we're here to observe and record these things that are taking place around us. We're here for some kind of reason. I can't see clearly exactly what the reason is, and I don't think any of us can. Maybe some of us have a more clear idea of exactly how they fit into this whatever's coming.
What if the point is the pointlessness?
Yeah, that's something to.
Like I said, there's no plan, and they're just trying to pretend to be in charge of whatever chaos happens.
Yeah, and I agree with you on the no driver on the train, just a fake locomotive with fake engineers pulling fake levers and buttons.
It's like a beautiful thing.
The train's speeding ahead. They have no idea what's happening. It's
like a Disney ride.
Yeah. They're just trying to spread the illusion that somebody's in control.
Yeah, nobody thinks the guy on the Jurassic Park ride really gets eaten.
I'm sure there's some who do.
Yeah, there's just a spiritual war going on right now. So, yeah, I think we're just here to witness it and so on, and then tell the story.
Yeah.
Well, I think we're here
what?
to help people wake up to what spirituality really is.
Yes, waking people up. And it's not about changing. It's about them changing themselves. You know, it's not us changing. It's about them changing themselves.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I mean, we can teach them, right? You know,
We can start the spark of them looking themselves.
push them
Yeah.
in the right direction always. You know, and not to push them into a direction where they will fall off somewhere. But if they do fall off, we're always here to bring them back. You know. I just want people to understand that there really was no globe to begin with. So there is no need for any of us to prove it didn't, you know, rely. I'm just mind boggled on that, because my whole life I never actually thought to myself that the flat earthers were actually testing the ground, I mean, but then everything about the globe is testing the sky. It's like, what the heck did we just do? Just flipped our whole thing around. And now it's just speculation. And shadows and light, it's like,
Well, if you look at the people that created these ideas and pushed it out there,
yes,
then you might come to an understanding of what's really going on.
I agree. Yes, concur. Because when you look at the deep end, and when you understand where it actually rooted from, then you understand how many can actually be involved. I mean, truly, you just go back to like the king days when there was kings and kingdoms, and then you look at all the relatives the king had. Really? I mean, I'm pretty sure it's been said again. It's said multiple times. I'm going to say it again. But there was a girl who did a project on the presidents, and she found that all the presidents were related except for one,
Yeah, to King John
and
of
they were all
England.
related to the King John. Like that
I
makes
think it was
sense.
King John. I think it was King John. Correct me
That
if I'm
makes
wrong,
sense.
but wasn't it a sixth grade girl that
Yes.
did that?
And she spent like 30 hours on it, and it was like beautiful, and it was all like designed like absolutely unbelievable. And then it was
I
all
believe
on
it's 13
Ancestry.
bloodlines.
Yeah, Ancestry.com. Yeah, yeah, something like that. But oh man,
The 13 bloodlines of the Illuminati, I'm going to call that a psyop.
and that's just insane not to look at that. Please, just look at that.
Well,
And
it's
she
the
was 12
CIA.
years old. She was
Yeah,
12 years old.
it's the CIA who publishes the bloodlines of the Illuminati. The book by what's his name? What was his name?
I mean, you won't find any of us in there, and in any time soon, you won't find any of us in there. Selected people get selected because they're part of the family, and it's just.
No, I'm saying I don't.
Yeah, you're right. Some of it is generational.
I don't believe in the Illuminati. That's the thing.
No. It's not about believing in it. It's about them starting something that people do believe in. That's the thing. They just thought about it, and then people will give out. Yeah, there it is. Yep.
Okay,
Just that idea, and that's all I'm saying. Okay.
Yeah, that's just the
I
study
can't
of
prove
Muhammad.
anything about it, but I know I've been in a Masonic temple, and I've seen all the fucking bullshit that they do there, and I've heard all the stories and everything about it. So I know that it's there. It's just where did it originate? Yeah, that's the idea. Where did it originate? It was from an idea. That's it. And that idea just went off, just like scientism. I mean, it wasn't a thing until they made it a thing. Till they really made it a thing. They forced it into the government. They forced it into everything, and it's exactly the idea. They forced that idea onto everyone. Are we forcing anything onto you, flat earthers? We're not forcing anyone to come in here and listen to us speak or see us posting. We don't want you to come in here and ridicule us. Okay? We're here speaking our minds.
I think some people like it though.
I mean, we want you to come in and learn a little. I mean, for yourself, because this stuff's not taught. You won't hear this anywhere else. There's nowhere else you're going to hear what this is, what is said in here, ever. And when you do hear, you hear just bits and pieces of it that are so garbled up that you can't make sense of it, so you don't want to even do any more sense of it. And it's just nonsense after that. That's how they do it. It's their little game. But we're winning because they don't have proof.
Yeah. Yeah. I could die right now knowing that, I'm not on a spinning ball. I know where I live more clearly,
I've
where
said
I
that.
live, where I'm from, who I am, like the whole thing. I mean, it's good
I am
enough.
clear-headed.
Yo, can I get your attention to the live stream? I uploaded a video of What's It the other day. He was like, by definition, you are whistling past the graveyard. And I had to turn it into a fucking video. Check that shit out, please.
Well, you can play it. Someone want to play it?
Yeah, I'll play it. Here we go. Thanks, Chemtrail. Here we go. Thanks for tuning in to the Boomer Radio Show. Okay, hold on. We're having this jockey is doing something weird. Let me see if I can join. Okie dokie. Looks like that worked. Here we go.
I did it.
Oh,
it's an unknown file?
Oh,
That's
what the heck?
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Let me get the right file.
Why is it? It's a YouTube.
Let me just.
It's a YouTube short. Here, I'll send you the regular one.
I got it. You silly. Why didn't you play?
Yeah, it's because the link had the chair thing connected.
Dewey just decapitated your red herring attempt as you whistled past the graveyard and changed the subject to the stars, and he beheaded it, right? It's been decapitated, proven that you do see it below the equator, falsifying your claim, which I'm sure you won't concede. And then you did this in an attempt to run away from the fact that we do not actually see physical curvature on the Earth, and of course the necessitation of the Earth being a sphere is that it curves. So whenever you then try to talk about the stars, presupposing it's hidden by a curve that you couldn't defend, you are by definition whistling past the graveyard. So your diversion attempt has been decapitated, my friend. Would you like to concede on both ends?
No, I'd like to read this. He's perfectly content, never conceding.
No, I would not.
He's perfect.
So I just think that's cool to be able to immortalize that, have it set there. Like,
I like
Beautiful.
It's just such a good snippet. I love it when things fall together in like a minute. That's so
it.
good.
Yeah, you're really good with that, Chemtrail. You've been doing that for a while.
Yeah, I can pick and choose these
stuff,
fucking
man.
little bits really
Matt,
good.
it's recorded as well again, so good.
Like the
Miggy's
3.1.
Miggy's
Yes.
where he was like, we have a whole audience. There's 70 people in the live stream, so like you're not gonna get away from this one. Little did he know that shit got turned into a whole track.
I know. Who has everybody heard that here?
I probably, dude. It was his name was Homie. It's a really good one. Somebody took the
No,
see,
I'm asking the panel here. I'm asking the panel here. Has everyone here heard that? 3 points?
probably somebody took it and fucking.
No, I have it on my channel here. I'll play it. 1 second. I got it in here somewhere.
Somebody took it and fixed the audio, turned the beat down because I went crazy with the beat. I turned it all the way up because like
Oh
it was
yeah.
such a good beat, dude. So somebody had to go in and encrypt it and fucking turn the beat down. So
Oh,
with
I
that
wish I
one,
had
with
that.
that What's It one, I turned it down. I turned the beat down.
Well, this one might be the one that isn't fixed, but we'll just give it a try here. Hold
Yeah,
on.
the one that isn't fixed is on my channel. I love that one.
Hold on a second here. That's a really good. It's a really good one too. So is the
Maybe
second law violation.
yeah, dude. I love that. Whoa, so they can do Q classic. I'm so happy I got everybody on there.
Okay, here we go. Let's try it.
What the fuck? Yeah, you just said you conceded. You believed all three of the points.
You gotta go back.
I'm glad it kind of hit you right now. It's the first time that's ever happened. It hit somebody at the end, but I'm glad you actually saw what I was doing at the very end. I just said that.
You got to go back to the beginning, Sonny.
I don't know why it started at the end. That was weird. Not sure I know how to do all this. If it'll work. That's weird.
What the fuck? Yeah, you just said you conceded. You believed all three of the points. I'm glad it kind of.
Sorry, folks. Hold on 1 second.
Are we just waiting with bated breath?
No, I'm having trouble with the commands on the bot to try to rewind because they changed the bot, so it's all different than before. So if someone knows why, I don't know why it would start anything I put in there at the end. I don't understand that. So I'm trying to figure out how to rewind it at the beginning. I'm not having any luck. I'm looking through the commands.
I posted the track in the live stream voice text.
Okay, let me try it. If I just recopy it from there.
That's my track though, with the beat all fucking loud and awesome as fuck. They were like, I can't hear.
Yeah, so is mine too. You can't hear the voices that much. Do you know where the other one is?
I think it's on D to the V's channel, or
All right, hold on a second. Let me look for it.
Buddy has it fixed.
When the whistling past the graveyard subject, that pretty much happens, what, about 100 times a day on this channel, I'd say, at least.
I loved it when he was like, "Are you willing to concede those two?" He was like, "You won't concede this, I'm sure of it." And then later in it, he's like, "Will you concede?" He was like, "No, I just want to read you something or whatever."
Well, it's pretty rare when you find any one of them that concede anything. You could throw it, you can prove it unequivocally right in front of their face, without a doubt, prove what they said is completely wrong, and not hard. I'm very rarely will you find any of them that say, "Yeah, I concede." They just say no. It's the same old shit every day, day after day after day. Nope, they still believe it. That's why I said earlier that it's got to be some kind of a retardation problem, because what all these people, they've all heard and they all know the truth. But if they can't acknowledge it, learn it, move on with it, there's more than just an issue of being stubborn. I think there's something wrong with their brains. You're not even started, dumb.
Well, it's good brain.
A lot of the ones that I talk to say there's something wrong with my brain, and I'm the stupidest person I ever met, and shit like that. And anybody who thinks the Earth is flat is retarded. Get the fuck out of my house and shit like that.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm having such a hard time. Okay, hold on. Let me just copy this link. Sorry about the delay, folks.
All right, listen.
If I was to tell you 3 simple questions, would you be able to answer them about the globe? You think?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay, very simple questions. How have they measured the curvature of the Earth from ancient times up until today? They said that the Earth was established to be a globe at least 1,000 years. For at least 1,000 years.
Well, I couldn't tell you the scientists because I haven't got anything up in front of me. But there's some scientists who used a mountain and also a lighthouse. It was somewhere in Egypt or something. And he basically went up. He knew the difference between these 2 points, went through them to sort of figure out the distance between the top points, the bottom points, and then sort of work out the curvature of the Earth.
Alright, so what I'd like to ask you is that the method that you're speaking of right now, do you know it fully, or are you just kind of vaguely responding to what you think
Just vaguely responding.
Okay. Yeah, it's good that you're honest in this conversation because that is key, right?
Yeah.
For us to have a good discourse. Alright, so since you are vague, I would say that, well, you just believe that that's how they measured it, right? I mean, because of the information that you received and how you're telling us, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now up until this point, is there any time in recent times that they've measured the curvature of the Earth that you know of?
Well, I'd use this may not be a good answer in your book, but you can use the ISS as an example, as when they go up whatever distance they are from the surface of the sphere that we live on. Well, they can see that it is in fact spherical. It's just like your own eyes. You can sort of believe it.
Right, your own eyes, but not your own eyes, right? At the same time, because it's not your own eyes, it's their own eyes. They're telling you the story from that place that they're at.
They are telling you the story.
Right. So you're basically believing what they're saying. Once again, you're believing what some. Right. So we're just establishing, that as much as we're not going to get into any details right now in this conversation. But so far, what I'm gathering is that you just basically believe what they're telling you. So that's fine. That you just believe that they said that the Earth is measured to have curvature. Yep. So we'll go ahead and go to the next question, which is, how do you know, or how has it been measured that the Earth has been detected to be spinning on its axis, axial rotation? So what method do you know of that we can actually do or has been done that detects axial rotation?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, honest answer. All right, so we'd say that you just believe that however they detected that the Earth is spinning on its axis, they must be correct because there's been a lot of people that have detected it, or a method has been done to detect it, right? You just believe that to be the case.
I just believe it.
Okay, so third and final question is the vacuum of space being a medium that we could travel to, or that it actually exists as a medium that they tell us. Now, how can we establish, or from your first-hand perspective, that the vacuum of space is indeed adjacent to the pressure air that we breathe?
I can tell you.
Okay, so real quick, I'm just going to round up the three first points that I just brought to you right now. And these are the positive claims that the globe Earth makes, right? That there has been measured curvature, that we have detected axial rotation, and the vacuum of space is indeed a reality that exists next to the air pressure we breathe. But with these questions, we found out that the only thing you know is that you believe that all these three questions are true. You don't know that they are. You just believe them. So far as you know that secondhand information has gotten to you, and you believe that the Earth is a globe that is spinning in the vacuum of space. So it's not established as true knowledge. It's only something that you just believe it to be true. And you agree with me. So
no, hold on. Well, you're just assuming that I agree with you. I don't really. No. Because you're saying that this information that I know is just a belief.
It is. We went over that. You just conceded them.
No, I didn't concede them. I said I don't know how they work.
Right. You just believe.
What the fuck?
Yeah, you just said you conceded. You believed all three of the points. I'm glad it kind of hit you right now. It's the first time that's ever happened. It hit somebody at the end, but I'm glad you actually saw what I was doing at the very end.
I just said that I don't
happened
agree with everything.
That just happened. I know that you don't.
It just happened.
I know that. Listen,
people arguing with me speaking. Hold on. You interrupted Ben the entire time. Can you just shut the fuck up for 1 sec? You really are a rude arsehole.
Hang on 1 second.
Shut up.
This is the first time that's ever happened happened that the guy actually, listen to this, right? He actually conceded the 3 points all the way through. Now he's backtracking and saying, hold on, what the hell just happened?
That was
And this is amazing, right?
It was specifically done. I just believe that it was been done. So yeah, we're elucidating a point that it's just a belief because you don't know.
So you do understand the power of my kung fu now, right? You just got beat on and didn't even know it. So here's the thing, though, homie. And I know you're not gonna like this because I have you muted, but I have to because you were being very disrespectful. So you just believe that the Earth is a globe spinning in outer space, and you conceded to all 3 points, mind you, and it was live streamed. Everybody heard you concede those points. So it's not only that you conceded it, but we have tons of witnesses right now. About 50 people listening on the Discord, and about maybe 60 or 70 on the 2 live streams that we have running. So thank you very much for your participation, but it seems like you're not going to be very good to have a conversation with because of the way you were being. So unless you're going to say that you're sorry in a DM, then I'm probably just going to leave you muted for now. And let's get to some other new people that are in here.
All right. Classic.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I hope they don't do that to the building next door to me because they're emptying the whole entire thing out. It's kind of scary.
They're emptying the building next. What kind of building is it?
25-story freaking office building, huge thing, huge.
And they're
building.
emptying it.
Completely emptying. All the floors like are being emptied, like almost every single floor. And the last few people that were working in offices, they're cleaning their offices out now too. They're empty. They're leaving too. Like the whole building's emptying out.
Wow. Boy, they have, everybody has let the government have way too much power over everybody, making them agree to all these lockdowns and agree to all this horse shit when none of it had to be done that way. Everybody could have said, no, we ain't doing it. No, sorry, but it isn't going to go down like this. But instead, everybody just put their tail between their legs and put their head down and walked away like little, whatever you want to call it. Not good. That's what the whole entire nation's been doing. And it's going to end up bad if people don't start getting a nutsack, standing up, telling them no, I've had enough.
Time for a little most fucking Americans.
Most fucking Americans don't really like flat earthers. They like planets and spaceships and stuff like gravity do. Most fucking Americans believe they're NASA and they're JAXA and ESA and some dude named Musk. Most fucking Americans don't like to worry about the spinning because they say it does it so slow. Most fucking Americans have an education and think the globe's real because they took science and got a B. Most fucking Americans love their sticks and their shadows and their well holes and their gyros. No. Most fucking Americans don't like to launch rockets without using fisheye lenses to make the flat earth round. Cause don't it make a flat like Earth? And that's all I got, man. How do you like it?
Hey, far out, man. Yeah, that's a good song, man. Well, I wrote my own one while I was listening to you sing yours. You want to hear it? Oh, yeah, man. That sounds pretty awesome, man. Let's hear it. Yeah, man. It's kind of like a protest tune. All right, man. Here we go. Glovers! Glovers! Hey, you like that, man? Oh, yeah, man. That's pretty far out, man.
True flat earthers.
That's not the best look for a flat earthers, but it's funny.
Well, they usually make like videos and movies in Hollywood that are really funny, but are absolutely true. You know that? Like like the funny one with Will Ferrell and the other guy, the campaign, where they were just playing out Bill Clinton and George Bush the whole campaign in the movie. It's supposed to be funny and all, but yeah, but dude, that literally happened in reality. So yeah.
I just got here, Justin. Which movie you talking about? Wag the Dog, maybe?
No, the campaign. It's
Okay.
two people running for office. I think it's governor or something. But it's Will Ferrell, and he's so hilarious. I mean, they got a couple of other actors in there too, but Will Ferrell is the main actor.
What year was that? Like in the noughties sometime?
The campaign. Hold on, let me look it up.
2012. I just pulled it up on Soap today. You can watch it free there. Here, I'll put a link. All right. Yeah. Oh, let me get to the right place here.
When I heard him describing it, I was thinking about Wag the Dog. That one was back in the 90s. Or the same kind of thing.
Well, just look at all like funny movies. Look at all of them, and then kind of just think about it, because there's something in every single funny movie that literally depicts something that happened in reality. They just put it in a funny movie.
Well, this is something completely different, but guess who visited the YouTube chat stream a couple hours ago? A certain alleged PhD. I don't want to mischaracterize him. Professor Danny Faulkner. Is that right? Is he professor? The guy that couldn't go against Miggy on the live stream at one time. We heard from him.
Oh.
But I asked him, for direct measurement of Earth curvature in the chat, and he just went silent. So I'm just saying, maybe he had to leave or something. I'm sure he'll be back. I'm sure he'll be back with it anytime. So.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, if y'all remember when he engaged with Miggy, he was like, Aristotle proves the globe, and you're not going to get me off of that because he saw something on the moon. So there you go. That's some people's level of evidence to accept they live on a spinning ball zipping around through literally nothing. Back to you guys.
one of those Christian creationists that are part of society, just like the Flat Earth Society. If you look them all up, their original founders come from Freemason organizations.
Whoever just talked is real low for me. Is it just me?
Yeah, a little low.
Danny Faulkner comes from one of those Freemason organizations that stimulate the Christian creation account that supports the globe theory.
Oh, really? I can hear you now. Fine. Cool. Well, I'm not pointing him out personally. It's just the general belief system, that's what they accept as their reality. So you got to believe, right, boys and girls?
Yeah.
Boys and girls here.
When you argue with a Christian creationist who believes the globe, that he's going to be one of the people that they refer to for information. I think the YouTube channel he does a lot of talking for is like his Genesis history. And there's another one, and I'm forgetting what it is. But he's an astronomer, and he uses his astronomy degree to explain how the Earth is a ball and how God did it. You know.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting how he just wants to type in the text chat. They want to come in here and engage with us. Just need a direct measurement of the curvature of the alleged ball. That's all we're asking for. Is that too much to ask?
I know it shouldn't be that hard since they're supposed to be curving all around in every direction. Should be everywhere.
Yep, you should be able to go to any random, like say 20, 30-mile stretch of ocean, and there's that drop right there. Boom, it's a globe. We all shut up. Server gets shut down. I changed my icon. But 6+ years that hasn't happened, so I'm starting to think this globe is not real. I could be wrong, maybe. Don't think so, though.
Are you saying the link didn't work, old dude?
Yeah, the link on the live stream, mate, it didn't work.
Are you able to go to the, hold on a second, to the soaptoday.to? Here, I'll just, maybe the main page. You can get to that one. One sec here. Okay. You might be able to just put this in there. Let's see.
No, it's the same. It's the same.
Wow. I wonder if that's being blocked in your country. There's a couple other ones. There's Delaware. There's DE. That's a Denmark one. Oh, those are probably different countries.
Yeah, we're being blocked.
VIP.
Yeah.
VPN.
Yep, being blocked by server location, guys. There it is, live, 24/7. It's happening. I'm in the UK, and I can't access a link that someone in America's put up.
You might
Hard
be.
evidence that has been denied the truth.
Oh no, you might be able to get to the Netherlands one. Let me see if I can pull that one up.
I think I'm just going to download a VPN, Sonny. Did you
That's
see
what I
your,
have.
did you see your
Yeah.
your DMs? There's something out there.
Hold on. Yeah, I have Mozilla VPN. I don't know how trustworthy they are, but PDF. Which PDF? What's that one? Oh, awesome, man. Thanks for that.
Bangladesh is 100%. You can use VPN with Bangladesh, and you can even get on like Binance in the US. You can actually create a brand new account on Binance when you use the VPN on Bangladesh, and then just use it as like a Coinbase. You don't have to even like do any money transactions. You just send the coins there to Binance and then just start trading them. It's pretty
My
fun.
phone's not all that modern. It doesn't have a place that I can push money into it. I don't know about these things.
VPN is a software. I use private internet access, and I pay for a subscription because I know it 100% works. They were actually subpoenaed by the FBI in one of these cases. I forget what case it was, but they could only give them like the towers that it pinged off of. That was it. There was nothing that they could give them because that literally is how a VPN works.
Yeah, I get the process. It just jumps the signal around a lot. I had a friend that used to surf and use the dark web quite a bit, and he had a multiple jumping VPN thing going. I do. I need to download it, but
I just found that, I mean, I've been researching on it and I've been switching left and right, using different ones here and there to use different programs that are banned in the United States. And Bangladesh, I believe, is completely open, and you can use whatever you want. Like it's pretty smooth. The connection there is pretty smooth as well.
cool. Thanks, Matt.
It almost makes you want to move there.
I don't know why, but Bangladesh is another one of those funny country names. It's just funny. Bangladesh. Anyway.
You gotta admit they were probably making shit up back then.
What was her name? Ladesh.
Bangladesh was the fucking name. The Ladesh. Her name was Ladesh. Okay, get it right. I was banging her. That's so funny.
So while it's quiet, let's do a quick shout out to anyone listening to me talk right now. If you're on YouTube, Discord, whatever, like to come in here and discuss the shape of the Earth. We've got a panel in here that can fill you in on what's going on with the globe being fake. Back to you guys.
Yeah. Did the thunderstorm come through Arizona yet? Probably did. Maybe a couple days ago. I wonder if it made it out that far. Never mind. I guess the Arizonite left the room.
Maybe they're standing on a corner in Winslow, Arizona.
Well, such a fine sight to see.
It's a girl, my lord, in a flatbed Ford, slowing down to take a look at me.
Bangladeshing at me. Sorry. Bangladesh.
These moments of silence are brought to you by the Globe Earth Society, convincing you live on a ball since you were in kindergarten for at least 100 some years. Now back to the silence till the next person talks.
Everybody's so quiet.
We were waiting for you to get here, Roger. What's up?
Well, maybe some good news. There was a how do you say this in English? There was a lawsuit, like a court case today about the app, right? So since last Saturday, you need to show your if you want to go to a bar, restaurant, theater, whatever, right? So you need to show your phone. And there was this case today against the state, demanding that they cancel this app thingy, right? And well, the basis is in our law, if I'm not mistaken, but the basis is so they can enforce the app if it's the same as a negative test, right? So if you have a negative test, they claim that you're not infectious and you're not sick, right? But that app needs to be the same as the negative test, and the lawyer from the state couldn't give that answer if that's the same. So the whole basis is being torn out of this whole app thing at the moment. So hopefully this Wednesday we get a ruling that is positive, right?
Yeah, that sounds like good news. A step in the right direction for sure.
Yeah, but you never know.
I mean,
you never know.
Best case scenario, the lawyer's pinned down to he can't prove that that test actually tests for anything.
Well, it's more that there's in the law it states that you can enforce with the app, right? So you need to show a QR code at the door.
Right.
That's fine if it's the same as a negative test, and that is the whole basis, and that is in contention at this moment. And the lawyer of the state couldn't really tell if that was the case. So yeah, a bit of positive news. And I followed that court case live, and the moment that happened, you heard the whole room like, whoa, what happened? You know, and then the judge was like, quiet, I need some focus here. So that was kind of positive.
Order in the court. Was he banging his gavel?
Yeah.
Order in the court. Order in the court.
Because they state that if you have a negative test and you're not sick and you don't have it, right? Chances are very slim, right? Because they can't say anything else, because the whole basis lies with the test, right? That's how it all started. So they say they need to say chances are very slim that you have anything if you have a negative test. And then what was my shit, I forgot my train of thought. And the judge asked, so what if you have the magic juice, and can you still give the thingy to other people who have the magic juice? And that was acknowledged, right? So and they couldn't give the numbers, how much people, how quote unquote infectious people are that had the magic juice, and give it to other people, right, that also had the magic juice. So it's really yeah, it's a bit of a positive note today, but you don't know, right? So we also had a court case where they went against the curfew, and so the state lost, and the next or the same day they found another judge that postponed that ruling, and in that same week they adjusted the law. So, so yeah, doesn't say shit, right? Even if the state loses, they can just make another law in the same week.
Yeah, I mean, at best, let's say, hopefully, it sounds like a step in the right direction for logic and common sense. You know. holding these people feet to the fire about what they can actually prove about this nonsense. But anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, it should be like if you got that magical juice, you should get tested as well.
Right, and that's the whole contention. They say, well, if you have the magic juice, you don't need to get tested because yada yada yada. But they all know and acknowledge that if you have the magic juice, you still can get it, and you can give it to others who had the magic juice, right? So it's not the same, right? So in our law states, it has to be the same or more. The app, it has to be better or the same, but it's not. So the whole basis for the app falls into pieces at this moment. But yeah, you never know. It's on to the judge, right? And I don't have much trust in the legal system at this point. So anybody else has any news? Found some curvature yet, guys? Anybody?
No, just before you got here, Danny Faulkner visited the YouTube chat earlier, and I asked him for some curvature. He didn't say anything.
I doubt it's Danny Faulkner.
Yeah, that was the name on the channel anyway. But
yeah.
Who knows? They didn't provide any direct measurements of Earth curvature, so anyway.
I was
Well,
there when. Go ahead.
I was just going to say level's the new curve now, isn't it?
Yeah. I was there when Miggy when he was here for a bit, right? So he was listening in, and I think Miggy called on him, and they started talking, and Miggy started his 3 points, and yeah, he couldn't even finish the first one.
Yeah, he was stuck on Aristotle proves the globe because he looked at the eclipse. That proves the globe right there. That's where he got stuck with Miggy.
Right. Yeah, but we can infer things, right? We can look at and declare. What's up, Witsit?
What up, bro?
Yeah, not much.
So I guess you guys heard the update on Rob.
No.
Apparently, they're just now letting his wife see him from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And apparently, he's on a ventilator, but
okay,
good or whatever, and he's doing better. Blah blah blah.
You cut out. He's on a ventilator end.
Yeah, I got a FaceTime call. He's on a ventilator, but they say that his stats are doing good or whatever. So supposedly he's getting better. I mean, yeah, I would. They said that they've heard all the stuff about the ventilators and blah blah blah, but supposedly he's getting better. So there's the update.
Okay,
is he speaking?
I don't actually know. He said he's pretty much been conscious the whole time. So that's all the post says.
Oh, okay.
If you're on a ventilator, then how can you speak?
Well,
that's intubated.
If it's not inserted, yeah. If it's just a mask kind of incubated.
Okay.
But I don't know if it is or not. That's just my thought on it. Sorry.
Thanks for the update on Skiba. All of us real people out here pulling for Skiba. He's a good dude.
Yeah, just shoot a prayer or whatever, you know. Here, I'll just post the. I'll just copy and paste the post. I'm gonna take this call though. I'll be back on here later. Love you guys.
Thanks, Witsit. I remember 2016, one of the most memorable Rob Skiba videos is when he was showing that obvious Photoshop on the picture from the moon. Does anybody remember that? He found the box around the Earth. Yeah, let's hope he gets better.
Yeah, let's hope he gets better. Gets well soon.
Brad, do you change your name every day, man?
Dope. I like that name.
Dope.
Shout out to Homer Simpson. Dope. You all live on a spinning ball. Dope. Somebody that can sing needs to do the parody for Yellow Submarine. Change it to "We all live on a spinning oblate sphere." Spinning oblate sphere.
Well, we have Orphan Pompano joining us.
Cool.
Oh, I need you.
A little stage fright, maybe. Roger sounds
Maybe.
intimidating. You sound too intimidating, Roger.
Do I?
I'm just kidding.
Do I?
I'm just kidding.
I know. Yeah, I really hope they that we get some quote unquote positive positive ruling, but I doubt it.
Yeah, I hear you, Roger. I can only hope that in all this confusion and convoluted nonsense that, you know, good's going to win out. Common sense is going to win out. Generally speaking, you know. But who knows?
Yeah. There was a child. I was 15 years old, and he was the son of the I don't know the exact English word, but so it was a woman against the state, right? And that woman was backed up by multiple lawyers they don't agree with this, and so they help her out, and it was but her son, right, is 15 years old, and he wanted to say something to the judge, but the judge said, well, I only have 2 hours, so we can't. And so there was this after talk from the people that arranged the court case, and this woman and his and her son came on the camera, and he wanted to say to read out loud his letter he wrote to the judge, and that kind of hit me, man. He was 13 when it started, and he's now this shit happening, and now 15, and all his friends they got the juice, right? So he can't go to whatever, right? Go to the city or have a hamburger or whatever. He needs to get grab a hamburger. That really hit me. And if I'm not mistaken, you can get this off the official side, but I think in the Netherlands, the average age of people dying of the thingy is like 80, 97, 80, right? And this child is 15 and can't even go to a city and go to whatever to grab a hamburger without the shit.
Yep, you're highlighting the tragic thing that there's so many, probably millions of people being robbed of their experience of growing up in a normal, whatever normal is society. You know what I mean?
Right. Whatever normal is, yeah. Anyway, we have Alexander joining us. Alexander, welcome.
Thank you.
Shit that's happening now. Welcome, Alexander. How are you doing, man?
I'm good. And you?
Okay. Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah, coping, huh? That's what they say. So, yeah. What do you think about Shape of the Earth? About the topic?
Me.
Yeah, you. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, what do you think about the topic?
I don't have an opinion about it. I'm on the fence, really.
Okay, on the fence. Why are you on the fence? What's keeping you on the globes on the fence?
Because I'm not 100% familiar with all of the evidence pointing towards the flat Earth and towards the sphere model or any other model.
Okay, yeah.
I'm not familiar enough.
So your journey starts, right?
Yeah.
So your journey starts, and it's your journey. I mean, we can give you the tools to look into it, right? You landed on your feet. This is the best place to learn about globe Earth and flat Earth, right?
Yeah.
So, welcome. You have any questions you want to ask?
I'd like to listen. Not right now. Any question?
Sure. It's a bit slow now, but What is the purpose of living, Alexander? Yeah, good question.
Yeah, it's a broad subject.
So,
Too broad.
Alexander, have you heard us cover the 3 points with anybody here? Do you know what I'm talking about? My mic working?
Yeah, I hear you.
Did you hear me, Alexander? Have you heard us cover the 3 points with anybody?
Oh, sorry, I can't hear you.
You can't hear me? Shit. Can you hear me now?
A little
Yeah.
bit.
Have you heard us?
Am I roboting?
Am I?
Oh, okay. No, you're fine. Go ahead.
Anyway, the 3 points we cover with most new people is the 3 main globe claims, is one way to state it. Is that we live on this ball, you know, and the ball has to have curvature, right?
Yeah.
And then the ball is in some sort of motion, you know, it's spinning on its axis and it's zipping around the sun and it's flying through the galaxy. You know about this, right? So that's the
Yeah.
second claim. And the third claim is the space, that vacuum of space that we allegedly live in, with a gas pressure system existing next to nothing, basically. And can we ever prove that we could have gas pressure next to a vacuum or to nothingness? So that's the 3 main globe claims. We live on a ball that spins and rotates and gyrates and goes around through nothing. So I just briefly covered those with you. That's the 3 main globe claims. We just ask people, and it gets to the point where it's just, they have to admit, if they're being honest, it's just a belief. They don't have any direct evidence that any of that is existing. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand.
Okay. So that's the basis we start with. And whenever people start talking about gravity and ISS and all this stuff, we come back to those key points. Now, those have to be met first before we can have this globe that exists and is moving around in nothing. So, hope I made that pretty concise for you. That's the gist of why we're here. Some of us been here for years. You know, I've been here like 6 years looking for this curvature of Earth. You know,
Oh, wow.
we don't have a direct measurement. Nobody's ever went out, say, to any random 20, 30-mile stretch of ocean and measured the drop that should be there. And every time we go to look with lasers or mirrors or whatever we use, it's not there. The hump of Earth is never where it should be. So I'll shut up now. If you got any questions, just ask these knowledgeable panel members.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, can you hear me? I don't know if anybody can hear me, but I'm using my speaker.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So I have a question. Growing up, I was
Okay.
always told that the sky is blue because it's a reflection of the ocean. And I was just wondering, is there any scientific method that has been used to determine that the sky is a reflection of the ocean that anybody knows about?
I think that's also bullshit. Because
Yeah, I don't
over the
think that.
desert or over the
Go ahead.
continent, how you have the blue sky?
I have to say I don't know because I haven't researched that at all. So y'all go ahead.
Yeah, I've tried to look into it recently, but I haven't really found anything that would. I don't know where that came from. It always made sense to me when I was younger because it was supposed to, but now I'm trying to figure out, well, how can I know that for sure? And I don't.
Well, one general thing, like for example, I'm in Kentucky right now, a landlocked state, and I've got a blue sky all around me. So there's no ocean around me. So how do I have a blue sky? You know?
Yeah, That's what I was saying, Hank. Yeah.
Video where a person had different fluorescent bulbs full of different types of gases, and he stuck them next to Tesla coils. And depending on the gas, it made a different color. And I don't remember which gas was blue, but there were different shades of light that was coming from the fluorescent bulb. Like one was red, one was an orange, one was a green, and so on. I don't remember the exact video because it's amongst all the videos I've watched, but I could try and look for that.
Interesting.
So Velser, when they told you it was ocean being reflected, did you ask them what was it being reflected of?
When I was told that the ocean was, or that the sky was blue because it was reflecting the ocean, no, I didn't ask them what it was reflecting off. I just assumed. Yeah, I just assumed that it made sense. Because that's how our minds work when we're young.
Because I remember hearing the same story when I was a kid, and it didn't make sense to me. But I know what you're saying. They were told me the same thing. They told me that.
That means that vacuum is blue.
That's what I'm saying. What is it reflecting on?
Of vacuum.
Is a vacuum reflective?
Does vacuum exist?
You gotta know Sasha to understand the sarcasm.
Does vacuum exist?
So by heliocentric theory, we see further at night. How does that make sense? You see these planets that they claim millions of light years away. But where are they during the day? No space during the day, huh? Somehow magically appears when the night comes. So when we can't see, when it's dark, oh, look at that space. But during the day, when you're supposed to see, where's space? Just a blue sky. We don't claim we know what the sky is, but we definitely know it's not a vacuum.
How's it going, Glad?
Yo, who's this?
DTO. I was just wondering how it's going and how it's going with the garden and everything.
Hey, what's good, brother? Everything's good, man. Fall is here. It's pouring outside. Kind of stuck inside today.
Yeah, dude, the weather's changing. It's crazy. I hear a lot of people, like from the cactus community, bringing in their cactus.
Yep. Pretty much all the potted plants are slowly coming in. I'm bringing my lemon trees one by one.
Posted the video of the different gases next to a Tesla coil 27 minutes after the hour.
Jim, I'm sorry, I don't know what you said, buddy, but you're coming in real low for me. Just me.
He was saying that he posted that video for the Tesla coils and gases. And I appreciate that, Jim. Is it Jimmy or Jim?
Jim, pick one. Doesn't matter to me.
Well, if nobody's going to talk and throw out a request, there's a DJ in the house. Play whatever. Back to silence for the globe.
Yeah, sure. Let me look what's good.
Is there a map for flat Earth?
All maps
Every
are
map
flat.
is
Go ahead, Roger.
yeah. Every map is flat, Alexander. It depends which map you will use for which purpose, right?
Okay, but like a general map. Like how the world looks.
Again, right? The depends on the purpose. You have flight maps, local maps, azimuthal projection, Gleason projection, Gale-Peterson projection, Mercator projection.
Okay.
All maps.
If you're trying to ask that we have one single map that we know for sure is 100% accurate, at least speaking for myself, no, we do not. We're not allowed to explore the place properly to make that map. That's just my opinion, though.
Has anybody heard Eddie Bravo explain why space is fake?
I've heard it. I'd love to hear it again if you got it queued up.
Yeah, I've got it.
Somebody just popped in. They're not verified.
Okay.
What the fly?
What the flat? Okay. Yeah, his account is 2 minutes old. Yeah, let's play the Eddie Bravo thing, okay?
I'll tell the government right now, tell you right now if you're listening, NSA, CIA, I'm available, okay? If you show me all the real wreckage, I swear to God, I will make fun of that crap to the end of time. I'll make up stories. I'll lie to my mother. I don't care. You show me a UFO, I'll lie to my mother.
You guys are gonna hate me for this.
What?
You know what I want? I want one example, Eddie, of why we should believe the Earth is flat. That's what I want.
Are you kidding me?
You son of a bitch! I want it so bad, and I am high and drunk.
Listen. I don't. We can
And
talk
you
about
guys want
flat
it
Earth
too.
as long as it's a joke and it's funny.
I'm cool.
Because if it gets angry,
Dude,
then it's not fun.
I'm not married to that.
If it's joke, if it's jokey,
I'm not married to it.
Eddie, I want you to-
Jokey. Convince me that it's flat.
There's no way I could do that, man.
God, really? There's not one example?
It takes about a year and a half of like one.
Year and a half? That's too much.
It's very hard. The
All right.
indoctrination's so strong. You look at your son's cartoons, it's all space. I look at all my shit, all the shit my son likes. His everything is there taking space.
I'm doing
Space,
research on
space,
this
space,
currently.
space,
I want to direct everyone to hashtag space is fake. 'Cause I've been doing research
Yeah,
on
check
space
that
being
out.
fake.
Check Is that that real? out. That's a real site?
Yeah, hashtag space is fake is something I'm investigating for my next hour.
I swear to God, I will make fun of that crap to the end of time.
Hashtag space is fake is something I'm investigating for my next hour.
I'll lie to my mother. I don't care.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm for legitimately looking deep into
Dude,
people
flat
that
Earth, there's
flat
so much
earthers
material
mock
there.
them.
There's
Flat
so-
Earth is like, what? Space is fake. What?
No.
You dumb
You
motherfucker.
flat earthers like,
flat
bro,
earthers walk
chill.
away
No,
from
no,
them.
it's the same thing.
Oh, okay.
You got it all wrong. You got it all wrong.
Well,
everybody
Eddie,
that
I've
believes
got to
the flat-
think this is not
everybody-
very organized.
Nobody that
I've
believes
got to
the flat-
think this is not
everybody-
very organized.
No.
I swear to God, I will make fun of that crap to the end of time.
What I'm saying is,
I got to think I
everybody that
couldn't have it
thinks-
all wrong.
No,
There's
everybody,
no way.
anybody that thinks the Earth is flat, they totally don't believe what we're taught about what's above us. So when
the
people say
sun?
space
Wait a
is
minute.
fake,
What about the sun?
They mean all the stuff, information we're getting. You're lying about that shit. That it's not that it doesn't exist. Of course it exists. We see
Right,
it.
of course.
But space is fake sounds ridiculous. Like there's
something
we're
up
looking
there.
at it and it's fake. That's ridiculous. That's
just
not what
the
it means. It
Truman
means
Show.
that all the information we got about all
We're
those
off.
lights in the sky.
Yeah, something
They're
else.
They're lying
NASA's
to
lying?
us. They're lying to us.
Why would NASA lie?
And there's a reason,
Well,
and
why
I can sit
wouldn't
here
they,
and tell you,
Brian?
but you guys don't want to hear it.
Hold on.
So I don't want to talk
Can you give
about
us the cliff notes?
it. The cliff notes are man.
Have you studied any kind of a?
He doesn't need to,
from-
B. Let's hear just a few of it.
The goal has always been for the most powerful emperors is a one world government. They always wanted a one world government. All the Roman emperors, they try to figure out, they try to do different combinations. How about and they would fall, and a new emperor would come and go, you know what? I'm going to fucking rule
World
the world
domination, in other words.
Aztecs.
I'm not going to let my soldiers get married. That way we'll have a stronger army. They have different philosophies. Everyone believed different shit. But they all wanted a one world government. There's no way to have a fucking one world government. Nobody's into that shit.
Right.
Not even other rulers from small countries are like, one world government, that's going to put me out of a job. Fuck your one world government. People that don't know shit about politics don't want a one world government. There's no way you're going to sell a one world government. It's impossible. The only way to make a one world government work is to have the people embrace it. They have to want it because nobody wants it. So the trick is to make people want it, to embrace it. There's only one way.
I gotta pee.
There's only
Hold
one
on,
way.
Joe. This is very
You're gonna
important.
miss
I've
out
heard
on
this. I know this.
Okay, I don't know
The
that.
only way, and they've known this forever. The Vatican knew this. The Vatican, the Pope wanted to rule the world. They all knew it, but they couldn't do it. They all knew it, but they knew one way, but there's no way how they're going
What's
to
the
pull it
one
off.
way, man?
The only way is if there was some extraterrestrial threat from up above us. That would be the only way to have everyone embrace the one world government. They all knew that for years.
But it didn't work
That's
so far.
the plan. They could never
It's a
make
shitty
it work.
plan, though.
They didn't have the technology 500 years ago. The Vatican knew about it. They wanted it. And you go to the Vatican, you see paintings of like
Have you been there?
UFOs with aliens in them. And back when I used to believe in UFOs, but before I figured out that UFOs are they want us to believe in UFOs. They're preparing us for a fake alien invasion. That's always been the plan. A one world government. The only way to do it is to get us to embrace it. And the only way to embrace it is from an alien attack. Ronald Reagan talked about it many times at the UN, CFR. He talked about it because wouldn't it make, he looked at all the leaders of the nation, of the world, and said, wouldn't it make our lives easier if we just had some, some kind of extraterrestrial threat?
Perhaps we need some outside universal threat to make us recognize this common bound. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world. And yet, I ask you, is not an alien force already among us?
He said that shit. He said that in front of the UN. Like he's trying to get everybody into
I don't think he ever said that.
No, he said that many times. It's on video many times.
Ronald Reagan?
Ronald Reagan.
Heard of him, Brian?
Ever
heard of him?
George
A lot of
Bush
speeches.
was vice president.
Right.
He was talking about, and there's many videos of him saying, what lies before us. He's in front of the nation doing a State of the Union address, saying what lies before us is the opportunity to forge a new world order.
We have before us the opportunity to forge for ourselves and for future generations a new world order, a world where the rule of law, not the law of the jungle, governs the conduct of nations. When we are successful, and we will be, we have a real chance at this new world order, an order in which a credible United Nations can use its peacekeeping role to fulfill the promise and vision of the UN's founders.
A world, an order, because he's talking about like it's
Do you think
time.
that means the space is fake?
Yes. No. When people ask me, why would they fake space? It's always been about a fake alien attack. You can't have a fake alien attack.
I've never heard a politician ever talk about
a fake alien attack without space.
But I've never heard a politician
You
talk
have to have
about
space first. So they always, you know who promoted space more than anybody? Who wanted
Nazis.
Who wanted Nazis?
Russians.
But before the Nazis, you know who wanted
Cavemen.
space? No, the Vatican.
Mayans.
The Vatican. They have all the biggest, they have all the astronomers. They're all Jesuit, Vaticans, all of them. All the ones that are giving us this information about space, they all come from the Vatican. The Vatican has the most
the
powerful
Vatican said
telescope.
that the Earth...
You know what the name of the
Wait a
Vatican
minute, the
telescope
Vatican
is?
doesn't have the most powerful
Yes,
telescope.
they do. You know what its name is?
What
It
is
has
it called?
the most powerful telescope, the Vatican. And you know what name it is? I've
What?
done the research on YouTube.
on
I have the
YouTube.
links.
But
you know what the name of this? Do you know
Isn't
what the
the biggest
name
one in
of
Chile?
this? The most powerful telescope in the world. It's in the Vatican.
What is
you know
it?
Lucifer.
Lucifer's
What?
dick balls.
Lucifer?
Lucifer's dick and balls.
I've never seen this fucking telescope.
Yeah, it's legit, dude. I think the biggest one's in Chile. I think they have to be in high
It's in
altitude.
the Vatican.
Yeah, I don't think it's in the
No,
Vatican.
You guys didn't. So when people ask me, why would they fake all this shit?
Well, I don't think that's the biggest telescope,
This
Eddie.
is just a crazy theory.
It certainly is.
We're
Now,
talking
I've
a
never
theory.
heard-
Here's the
funny.
thing: these
It's a funny theory.
But Eddie, these new Chile Very Large Array telescopes that they're creating are fucking gigantic, and they
This
take
guy's
over
no-
enormous pieces of land.
Listen, I was with you.
Google
I
the
was with
Very
you.
Large
Listen, I was with
Array.
you. It's called the Very Large Telescope. I watched the documentary with you at your house. It was like 2001, and
Yeah, I
it said
think-
in 5 years
Yeah.
they're gonna put. There's a documentary about them putting together the Very Large Telescope in Chile, and they're talking about by the year 2005 we're gonna have 3 telescopes linked with a computer to make us. We're gonna see further into space than ever before. None of that shit came.
What are you talking about?
None
I
of
think
that shit came.
Is that
They
up?
said-
Is the Very Large Array up yet? Nope,
It's a very
not up.
large telescope.
But I know they have they have them in Hawaii. What's
Isn't
that?
it weird? Isn't it weird that every space documentary, all the series. I had them all. Joe had them all. We watch them all the time. I tried to remember all the shit about a neutron star and a super hypernova. I was balls deep. Me and Joe were balls deep into space. And then every now and then we'd watch this documentary after documentary. Morgan Freeman got the universe. We had all that shit. I DVR'd all that shit. Anything that said space.
Will Smith
I was
has a new
fucking
one.
ball. I thought I was better than people and shit because I knew so much about space. And every now and then I'd watch all that shit and wonder what. This is all cartoons.
Eddie, why not?
This is all
hold on a
cartoons.
second.
And then I go, okay, whatever. And then I keep watching. All DVDs on space are all CGI. There's nothing real. And everyone watches that. They believe it. The narration is all programming. What's above us and what we're on, we're being lied to. Once you go flat, you never go back. Listen,
this is a campaign.
Listen, they're lying to us about everything, dude.
Who is they, though?
It's not about.
Who are
it's not
they,
about
Eddie?
belief.
Eddie,
This is the one
they?
thing. This is the one thing I want to say.
Okay.
It's like it's not that we believe something ridiculous and you don't believe it. We're gullible. We're gullible. We believe some weird shit about the flat earth. We believe some weird shit. You don't believe it, you're smart. It's not about that. It's about we actually don't know what we're on, and we always say that. We don't know, but based on all the shit that we got by the mainstream, we don't believe that.
Here's what
you believe that. So
think-
it's not that we believe something crazy and you don't because you smell it, the bullshit.
But isn't there a
It's like
scientific?
you-
isn't there a
we look at
scientific
it different.
tradition?
We look at it totally
That's what they
different.
told
We
you,
look at it
Brian.
as you believe
you use
all
this.
the
Hold
shit
on,
from
Bubba,
NASA.
you
Hold
use-
on. And we don't
I'm
believe
finished.
any of that
Yeah,
shit.
but you use
So
that.
we don't
wait,
believe
wait,
that
Eddie,
shit.
you use that microphone. You use a cell phone, right?
It's science.
Hold on.
I believe in it.
That's science.
I believe in it.
Okay, why do
I
you believe in
it.
that? And
Because
why don't
I
you
don't
believe?
need a study. I don't need to read something to verify.
But you
It's
benefit
not
from
scientism
science.
I experience
You
it.
benefit from
I know
science
it.
every day.
I know. I love
listen,
So why wouldn't you
I
believe
wanna-
that
I
those?
think we
I
gotta
love
cut
science.
this off. It's 10 o'clock.
Man, we gotta get out of here.
It's
I
10
love
o'clock.
science.
Come see me in Vancouver at the Vogue Theater and in Salt Lake City at Wise Guys March 1 and 2.
I love science too.
I
And,
love science. I don't want to fight. I want to laugh about it. I'm an idiot. I believe in flat earth. I'm crazy. That's all you need to know.
Eddie's ace.
I like that clip. It's classic. I like to point out to them that's what you believe. We're just saying that what you believe is bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't want to hear that.
I don't believe in science. I know. I have the knowledge of science. No beliefs here.
partnership of nations has begun, and we stand today at a unique and extraordinary moment. The crisis in the Persian Gulf, as grave as it is, also offers a rare opportunity to move toward an historic period of cooperation. Out of these troubled times, our fifth objective, a new world order, can emerge. We stand today at a unique and extraordinary moment. Here it is!
If my mic's working, I'll just say that one had a hypnotic but very good beat. Here's the next one.
All right.
Who was that? Who played that?
I played it. It was
A New World
called Moonshine Recordings Radical Guru Conspiracy. I'll put the link in the live stream.
Cool.
Yeah, I always play stuff that's Spiral. What is it? Wait a minute. What's his name? Hold on.
Spiral of Love.
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. I think so. Where's he at? Yeah, I think it's Spiral of Love. Forgive me, my memory.
You get the automatic boomer excuse, Sonny. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
I'm right
I
there
don't
with you.
remember. I don't remember everything for my own protection. Here it is.
Information is lost for the ability of the brain trying to retain it. Do a quick new person check. I don't think we got any new people, do we? If you're new on here, speak now or speak later. It's up to you. If not, you're going to go either get silence or Sonny's going to dictate a little bit if he's got time.
Everybody here's a flat earther. Go figure.
Every human on the world is a flat earther. Just many of them
I
have
noticed
not
that
realized.
earlier too.
Yeah.
All the globies are infinite planers in denial. Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
They wouldn't lie, Cuddles. No one has ever told a lie at any point, any time in history. Prove it. Everyone tells the truth all the time.
Especially authorities. They always tell the truth, don't they?
Definitely trust authorities. We elected them in a fair election, and they're up there to represent our goodwill and our best interest. So you got to trust them.
The more illustrious the authority, all the more you should believe them.
Exactly, son. You got it. You got to trust the science, trust the authorities, and just do what you got to do. Don't worry about none of this other shit.
Look, my song request is Why Would They Lie? It always is.
I'm looking forward to that. I heard there's scuttlebutt that there might be a female version of Why Would They Lie 2 coming out. But not to put any pressure on anybody, but somebody's working on that. We've been waiting to hear that one.
Is there? Wow, that would be amazing.
Why would they lie again? I know that's a default question for a lot of these people, but could they at least take a step back and think about they're literally asking us why a liar would lie? Like we would know. Yeah. Anyway.
Okay, so here's the requested song. Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
arranged by Mediate State, several prominent. Here they go.
That's right. Flat Earth Discord. Yo. Guess what?
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius, huh? What is he saying though? Broken geometry. I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy be trucking and driving, Globers be wildin'. They win out of style. 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave till you die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Once you go flat, matter of fact, you never go back, you never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day and the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can't surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8 inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transformed into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe else somebody save me.
Global abortion, all applauded. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA Tower lies every day is exhausted. Nothing more boring than the stream they recorded. Yeah, that looks real, is that a joker talking? Composite mind nuts is not a bore you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts where they store is. Entering your mind irrespective of warrant. To say levels curve we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach without any warning. Hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron who's not that important? Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsing the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary alignment coincide with space warp. Anti-astronauts, monetary paid for. Submerging the water what they claim that they orbit. It's a circus, clown circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the glove don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to earn. With the horizon swan, we eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on, only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong while they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies like on hide for the research. You rely upon priest and pirate like a bird. With your lying glove, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles, it's easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. No need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just waste it. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from if not from us? Then who you dum-dum? Made the bed of your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a fighter, fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would ever run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting this shit on fire. Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? The plot and derive by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listed with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise, and now they devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9 to 5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic, their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice, that's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters, you believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction, that's electrostatics. They always invert it backwards, wonder what's the verdict, pastors. Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle, who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius, you cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 OG. Why would they lie? I'll tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you hire you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, then come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. I cannot help it, bro. Second Amendment on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want to seize your assets, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off your top like your last name was Kennedy in Dallas, Texas.
I think I can hear now. You guys can hear me?
I hear you.
Yeah.
What's up?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I'm trying to get this what the flat dude in here. He said he was in here, but I don't see him.
Yeah, he needs to go to VC Verified.
Yeah, I told him that. Cause
So,
if you look up at 7 minutes after the hour, I posted his YouTube comment link, and his name on YouTube is Ivan, but I guess he wanted to use what the flat, but he's a glober. I'm trying to get him in here to explain his explanation of how the universe is the container, basically. So it should be pretty fun if he can actually get in here. Somebody said
Okay.
they saw him earlier.
But I love that song. I could probably play that song all day on repeat and never get bored of it.
So are we getting a Globe believer in here, maybe?
Yeah, I'm
See
gonna
what
try to
somebody just
message
said?
him. I don't even know if he'll reply to, because I don't know if he can. I don't know if he like even knows how to use Discord.
There's a globe believer. Hey, Jen A, why do you live on a globe?
I don't live on no globe.
I just had a siren going by. Oh, you're one of them crazy people that don't think you're on a globe, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a hard
Okay.
topic to talk about with people. I mean, we all learn the same thing about about the heliocentric model. Well, the old heliocentric model. It's
You mean
amazing
that
how
one that does not have any shred of scientific proof of it being reality, that heliocentric model?
yeah, that one. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Just clarifying.
Yeah, so that what the flat dude, he said he had to get off. I think he's like in Europe or something. Just not in our time. So he said tomorrow, but I don't doubt it at all really. He's been messaging me for the last week on YouTube comments, so
So yeah,
We have
look for
something
him
to look.
tomorrow.
We have something to look forward to tomorrow. We get to find out
Yeah,
how the
just look for the
universe.
name What the Flat, and I'll post what he commented again so you guys can have some reference. Pretty hilarious.
He's going to explain how the universe is a container of the gas pressure. That's
Yep.
cool. Sounds
wow.
like
Best of luck for that, whoever's doing that.
Right. Like I just been asking him for like practical physical evidence, and then he just affirms the consequence every time. Like it's just ridiculous. And then he replies,
Awkward.
affirming what consequence? Like it's just like
Oh wow. Oh,
he's just clueless, and it's gonna be funny
it's
to watch.
oh boy.
One more
I
time.
guess it would kind of make sense to have a universal container.
His name's Ivan on YouTube, but he like just made his account to join this Discord. Like when I linked it to him or whatever, and then he named himself What the Flat. Pretty funny. Yeah, I guess just look out for that tomorrow. I don't know.
Tune in tomorrow when the globe believer proves the container of the gas pressure is the universe. Same bad time, same bad channel.
See, like that first sentence on that, like he's a flat earther, but he's just an infinite planar flat earther. He just doesn't get it yet.
I mean, the example that he linked me at the very like beginning of this conversation was like dense gas inside of a container. When I asked for gas pressure without a container, so he didn't even show the pressure, and he didn't even show without the container. He literally used a container. So it's just ironic.
I remember years and years ago, Dave probably remembers this and other people in here, of when Globers used to try and make a practical example of how the atmosphere moves with us and BS like that, is they used to use a car. But see, the thing is, you can't use a car unless it's a convertible. Because, there's no container for the globe. So you can't have a car that is contained.
And a car would have to be spinning.
That
its axis,
too.
and going in three different other directions.
And that as well. Yes, of course.
Because once you take a turn in that car, it's just a whole different. You feel that. So I mean, it's just funny how they don't even understand their own model.
Yeah.
From the very beginning.
So it's
Yep,
like
they
a
just-
car
they just-
hydroplaning inside of a hamster ball.
Yeah, exactly. They just accept the fact that it's all relative and they don't look any deeper than that. Yeah. That one statement to them covers all those problems. It's all relative to the globe believer, anyway.
Oh, here's one. Their theories are relative. Ah.
If that magic gravity's hard at work, it takes care of all that stuff you can't explain. Just gravity. There you go.
Has everybody seen the Lost History of Flat Earth video? 5-hour one?
Yeah, really good.
Yeah, dude.
Have you seen both of them? There's
What
also what on earth happened.
What on earth happened? Yes, both.
Is that like
very good.
pretty like relative to that one, or is it like has a lot of different information?
You have to watch for yourself.
It's definitely worth a watch. Just as
Yep, it is. Jenny is right.
If somebody could link it, because I don't think I'm gonna be able to even find it if
I got a link for you. Just a second.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, that's right, Jenny. You even have it on a Google Drive or something. I think I
Yeah, I
have.
do.
I might have
Yep,
lost
I do.
that link because
I'll repost it.
Okay,
So this Google Drive has both of them, both of the documentaries.
And if anybody's got that Flat Earth Sun Moon Zodiac Clock app, it's on there too.
Oh
You know,
yeah,
play
yeah,
with it.
good point.
Yeah, I have
Yep,
that
yep.
app. That's how I saw the first video, the Lost History one. The other one's on there too. 'Cause I could watch on YouTube if I.
I don't know, but I just posted the Google Drive link. That way you don't have to, you could download it, I believe. So then you wouldn't have to be on the internet if that pertains to you.
Just kind of prefer to be on YouTube, but just because I can like just add it to my liked or add it to whatever playlist, and then it's
Yeah,
also,
I added that
somewhere
to
where I
a
can link it to
favorite.
other people. But
Well, if you go to it through the app, you said you had the app. It's on YouTube, and you can download it from there, or you
is
can
it
do
in
whatever you want with it.
segments on
Yeah,
YouTube?
it's in the. You know where the 9 buttons are on the app? It's the middle button. It's a different playlist and stuff.
Well, on the Google Drive, you could just choose which one.
Yeah.
Yes, it is broken up.
Yeah, in segments or really episodes. I think that's what. Episode 7 is my favorite for the Lost History of Flat Earth. That one's about the moon.
Okay, I see. Yeah, it's in the same playlist
Yeah,
as
I think I'll start watching that over again from the beginning.
I know, right? So good.
Yeah, I watched the Lost History one like 2 days ago, and I was just like, why have I not watched this before? Like, this is ridiculous. Like, I've watched
weren't
like
ready.
a bunch of stuff kind of like that, but not the full thing.
Well,
Yeah.
everything happens for a reason, so you just weren't ready until you were, right?
Yeah, a lot of us didn't find out about Ewar until he was like being deleted.
It's almost like that guy came out of nowhere. I mean, I don't really know much about the guy, but there's sure a lot of good information in there. It's very interesting.
Sure is jam packed. Now we don't have to agree with everything in there, but it's just a lot of it is speculation. But if you look at the way he's asking, he's really pretty much asking, did
Yeah,
this?
and it's
He's like pretty much like, did this happen? Like, how did this happen? Like he is asking questions.
so yeah, it's kind of like he takes the connecting the dots standpoint almost, you know.
Yeah, the bigger picture. Now, some of those things I do see as highly possible, you know, but once again, it's not what you can, you know, it's not what's possible, it's what you can prove. So,
It's not what you think you know, it's what you can prove. Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, Planet Veritas. Planeta Veritas. I remember his channel.
Yeah.
But he says
Good
they
old Robert
deleted,
Fasano.
they deleted his second channel. His first one's still up, but Planet Veritas 4.0, they deleted that shit. He
Yeah.
exposed
Yeah, they don't
the
like what he has to say. Not at
bro.
all.
He exposed the whole
Yeah.
back to NASA that it's online. Like most people could go see it, but he
I
exposed
know.
it.
I have a
And then
couple
they
of his videos. I have one of his really good ones where he's showing that all the satellite names in the programs are the same thing as the balloon. He lined up all the balloon sats
Hey.
with the actual satellite names. They have the same names. He found that.
Yeah, he
Hey.
proved that Hubble is
I
basically
just
just Sophia.
I was just listening to the phone call he had. That's what I didn't watch a whole bunch. Yeah, the phone call was pretty.
Yeah, I've heard
Yeah, I
that
think that's the one I
before.
was talking about.
That's what I was going to say. My favorite one's where he called the Hubble director and got him to admit that 30 years he's been working on it. He's never actually physically seen it. You know, all he's seen is stuff on his screen.
Interesting. Not surprising to us, anyway. Maybe surprising for some, but
Imagine spending your life working on something that you really don't know for sure exists. Wouldn't that be wild?
if that's surprising to anyone, then they on the Late Show.
Hmm.
I could finally go down today and afford a nice mocha coffee. Wow, that's so great.
Caramel.
You mean something like my marriage?
I don't know, bro. That sounds like it could be a personal issue. Where is this video? Where is this video?
He said imagine, and that was the first thing that came up when I started imagining that situation.
Yeah, this is a very good video. Still is.
I haven't seen the series, though I have the link somewhere.
No, this one is what I'm talking about. This one right here. So
Hmm.
if you get
I'll
about
listen
three,
to it.
listen. So people get confused because for about 3 minutes there's no sound, no nothing. 3 minutes, a long time goes before he starts talking.
He
So
must
people
have had a
probably,
live chat or something, right?
I don't know what it is, but a lot of his videos are like that, where they have a lot of space in the front.
Did he move his 4.0 channel over to BitChute?
I don't know. I don't really follow that closely. Been
He had
scattered
a
with.
NASA caught red-handed video, and that's the one everybody needs to see.
If it's on probably is Planet Veritas, that's gone. No.
Well, all right. So Planet Veritas, the original, is up. Planet Veritas 4.0, which was his second or third one, they deleted after he caught them committing securities fraud and shit. That whole
Well, I guess they didn't like that very much, did they?
yeah.
They don't like nothing.
He still has it. He still has this one.
Hold on, I'm gonna see if I can find him on BitChute right quick. Is that video? He goes through and the start of it, like he's cussing and he's mad, and I get it. Because he just found it before he made the video. All right, so he's freshly pissed. So he goes through. It starts at like minute marker 3 or 4, where he
Do you know
goes
how
through
long ago? Do you know how long ago that video is? What's the name or what the title is?
Yeah.
I'm on his 5 years ago.
Like 2.
Sorry. All space telescopes are on Sophia. Special purpose 747. And there's that one. Phone call with Soho and Discover Satellite Team. That's probably good.
Dude. I think I have the video downloaded. I'm just gonna have to like re-upload it or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like his motto. It's not what you know, it's what you can prove.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's where I got that. Yeah, that's where I got that statement from.
There's another group out there that uses the same kind of.
That statement is just so great because, I mean, it goes for any topic. You know? Anyway, Cuddles, what were you going to say?
Well, I'm trying to find his damn channel on here, but I
It's
think
not
I have to
on.
have.
I found it. I posted his link to Planet Veritas still on YouTube. 12,000K.
Yeah. The four. All right, so the 4.0 was the one.
See if you can find just that one video you were talking about and drop that if you can. Because I can't seem to find it. I was searching through his channel.
Bro, they deleted the 4.0. Because look, here, I'll go to my library, into my history, search my history.
Convenient.
Oh, no. The U.S. Navy and Disney Enterprises protecting the Copernican ideology. I bet that's a good one.
I want that one.
Okay, I'm going to post just that individual one. Hold on.
You guys seen Nathan's video? I'm questioning the NASA employee. Usually his videos aren't that good, but this one's actually like spot on.
Didn't mean to burp in the mic. I apologize.
It's all good. Thanks, Lemmy.
No one is safe.
So which video? Somebody said about Nathan?
Yeah.
No. Oh,
right
Nathan.
above the last post. I just it's actually pretty good. It's really short.
Well, we were talking about Robert Bassano. We were talking about.
Yeah. Most of us have seen that interview. I've seen several. So, fine.
It's pretty funny how the guy reacts. He doesn't even know the second law of thermodynamics, but he like says that it's not a violation.
We should play this video. It's only 9 minutes.
Catches him in his lie.
Oh, okay. Enough about that. All right.
Yeah, you guys should play it and then pause for commentary.
See, this is what sucks. I found the link for the video, but it's broken. It's that one on the left. That was the title. That was the video.
Okay, I'm gonna play Robert. I'm gonna play Robert Bazzano's video, the one I just posted. It's only 9 minutes. Should be fine. If it's a little loud, just change the volume on the jockey music controls yourself. Everyone. I'm sure he'll be right with us. Like I said.
Around the world, around the clock, in defense of all we hold dear back home, America's Navy.
Like I said, I'm sure he'll be right
Get to
with
you.
us.
They'd have to get past us. America's Navy.
So yeah, man, you saw that first commercial. Man, I don't know what to say about that one. You know, in all fairness to the Navy, they're using those little red pin dots on the map to show where the Navy operates. But, man, I don't know, man. When you start showing red globes up in the sky floating around, man, people start wondering and guessing, man. They don't know what to think of that commercial. They don't know if you may be trying to tell them something and warn them, give them advance notice that, hey, we're on watch, we're looking up in the skies, we're out there, we're ready. I don't know what to say, man. I'm not even going to get into the coming up with my own theories of what that could have meant, but I used to be in the Navy, man. I just know when they put out certain information, man, they put it out for a reason, and it sure as hell ain't so they can start recruiting more people. Maybe it is a good recruitment video, because shit, if some other entity, man, tried to, I don't know what they would try to do. Navy's pretty much saying, hey, we're gonna need your help. We're gonna need your fucking help, man. I just don't know. All those fucking red globes floating around the place, those sure as hell wasn't fucking balloons, man. But when you segue into the second commercial, showing that mother and father with their little girl, the little girl's looking around and she see all these Navy people. And then Keith David, who's narrating in the background, says, to get to you, they gotta come through us first. They gotta get through us first. Now, what the hell do they mean by they? I mean, the U.S. still doesn't believe in that whole Cold War theory that the Russians are coming to get us. And the terrorists are going to try to take over the United States or some other country. Maybe they all colluding with each other, take over the United States and shit. They can't still think that everybody still believe that bullshit. Because, I mean, really, if the rest of fucking Europe or some other country wanted to fucking attack us and take over, it wouldn't be too fucking hard, man. Because you got half the fucking people in the military pissed off with the fucking military, man. And the veterans, they don't give a fuck anymore because they being treated like shit. I mean, damn. To get to you, they gotta get through us first. Who the fuck is they? If you related to that first video, get your fucking mind racing real fast, man. But yeah, you look at this information dominance warfare officer pen. I mean, it's self-explanatory. You know, the symbolism. They're protecting the globe. That's what it's about, man. They're protecting that fucking globe, man. They're protecting the globe. The Copernican ideology, man. For all you know, this information operations, information warfare, it ain't about just protecting the planet, Earth. It's about protecting the globe. They love that fucking globe, man. They love Copernicus. I'll tell you that shit. This shit is all about protecting this motherfucker right here. This motherfucker. That's what this shit is about. This shit is about protecting this delusional motherfucker right here. This same statue is at the Warsaw, Poland Academy of Sciences. And there's another one in fucking Chicago. They love this motherfucker too. What's funny about it, when I found this picture, was that there's a fucking seagull who flies over the flat waters. A seagull is on this motherfucker's head, Copernicus statue's head, and shit on Copernicus' head. Just look. Look at the shit on Copernicus' head. Just look at this. Let's zoom into this shit a little bit more. This shit is funny. The seagull on Copernicus's flat fucking head, taking a shit. That's the flat Earth seagull right there. That should be the symbol. This right here should be the symbol for flat Earth. This should be the logo. A seagull shitting on Copernicus's head, holding the fucking globe and compass. Oh man, people. I don't know what to say anymore. This shit is just too funny. It's what the Navy protecting, man. The Navy is protecting the Copernican ideology, man. That's what they're protecting. That's what information dominance warfare is about. That's what it's about. Protecting the globe. Protecting this guy's ideology, Copernicus. I don't know what to make of it. You put them damn red globes in the air, something come out of nowhere, and you telling me you can work around and that's what you're going to be protecting. This is what the flat earth's secret is about. This is what they're hiding. What else is behind that? Who the fuck knows? I would love to hear your comments in the chat. Love to know what the rest of you think about this shit. Those two commercials, man, to get to you, they got to get through us first. I don't know. And they had a little girl. The little girl inside the circle could potentially mean they don't want flat earthers to expose children to the idea of the flat earth. So the Navy, the U.S. military is saying we're going to protect these kids from this delusional flat earth ideology. We're going to maintain the Copernican idea of a globe. And we created a special unit for this called the Information Dominance Warfare Officer. Damn. We protect the globe. You flat earthers, man, y'all better fucking watch out, man. The Navy's after your ass now.
Yeah, that's a pretty good discussion. Wow.
Seagull shit on Copernicus' head. It's pretty funny.
I know, we need to get that meme in here right now. Someone get it do a screenshot. Come on. Get it going, people.
She's probably right.
Where's the production team needs to get on this immediately.
TTFN boys got it on.
Who's the meme expert? Sorry.
He's probably right about the Navy being the ones protecting us. They're the ones protecting people from going to Antarctica, finding, the truth. He's probably right about that one. How hilarious is that?
Bye, everybody.
Hi, Jenny.
Bye, Jenny.
Navy's protecting the globe. What a fucking deal that is.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody wants to hear it, but that video reminded me of a spring break story. It's quick. Imagine 4 drunk college kids, well, hungover, I guess, waking up on the beach after a night of partying. We're just laying there still in the ocean, laughing at the shore. Everything's quiet. And you hear this thunk, thunk. And the guy next to me, his name's Artie. He sits up, takes a big drink of beer, and all this white stuff's going down his face. He's like, man, a big goony bird just shit on my head. And he took another drink of beer and laid back down. End of story.
Well, that gives me nothing but faith about our new youngsters that are coming up.
Well, to be fair, that was from 1980 something when I was on spring break.
Well, to be even more fair, I bet it's even only gotten worse since then.
He literally had white bird shit just streaming down his face. Hilarious.
And all he had to say was he had another drink of beer and laid back down, huh?
That's all he said. The big goony bird just shit on my head. Took a big swig of beer and laid back down. Never forget that one. Oh, good time.
I guess there's no need in wondering why we're where we are today. Pretty evident, self-evident, why we're in the state of affairs we're in.
I wonder if birds actually do that sometimes. Target practice, they try to shit on cars or on people or something. Then they high five each other when they hit. I doubt it, but you know. You know, migrating birds actually disprove the concept of the spinning globe. How would they know where to go back to every year if the globe was spinning? But anyway.
Back to strange, gloomy weather now. My area, anyway.
What kind of weather you having where you're at?
Gloomy and just really kind of dark and weird.
Same here. Real high clouds. Nothing real low, but the entire sky is just covered. with like chemtrail clouds or whatever. It's what I would say.
It's fully socked in here. Yeah, has a strange kind of glow to it. I don't know how to describe that. Anyway.
Yeah, it's kind of the same way here. I wonder if it's nationwide. That would
Could be.
that'd a
It could be.
disaster.
Well, I'm back. I'm nationwide. Yes, I'm back. I'm nationwide.
So, Sonny, there was a song from the 70s said it never rains in Southern California. I guess that was incorrect.
When I first moved here in the 70s, it rained all the time. In the winter, it rained for 4 months. It was pouring. It was like torrential rains, and then it stopped.
When I was a kid, it was always rain. It
stopped. Yeah.
It would rain heavy.
Till the late 70s, and
Those
it
are
just
good times,
stopped,
though.
man. It stopped for like 20 years and didn't. It never has gone back to what it used to be like.
Yeah, it hasn't rained heavy for a while.
Well, into that downpour.
It's been a
That was
long
the fir-
time since the streets been flooded with rain, though.
Yeah, it's been probably at least 100 days. Probably more than that.
I remember when the tunnels were filled with water, bro.
I know. Could be 6 months. It could be 6 months since it's rained. Longer than that. Maybe a year.
Even the cars couldn't go under the tunnels.
I could be wrong, but has a hurricane ever threatened Southern California? It doesn't go that way, does it?
No, but generally, if it comes further north in the Baja Peninsula, then we'll get really strong storm waves and stuff like that. So they'll have beach hazards, but that's about as much. Have big, huge waves coming from the south. That happens sometimes.
They never come up around the side of Baja and hit the coast exactly, though, right?
No, which is really bizarre, actually, if you think about it. Just because of that one little bite, they call it the California bite, where it goes in east real sharply, down at the bottom here, where I am. It cuts off that flow. Now they say that if the coast here was more directly north and south, that it would be weather like Baja California still, but it's not because the Alaskan current.
So there's been hurricanes hit Baja, but not up where you're at, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, the closest they ever come is like 200 or 300 miles away. We get the outskirts of the ring of the big clouds, and those give us thunderstorms sometimes, but it's just the remnants of the tropical depression. That's about it.
Aren't they called cyclones when they come up that side?
No, they're called hurricanes.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Sometimes they're called typhoons, but they're the same thing, right?
Typhoons, I heard, were in like Asia or in the east, in the far east.
I don't know enough to distinguish between those two, but I thought hurricanes and typhoons were generally the same thing, but I could be wrong.
Probably. I think so. I think they're pretty much the same thing.
And they prove the globe somehow because of the way they're spinning, right? Any globe believer will tell you.
Mm-hmm. They will try to tell you that. Such a weird thing. I mean, in a world, there you go. There's another one. People think that spinning cyclonic type storms are proving Coriolis or something. But it doesn't apply under anything else that's off the surface.
To me, that just reinforces the general thing that we're in some voidal field, of energy, and that's why those things spin, But that's just speculation,
No, actually, I think it's quite similar to fluid dynamics. We have these rolling, I learned about some of that stuff when I was younger, meteorology, about how the different areas in North America allow really cold northern Arctic winds to swoop down, and then you have warm winds coming from the west, and then they collide. And then you have those clouds that are rolling like lengthwise horizontally, and then they like flip up and create the cyclones, you know. It's not that difficult. Doesn't prove a globe. Get real.
Yeah, the dynamic weather system is interesting to look into, but it definitely doesn't prove the globe, I agree.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, hot, very moist, warm, tropical weather comes up from the Gulf, you know, they all kind of collide there. Like it causes really drastic weather in the Midwest. Yeah. I remember golf ball size hail growing up. Thought it was going to break the windows.
Yeah, even in Kentucky, we've had tornadoes and some pretty big hailstorms from time to time. Not very often.
Mm-hmm.
Not like the plains. We've had a few of them.
Now, I remember when I was a kid traveling, because we'd go to Chicago sometimes for the holidays and stuff. I remember in snowstorms being on the highway with, I guess, my dad, my family, maybe grandparents, I forget. But seeing like 4 big, huge semis on a ramp, on like a off ramp, all fallen over to the side. Like they slid and fell off the ramp. And there was 4 of them. 4 semis, all fallen off they all fell off. They slid and tipped over on their sides.
Yep, I've seen similar things like that, and especially in the icy conditions.
Mm-hmm.
The semis get out of control, or ain't nothing they can do about it. You know, they're just at the mercy of wherever it ends up at that point.
Yeah, and I remember growing up, well, in St. Louis, you know, there was rainstorms so strong, so powerful you had to stop the car because the wipers didn't do anything, and then fog that thick too, where you actually had to stop because you couldn't see literally 2 feet in front of the car. I'm sure you have that over there too. Back over in them hollers over there. Over yonder. I guess Dave didn't answer because I was being racist or something. Southern.
No, I'm in McDonald's. You don't want to hear the ambient sounds of McDonald's. I pick up an order, dude.
Yeah, we want to hear it.
There's a shake machine going off. You hear that?
On a flat Earth? No, I didn't hear it. But
937.
I just looked it up. The only difference between a cyclone and a hurricane is the origin of the storm. Cyclones or origins come from over tropical waters, over tropical areas where they get their power from. Those are called cyclones. Hurricanes are developed from off to the east side over there. Doesn't come from tropical areas.
So what about typhoons, God rocking? Where those fall on the spectrum?
What's that?
A typhoon. Am I making up a word?
I didn't look at it. I didn't look up a typhoon. I did see it, but I just kind of brushed past it. I was more just wondering what difference between a cyclone and a hurricane is. Basically, no difference at all. They said, other than where they originate from. That's it.
Okay.
Okay, coming up with a search for difference between hurricane and a typhoon. From NOAA. Hurricanes and typhoons are the same weather phenomenon. They're called tropical cyclones. A tropical
You got something
cyclone is
else?
a generic term used by meteorologists to describe a rotating, organized system of clouds and thunderstorms that originate over tropical or subtropical waters and has closed, low-level circulation. The weakest tropical cyclones are called tropical depressions. If a depression intensifies such that its maximum sustained winds reach 39 miles per hour, the tropical cyclone becomes tropical storm. Once tropical cyclone reaches maximum 74 miles per hour or higher, it is classified as a hurricane or a typhoon or, wait a minute. So once it reaches sustained wind of 74 miles per hour or higher, it is then classified as a hurricane, typhoon, or tropical cyclone, depending on where the storm originates in the world. Yes, in the North Atlantic, Central North Pacific, the Eastern North Pacific, the term hurricane is used. The same type of disturbance in the Northwest Pacific is called a typhoon. Wow, didn't know that. Meanwhile, the South Pacific and Indian Ocean, generic term tropical cyclone is used regardless of the strength of the wind associated with the weather system. Period.
Good info. We've all learned some weather today.
So basically, kind of what I said, where they originate from, they get their name from, I guess. Right?
Yep. So, yeah, over in the Northwest Pacific Ocean and the South Pacific Ocean, they're considered cyclones or
Tropical cyclone.
tropical. Yep.
And if it's over land, that's when you call it a tornado.
I think they're different. Actually, I think they're a different phenomenon.
I think so
Oh,
too.
really?
Yeah, because it only happens over land, so it's a land kind of phenomenon, land and air phenomenon. It has to do with the dynamic system, the
I know tornadoes are
circulation.
a whole hell of a lot more destructive. They got a
Damn.
lot faster
Yeah,
wind speed.
yeah. If you look at the size and power ratio, definitely so. But those hurricanes whip up the ocean like tremendously. That's freaking pretty amazing. I mean,
For sure.
systematic pressurization of the wave front in front of that storm is pretty outrageous. How much it can flood
Yeah, the storm surge can go in like
miles.
raise the water up like 20, 30 feet and then
Mm-hmm.
go on the land that deep. It can be bad, like it was down in, where was it? Down
Louisiana.
Louisiana. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, man, that place has been rumpused by storms forever.
Yep.
What was the trip? As you know, the story of Port Royal, the pirate city in Jamaica.
No, I'm not familiar. Fill me in.
Slight change in topic, but yeah, I've been to Jamaica and I saw literally Christopher Columbus era, like from the early 1500s. Buildings half buried because of the earthquake and freaking tsunami that happened in Jamaica that buried that sunk beneath the waves half of the town of Port Royal. It's still underwater there. There's all these myths and stuff there about a giant octopus guarding all the gold inside the chapel that's down there. Bunch of pirate gold. Everybody's all suspicious about it. People stay away from it. Interesting stories. It was pretty cool to be able to be there. 21 years old, sailing, pulling into Jamaica.
Yeah, I heard that. I heard when you mentioned that the other day. How many thousands of miles did you sail? It was quite a few, wasn't it?
6,000
Yeah,
miles
that's amazing, bro.
in
That would have
three
been
and
fun.
3.5 months.
So it was what? How big of a ship? 50-footer?
50-foot catch. Mhm.
Yeah, that's a good size.
The boat was built in Taiwan, and this French guy sailed it single-handedly, a boat that had not been tested. Sailed it himself, a brand new boat, across the Pacific.
So I bet
And
you
then,
were a young sailor in the port of Jamaica smoking a ganja man.
dang, you know what? No, it was a freaking totally cool thing because over there, if I was walking around, people say, "Hey, man, come on over." They like call me over and they say, "Here's a gift," and give it to me. People say, "Come on over with us." Like these people on this boat, roll a 2-foot like freaking reefer, whatever they called it. Pretty crazy. Yeah, that was a wild time, and lots of rum. Yeah, too much rum for this sailor. Oh my God.
So were you just like a one of the ship hands or what?
Yeah, I was the first mate on the boat. There was a core crew of only 3 of us, this couple and myself. And then from Los Angeles to Cabo San Lucas, we had, I think, 6 people. And at Cabo San Lucas, 3 got off, and then 3 more got on, different ones, people traveling.
Ah.
Yeah, so. And then at the very end, it was just only the 3 of us again at the very end. Quite amazing.
So you had to do all the deck swabbing and the cleaning of the boat. And,
Yeah, and I did a lot of cooking on
like
board too, and get up in the middle of the night and reef the mainsail, take sail down. Like we had to stand watches if there's 24 hours. We each had to stand a 4-hour watch, so like it was, you only had a few hours rest, and you had to stand watch again with only 3 people. So
you'd literally be cooking whatever you caught that day, right?
Sometimes, yeah. We always got a lot of eggs and stuff. We had a refrigerator, and so we had supplies.
What was the most tasty fish that come out of the ocean? Do you remember?
I don't know, dude. We were off the coast of Haiti. We got caught in a storm, and we got blown the hell back. Like, we couldn't make it past this one point. The wind was so ferocious, and it didn't matter if we had power. We tried. We couldn't make it. So we had to like fall off, go to one of these lured islands off the southern coast of Haiti, and anchor there. And I was catching these little tiny perch-like fish, and I caught like freaking 20 of them or something. And I just descaled all of them and gutted them and put the whole entire fish, and I made a fish head soup. Fish, like the entire soup was the entire fish cooked, and it was actually quite delicious. Pretty wild.
You cooked the guts and all, or did you gut it?
No, you gut it. Yeah, you all I did was gut it and take the scales off.
Okay.
But you ate their eyeballs and everything.
Left everything else, just cooked the entire thing, like a whole bunch of these in a big old pot. And it was really good. It was quite fishy, but I mean, like it was really good, quite nutritious. Yeah, and so that at that period of time, we were anchored in this really shallow place with like really clean sand bottoms and water you could see probably at least 100 feet. And I saw this huge black manta ray, and now so I'm on the side of this island, right? We're anchored offshore. You could see the shore pretty well because we're only about maybe 150 yards anchored offshore. And we see the people at sunset start making this move like a dance in a line, and they all have white sheets, and they're carrying chickens with them, and they're dancing, and they're making these chants, and like we're like, whoa! And right about then, I see this freaking huge black manta ray just go right cleanly, just glide underneath our boat, and I'm like, I'll never
wait a minute.
forget
You said
that.
you saw a group of people chanting and carrying chickens.
Yeah, they were doing. This is a small island off the coast of Haiti, so they're doing voodoo over there, bro. I saw
Yeah,
them
they were
doing
probably trying
it.
to sink your ship, brother.
Yeah, we had someone steal our outboard in Jamaica, actually. Someone stole that overnight.
The outboard motor?
Yeah, we had to get another one from the company that was funding our trip. A company that bought 6 of these boats and had them all shipped or sailed or on trains or ships, like different ways. They came all different ways. 6 of these same exact to a French charter company, like a Barefoot Cruises charter company, to Martinique. So we just what we did is delivered one of those, one of 6.
Wow.
Hmm. Someone all the way across the U.S. on trains.
They shipped the ship that big on a train?
Yeah.
Holy shit. How wide was it? It had to be 20 foot wide, wouldn't it be?
No, it's 50 foot. It's probably like 13 or 14 feet wide. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's still almost 1.5 train car widths, isn't it? That thing must have been bulging
Yeah.
out the sides pretty bad.
Yeah. You see them sometimes on trains, big, oversized. They're just on a big flatbed, and they have a cradle it's the cradle and the boat are just sitting on top of one of the train flatbeds.
Did you have any scary stories of that trip? Like you got in the middle of the ocean in a storm or something?
Shit, yeah. Off the coast of Costa Rica was the scariest freaking thing. Actually, going all the way down Mexico, because at the end there's this really treacherous place in Mexico where it's a really gradual beach going out and it's shallow going out a long ways. Well, if the wind picks up from certain directions, it can make the waves go up to 30 meters. That's 90 feet waves. And close to shore, you would be freaking crushed. So we passed by that area and we made it through. We were lucky. We were super close to shore. We were just crossing our fingers. But when we got to off this one point, past Nicaragua and then into Costa Rica, was another right before Costa Rica, before we could pull in the huge storm for like 3 days. Yeah, these were some of the biggest waves I ever saw. The waves would come up and they looked like they were coming right up to you, towering over your head, and the boat just goes whoop. It goes right up over it. It scares the shit out of you, man. I'm telling you. Sometimes you have it breaking over the bow, and so you have 3 or 4 feet of water rushing down the freaking deck, back towards where you're standing in the cockpit. Green water coming over the sides. Yeah, that's got to have a harness on at that time.
Because in times like that, you're just hoping that boat's put together well, right?
Yeah, that nothing breaks because you're literally out at sea, Yeah, we're fortunate. Yeah, it's pretty scary.
Yeah,
glad I got to experience that.
Where I live, it's one of the biggest railroad and distribution hubs in the whole United States because of the Grand Canyon. You can't. There's only one spot to pass over that. So when you get up far enough north, so there's a place here called Freeport Center. It's the largest distribution center in the world, and it's for truckers. All these semis come and get all their. I mean, any supplier you can think of, they're down there. They got General Electric. Every huge big manufacturer of anything has got a warehouse.
Mm-hmm.
And so all these, we got so many semi trucks coming in and out of there every freaking day. And then same with the railroad. There's this great big rail hub about 2 miles west of where I live. And it's got like 50 tracks wide. And there's trains just stacked.
Wow. I've seen that. You know what? I've seen that as a kid coming into the stockyards in Chicago as well on trains. I used to be on a train going back and forth between Chicago and St. Louis, vice versa.
Yeah.
A lot as a kid.
Yeah, there's a lot of train activity here. I mean, just you wouldn't believe how many trains are down there stacked up.
Sorry, I said kid. I don't mean kid. I'm not a goat. I don't think.
Yeah, yeah, you are. You just don't know it.
It might be.
Yeah, down at Freeport, it's a big sign as you drive in. It says "Largest Distribution Center in the World." Big sign over the big. It goes over one of the entrance to it,
Mm-hmm.
and that's not even the railroad. What I'm talking, that's just for trucks.
Mm-hmm. There'll be all these cattle. There'll be all this livestock being shipped by train too.
Yep.
I remember seeing a bunch of that coming into Chicago. Yeah.
I remember
quite a smelly place.
Yeah, I remember as a kid seeing the trains go by that had all these brand new cars on them. And as I got older and older, they started showing they're going by with broken windows.
I know.
And then shortly after that, they all started coming along, and they had built shields.
Covered. Yeah.
They built shields along the side so you couldn't throw rocks at the cars no more if they went by.
Or do other things.
Or yeah, whatever people would. I never did nothing to them, but the tracks went right behind the first house I grew up in. Our backyard went back, and there was a chain link fence, and then the railroad, and it was like all night long. Trains would go by and would rumble. The house would sit and rumble and shake and rumble, and believe it or not, you get used to it. You sleep right through it. At first, it was like, what the fuck? How am I ever going to get any sleep with this going on? And the whole house just shakes and rumbles, and fucking loud as fuck. And yeah, but pretty soon you just sleep right through it. It doesn't even bother you. That was crazy.
Yeah, sometimes they decide to do jackhammering at night, which is really bizarre. They're digging up all the streets, they're putting in all this fiber and stuff, and who knows what else.
Yeah.
Probably freaking sensors and shit. Who knows what they're doing in the streets now. They're doing a lot of digging. And they redig the same freaking street over and over again, I swear to God. Probably 4 or 5 times in 1 year, they've dug up the same freaking street. I'm like, they're not done yet?
Wow. That is kind of bizarre. Because I know what's inroads. I used to run a crew for a guy, and we do all the underground water mains, sewer mains, storm drain systems, all that kind of stuff. We dig the trenches, lay the pipes, and pack them down and seal it up, and then put the road over the top. I did that for I don't know, a few years anyway, and yeah, it's hard for me to imagine what they'd be digging that fucker up so many times for. Let's say we're having problems with the water mains, or I don't know. That's odd that they're digging it up 5 times in a year. Everywhere we got fiber optics in the ground here, they got these little signs tagged along the road. Caution, fiber optics below, no digging allowed. So anywhere they got fiber optic cables laid, you can't just dig. You got to be like, you got to get a permit. You got to be special. Whoever, I guess, that special crew that's got experience with fiber optics or whatever. Because I've never dug a fiber optic trench. I've dug a lot of trenches for sewers, water mains, storm drain systems, all the other kind of shit. But I've never once even seen a fiber optic trench being done. I drove by seeing them done, but never been there to be part of it. So I don't know, something kind of secretive about the fiber optics and don't let nobody near it.
So, have any of you guys in the States noticed that the most recent bill that passed for infrastructure and all that crap, the new tax on corporations is mainly on power and utility companies, which just means that that cost is getting passed on to all of us via the bills. So, we're taxing the rich, but taking more money out of our pockets. That's awesome.
How does it work to hook up power in the States? Like, if you want to get an apartment and you have to hook up power in your name, what does it cost you?
Like, what is the cost to actually hook up power?
Yeah,
It,
like
I
they
mean,
say, like here in Canada, like there's some provinces that you have to pay like 3 times your monthly rent just to hook it up. It's ridiculous.
I think it's usually just a one-time fee of like $50 to $100 to basically you're switching your name over most places, unless you're having to run utilities, and then that's the cost of whatever it takes to run the utility lines to the land. But most of the time, it's just switching your name.
Yep. Ridiculous.
But yeah, the whole tax large corporations, let's go get them, is really just taxing the power and utility companies, which means it's just getting passed on to the consumer.
Squeeze them some more.
Yep. Like my most recent bill was for utilities was $50 higher, even though my usage was lower.
You got to pay for everybody's Bitcoin mining.
Exactly.
Are we the only ones here?
Don't know.
I got a little clue for everybody. They better hold on to their ass when
I've got a huge
the food prices go up here pretty quick.
Where in are you?
There's
Where
going
are
to be
you?
a food shortage.
Where are you?
I've been telling everybody about it for about a year now.
Canada's prices are already fucking ridiculous.
Yeah. I got like at least 2.5, 3 years worth of food put away, but it's just, I need more variety, but I do have the basics. I could last
Yeah.
for like 3 years.
Cases of army crackers. Just get one of those in you.
Still, I don't have enough meat products yet. That's my next big deal.
Deers
But
everywhere.
still, yeah,
Just go bag
you wait
them.
and see. There's going to be some massive food fucking prices coming up here pretty quick.
Yeah, just invest in a cauldron and go whack a deer and then just make friggin' venison stew for 900 people at a time. Just bam.
That's even if you can get it.
Yeah, we can get it. Get that deers. Go get them. Come on, boy. Yeah, come on over here. Shoot him in the frickin' skulls and eat him. He tastes very good.
My only problem is too many people that I know I have it. So I'm gonna have to go take it all and stash it somewhere because I know they'll probably try to come and rob me.
Human chipmunk.
Yep. So now I got to put it together, go stash it somewhere up in the hills or something. I don't know. Got to do something. I don't want somebody coming in here with a bigger gun than mine.
Yeah, you gotta get a pretty big gun. Let's see. In case the world goes to shit though, it's like I got an island and I got a fucking Earth ship in the middle of nowhere in Ontario. It's got Wi-Fi. If it gets really bad, I'll just surround it with treadmills going the opposite direction, so no like zombies can get in. They'll just like jump on the treadmill and they get shuffled back a few feet.
Trace and Karma, Call Up 2020, 24/7 Flat Earth Disco. Here we go. We're talking about experimental science, the precursor to all of your appliance, the father of natural science, its son a method of reliance, in defiance of the current pseudoscience, consensus-based non-compliance, to the actual method of science. Robert Tarr on the beat.
Open your eyes and your mind and take a journey with me. Make the truth into fact, into science and naturally. Open your eyes and your mind and take a journey with me. Make the truth into fact, into science and naturally.
Naturally or unnaturally, the public is subject to lawful banditry, lacking in philosophical faculty, shuffling around happily. It's a travesty, a tragedy. They believe in a galaxy created by gravity. It's insanity, worth the convexity. It's a fantasy lacking substantially, although understandably with lost morality, divorced from reality and total depravity, lacking in humanity without spirituality. You have to think rationally, think critically, and drop the fallacy. You can't prove causality with vanity. That's the wrong mentality. Open your eyes and you might just be surprised. Look at these lies, just don't get hypnotized. Actors and guys who should not be idolized. Meet all the guys who come to Discord and be biased. You know it inside, it's a psychological divide.
Open your eyes and your mind and take a journey with me. Make the truth into fact, into science and naturally. Open your eyes and your mind and take a journey with me. Make the truth into fact, into science and naturally.
Let go of your pride, the truth cannot be denied. There's pie in your face, do you know what that implies? Get your perspective revised, it's the globe model's demise. The world is all centralized and disguised, the population all mesmerized and paralyzed. So is it so wrong to criticize? Do you get a Nobel Prize when you go against the enterprise? When you work, they demonize, and those who stole it, they glamorize. The work they sanitize, compartmentalize and monopolize. They propagandize, we memorize, we rationalize, we visualize and theorize and romanticize. To get us to internalize, they televise, to terrorize, to traumatize. I don't overemphasize. They want to destabilize, to sterilize and neutralize. It's time to vocalize, to organize and mobilize, to revolutionize. Join us in Disco.
Open your eyes and your mind and take a journey with me. Make the truth into fact, into science and naturally. Open your eyes and your mind and take a journey with me. Make the truth into fact, into science and naturally.
This boy and girl are going to be well equipped when the time comes to take their places as worthy members of adult society.
My brains are washed in the sea of misery. Overstimulated, overly complicated from the infotainment. Nobody to blame, man. Just wondering where the people who were saying went now. Alpha, beta, delta, theta. Alpha, beta, delta, theta. Brain waves up like a storm in the sea. Alpha, beta, delta, theta. Alpha, beta, delta, theta. Move through the consciousness unconsciously. To take it apart, look at it now. Give it a flip it and rip it out. Wash your brain and make it count. Brainstorms, clear the clouds. A mental hand-me-downs. Gotta get off of the merry-go-rounds. An apty gap connected now. Won't you help me sing it loud? Making us feel lazy and afraid. Subliminal invader can persuade us in a blink. So be careful, cause you are what you think. So, and be mindful that your mind's full. A fine line between a kind soul and a blind fool. And in the kindness, you'll find the mindless. The medicine is always deep inside the silence. Got to take it apart, look at it now. Give it a flip it and rip it out. Wash your brain and make it count. Brainstorms, clear the clouds. A mental hand-me-downs. Gotta get off of the merry-go-rounds. An apty gap connected now. Won't you help me sing it loud?
This is the new paradigm. We cannot confine the mind to the brain anymore. To think is literally to create.
Your mind's full. A fine line between a kind soul and a blind fool. And in the kindness, you find the mindless. The medicine is always deep inside the silence. Sing it now. Got to wash your brain. Got to wash your brain.
You know what they say, human see, human do.
This is the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live. The best place on Earth to talk about Earth. Just doing a station check, making sure we're still here. Is there somebody still here?
I can hear you, Dave. I'm just driving.
Carefully and obey all local traffic. I'm currently operating a motor vehicle myself. So thanks for doing the mic check. We'll go back to silence for the globe. Just wanted to do a radio check. If there's anybody listening to me right now, whatever, like to discuss the shape of the object, supposedly object that you live on, feel free to come in here and discuss. The problem is that there's a large percentage of the human population that make a basic assumption that what they got taught is where they live. People like us have actually investigated the claims of the heliocentric globe model, and it's not good. It doesn't exist. Anyway, if anybody wants to discuss it, come on. Feel free. Wide open airways. This has been Dead Air Dave. Back to silence till the next person talks. Thank you very much. Welcome, Hank Hill. What the fuck was that?
I do tend to pick the guitar from time to time.
Oh, play us a song, man. Go for it. Sounded good there, Hank. Feel free to continue if you want.
Yeah, I'm a little bit rusty. I kind of messed up, but I just kept going because that's what you're supposed to do. Haven't had strings in a while.
What's your favorite song to play? Do you have one?
I don't know, really. I guess I don't have one. Maybe Freebird by Skinner. That's kind of my mentality, anyway.
If I leave here tomorrow, could you still remember me?
Like I said, I'm rusty.
I can't sing, so we're even.
Yo.
And besides, the bass is my main instrument, and the six string is kind of my side hustle.
Hey, that what the flat guy is back. He's in the VC. And basically, like, I've been trying to like talk to him about this, but I can like post his YouTube comment that started this, basically.
Just think about
verified. Get him in here.
I thought he said tomorrow, but I guess he's back. I don't know what happened. But this Ivan guy is what the flat, basically, in this comment you'll see.
You just get Hank up to speed. He's going to explain to us how the universe is the container for gas pressure.
Yeah, if you just read his like fucking paragraphs on paragraphs that he sent me, pretty ridiculous.
Makes sense, don't it, Hank? The universe contains the gas pressure.
Yeah, I don't really mess with the chat people.
Well, I mean, I got him in here from YouTube, and he's been messaging me for like last week, not showing any practical examples of gas pressure without a container. And then he basically says, for the millionth time, the universe is the container. Like, just affirming the consequence every time. It's just funny.
We need to get him VC verified and get him in here.
I'm all grunting, like trying to like. I'm focusing and grunting. That might affect music.
Right here.
He's here.
Yeah, he's right here. He's muted.
Hello, what's the play? What's going on?
Yo, Ivan.
Yeah, you gotta control your mic, Ivan.
He just made this account, by the way, like a couple hours ago.
So if I sold you some propane, would you use the universe as the container? So you could go home and grill for your mom on Mother's Day? You think she'd be pretty satisfied with that?
Guys to have the propane accessories, right?
Yeah, you gotta have the propane accessories, bro. You can't just scoop up some propane and hold it in the universe and then go to your house. If you want 250 psi, you gotta have that propane tank, bro. You didn't know that? Have we been living under a rock? You never seen King of the Hill? Has he ever said I sell propane? Hell no. He said I sell propane and propane accessories.
When you there? He won't unmute himself. Anytime now.
Yeah, I even played you a little song, bro. Unmute yourself. Answer
I
like
don't
a
want your
man.
flat. We just want to have a civil conversation.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. I'll send you $100 in Bitcoin if you can go get 250 psi and hold the gas pressure in the universe, and then go home and grill with that same propane. You just make a YouTube video, easy $100, right? You don't need
We
a
have a
tank.
we have a lurker, Hank.
Yeah, no, he's okay. So I posted this from YouTube, and this is Ivan is what the flat, and you can clearly see that his answer's fucking retarded as shit, but he won't come off the mic to explain his retarded ass answer, basically.
Alright.
Ivan, please explain how the universe is the container.
The stupid people, the stupid people.
What the flat? Come on. Talk to us, man. Why you scared?
He's got the universe. Contains all the gas he needs.
I'm just scared.
He
Don't be a
just
little
got put
bitch,
in here from the check-in, so I don't see how he's away from his computer or anything.
Oh, he took tail and ran like an abused dog, man.
Damn, dude, he just left?
He was like, damn, that propane guy. Oh, somebody's got a broken mic.
I mean, I already explained to him about the tire, and he said, "Oh, thank you for using the tire example. Like, I can post that too." You'll see what he would have said, I guess.
Hank had me at that propane guy.
Dave, it sounds like you're about to take off on your helicopter. You're under the blades, getting all the chopped wind in the microphone.
Am I still here, Colin?
Well, it's
Fuck.
in this picture that I screenshotted. He says it's basically like in the third paragraph down. It just says like, "I'm glad you used the tire example," and he basically just explains nothing after that. So I guess that's what he would have said. He says poke a hole in it and let it, and the pressure will equalize. Like, no shit. He keeps on thinking that sulfur hexafluoride is his answer every time. He like literally sent me a video of it in a container that's not even pressurized. Just has gas floating in an open container that eventually escapes. Pretty funny. Is he gonna? He's back. He's back. Is he gonna unmute himself? Yo, Ivan. You wanna explain your message that's right here? I posted it. He says, I cannot unmute on Discord. So maybe he didn't get verified like an idiot. I explained it to him. And now he went back into VC. Oh my gosh, can somebody please, like, verify him as a Glover? Maybe I should...
Hank, you know, unmute him, bro. I'm always working now. My mic's still not working.
Yeah, it's got a humming or a background noise or some sort of electronic interference. I don't really know what's wrong with your mic.
They all shut up. You can unmute that guy, can't you, Hank?
I don't think he was muted.
I don't have background.
Wasn't talking to you.
Yes, we are lunatic, and I don't think my mic's working. Is it?
It sounds like crap.
Yeah, that's why I'm on mute. Talk to somebody else.
What happened to it?
I don't know. I'm troubleshooting. It's the same headset I talked on all the time. I'll just go on mute for now.
Well, I'll do the right thing and find Broken Mike Gang for you if you don't already have it. I'm giving it to you. There it is. You just joined a gang.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, you're welcome.
All right, so we got what the fight in here.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. Well, good evening here.
Are you guys here?
No, what's up?
So
Hello.
this is Ivan, the guy in this post that I posted, and he's here to explain how the universe is a container for the millionth time.
Yeah, well, I was trying to explain that as you were mentioning that the antecedent for gas pressure is a container. So we are not claiming that that's not true, but the ultimate container, we don't know what are the limits, or maybe we can have some idea, but we see gas pressure everywhere. So we are assuming that the universe is the ultimate container, because everywhere we have checked, there is pressure. There is pressure. So
How do you prove gas pressure with a container that's a vacuum, like there's a vacuum chamber? Like, get a vacuum chamber and put
Yeah.
gas pressure in it.
Mm-hmm.
How does that work?
So you have a vacuum chamber and you put some gas, or you equalize with the atmospheric pressure, or what do you mean? Sorry.
Create gas pressure inside of a vacuum chamber.
Create
That's
gas
what you're
pressure.
saying is possible right now.
Create
Because the
gas
vacuum
pressure.
chamber is the container, right?
The vacuum chamber is the container.
That's what you just said.
Yes.
The universe is the container. The universe is
Yes.
just like a vacuum chamber. That's why they manipulate it. That's why they use a vacuum chamber to try to manipulate the same forces.
Well, if you had some particles, not a complete vacuum, in a vacuum chamber big enough, and you had a really massive mass like the one we have on Earth, then gravity would pull some of these particles would
How do you
attract.
prove
Hold
how
on,
do you prove these things?
Yeah, you're kind of telling us
yeah.
about a hypothetical experiment that you can't really do, and telling us what's going to happen. That's
Well,
pretty much imagination, then, right? Because it's
Yeah,
hypothetical.
test your theory. Test
Yeah,
your
the
claim.
thing-
Bring it back.
Yeah. No, the thing is that gravity is a very I would say very weak force.
What is
Really?
it? Gravity is a force.
Wait, what type of gravity are we talking about? There's
It's
two
the
different kinds. Do you know that?
Yeah, it can hold the
No.
waters down of the Earth. It's
said it's
You can
Yeah,
hold
yeah,
oceans to it, but lets butterflies fly.
It's just so amazing.
So you're talking
Yeah.
about Einstein, or you're talking about Newton's theory, right?
The Einsteinian theory is just an expansion of Newton. If you
No, actually,
use
Newton's was superseded by Einstein's.
No, it was never superseded. It's just
It was.
Einstein was
Look,
just
here's the problem, bro. Einstein is
okay.
four space, right? So you got four dimensions, right? Newtonian is three space. So they're not an expansion of one to the other, right? And Newtonian, you got spooky action at a distance, which means that it travels faster than the speed of light.
Exactly.
Right? And then Einstein, nothing travels faster than the speed of light. So for you to say that one is an expansion to the other, you're showing your ignorance.
The thing is
also Newton was Newton's theory of gravity said that force what it was described as a force with mass attracting mass like you're describing. However, Einstein took both of those away, said that it was not a force, but instead of being like the cause of something, it's an effect. It's an effect of something. It's the effect of the bending and warping of space-time, and it's not a force.
Yeah. The thing is that Newton was just describing what he saw, and he saw that, he thought, and I would say he measured that, he made a law of gravitation that he saw that mass attracts mass, and he was in his writings, he was, I would say, terrified, or he was somehow very, I would say, preoccupied, because he was not.
You must have known him personally then.
That's
No,
great.
I read.
This is such a great story, but you didn't know him personally. You don't know anything about him. You were told things that you were saying to us that we've heard before, but yet none of it has been proven. None of it.
Yeah, I mean, you can say what you want. You can say what you want about Newton. It doesn't matter because it's been replaced by Einstein, who says that it's not a force and mass does not attract mass.
But Newton was just describing a law. Is just something that we observe.
We don't need to discuss Newton. It's not the current rhetoric.
Yeah,
Believers don't even accept your like explanation right now, dude.
The thing is that Newton was describing what he saw, and then Einstein was explaining the why. So if you use the equations of Einstein at very low speed,
he got rid of the first one. He demolished it. He got rid of it.
He got rid of.
So you can't use it anymore.
If you use the Einsteinian equations of relativity at low speeds, you derive the law of
this
gravitation.
is a wonderful
at
story.
Low speeds of what?
What's
moving?
a wonderful
what are you talking
story.
about?
Sorry?
You said if you use it at low speeds.
Yeah.
Use the equations. What are you talking about? What are you measuring? What speed of what are you measuring?
The speed or the relative speed of what you are observing.
Oh God. Okay, so it's just a really big hypothetical. Okay, I was just making sure. Go ahead.
If you can believe it or not, but the thing is that
sorry, we don't believe. We either know or we don't know because we look at the facts. We don't just listen to a story like you're repeating.
But if you use the math of relativity, and you are using speeds that are subliminal and very different.
Try not to use the word if. Just try not to say if first.
You won't though.
Okay.
Sorry. Go ahead.
When you use the relativity.
When I use it, huh?
When you use, or when
go. Sorry, I'm gonna shut up.
No. If you see the formulas of the general of relativity, and you use a speed that is very low compared to the speed of light, you end up with the calculations or with the equations of Newton.
So can you please show your citation to the movement of Earth?
Such a wonderful
that's been proven.
Story.
Can we see your citation for the movement of Earth? Because you've already went past the movement of Earth to other movements. So can you please just back yourself up to the very first movement would be the spin of the Earth? Can you please show how that was proven with a citation and a link? Like a link to the citation, please?
Well,
like I've been asking for the last week.
The link for the movement of the Earth? I don't recall.
Ever looking at it, huh? Because you never look for the evidence, right?
No, I never. Honestly, I don't remember that you asked for it, but I can provide
No,
it.
I've been asking you for proof of a container without a vacuum. I mean, proof of a
gas pressure without a container.
without a container.
Exactly, but I was telling that the question is misleading, since we are considering the universe as a container. There's
Okay,
always
can you define gas pressure, please? Show me the definition of it, please.
there are different different.
No,
There
there's
are
only
ones
one
that
definition for it. Can you please show me
yeah.
it?
There's gas pressure, and the gas pressure definition.
No, can you? Okay, there's a thing called Livestream voice
Yeah.
text, and you can link you can link things right here. Can you
Yeah,
please
yeah,
link
but
me the
I can.
definition or write it out?
You can Google is the
Yeah, you
force.
can too. Can
the
you
force,
please show me that you know the definition, please? Because I already know the definition.
Real
Well,
quick, yeah, because this is your
know
claim.
I know it also is the
Oh, it
let's
should
say
be
the
easy.
definition is the force in the area of the container.
Okay, can you cite it, please?
Well, it's in the first thing that you
Wait,
find
you
in
just said
Google.
container.
Exactly.
Okay, now can you show this
Yes, but this definition is not taking into account if
without the
the gas.
container?
This definition is not taking into account if the gas is being I would say altered by a force.
Okay, yes, please show that
What a
citation,
wonderful
please.
story.
That would be atmospheric pressure.
Atmospheric pressure
Show
goes
us.
outwards.
Sorry, can
I
you
believe the
repeat?
pressure on Earth we have goes outwards, right?
Goes outwards. What do
Because
you
it
mean?
pushes against itself until it
It's the
reaches
weight.
the sides of the container, which
No,
pushes back. So
there
how
are
does
no.
it push back against a vacuum chamber?
How did push back?
How does the gas pressure push back against a vacuum chamber? If that's the only way you could possibly prove it on Earth is by showing a vacuum chamber. You can't just say the universe and then that's your answer right there. That's not proof of anything. Do you know the definition of proving something?
Yeah, but
You know how you would prove something? You don't just say, oh, it's the thing around us. That's not proof of anything. Those are just words, like I've been telling you. You've just been using words this whole time.
Yeah, I know what you were saying, but the thing is that I was just explaining our model, and then we can talk about what is the evidence, because there is no proof in science. Everything can be disproven.
There's no proof in science.
No.
So this
There's
just shows your
evidence.
ignorance immediately.
Wow.
There's
Everybody in here is
evidence in
basically
science.
laughing at you on the inside, or with their
That's
mic
fine.
on.
Inside too.
That's fine, but you cannot if
You don't
want
realize
to
how
Google.
ridiculous you just sound?
No, you cannot speak because you're just totally contradicting everything you say. It's amazing. You want it to go both ways, dude. You really want it to go both ways. Any way that you want. Anything that you say must go. But that's not how it goes here.
What
Okay?
did I contradict?
You don't have any proof at all what the fuck you are saying. That's what we're saying. You are just speaking words.
I can give you evidence
dude,
if you want.
I literally been saying that for the last week, and the
I
YouTube
know,
comments that
and
you were just
he
shitting
doesn't
words, dude.
understand that you're just saying words. You have not shown us a thing.
I've literally been
DM
asking
me.
him to link me
DM
his proofs.
all of us what you have. We want the proof, evidence. We don't want you to speak anymore. Okay?
Yep.
We don't want you to speak your little words. We've heard them all before. We want you to show us. Please.
What about the difference in
Please
pressure?
show us.
What about the difference in pressure?
Okay, no, we're not listening to you speak anymore. See,
listen to
we've
this
now
part. He
muted
thinks-
you.
he
Okay,
thinks that
words
sulfur
are not going to say that it's proof. Okay, we need to show. We need to show the proof.
He thinks
No
that is
one's
proof.
going to just believe us speaking words. Thank you. He still hasn't even chatted in the damn text. Where are you?
He's very new.
What the flat, my friend? Real quick.
Do you really know where you are here? This is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. I personally have been here over 8 years in the research for Flat Earth. And that was before Discord was even here, okay? So everything that you are saying, I heard 8 years ago. Okay? So we're past that. We're past the bullshit words that you're saying. We want proof and evidence for Newtonian gravity, Einstein gravity, and your fucking globe. Because it's not in reality. Stop talking about it as like it's in reality, because it's not. Words.
If you could show us the proof of gravity, that'd be awesome, because that'd be the only answer you would have for gas pressure without a container. Even though he admits that there's a container, but he just thinks it's outer space. He doesn't even say it's gravity, which is the fucking most retarded thing I've ever heard.
Guys, hang on a sec. I just met him. So I want to ask him one question. Just one, please. Hey, what the flat?
Yes.
Can you demonstrate evidence of Earth being a globe? Can you demonstrate it? Yes or no? It's a yes or no question. Those are the only two words you're allowed to say. Can you please demonstrate evidence of the globe? Yes or no?
Evidence of the globe, yes.
Yes. Okay. What is that direct evidence, please? Just do one. And don't go on a diatribe. It should be very simple. And please find a link to your source.
I don't think that I have to link, for example, the two celestial poles. That gives an idea that at least
You have to prove two celestial poles to bring them up. Does that make sense to you? You have to demonstrate to us that there are two celestial poles to even bring it up to talk about.
So you do not see two celestial poles in the southern and northern hemisphere?
Nope. I have not been to both the southern and northern parts of the extreme parts of the world. Have you?
No, but you haven't seen any.
Then how is it that you believe it?
Have you been to Australia?
Just to believe.
Nope, haven't been to Australia, and so
we do
what
have
I do
moderators that live there.
Yeah, there's something called that. Yeah.
But you believe them.
So anyway, listen, what the flat? I can choose to believe whatever I like, right? Can't I?
Yeah.
So I choose to believe that Australia exists, despite the fact that I've never been there. Meaning, without empirical data that Australia exists, I am going to choose to believe it. But see, the difference is I'm admitting my choice to believe in the place of not having empirical evidence of something. Can you do the same?
I can
There's
give
another
you
difference. There's another difference. Hey, there's another difference. You can test Australia. You can go there.
You can get a fight
and
route.
you can go to the southern
Or you can get a
hemisphere.
ticket, I mean.
No, you can't.
You cannot go
No,
to the
you
southern
can't.
hemisphere.
You are directed. You are directed on a path.
You cannot
Every
go to
time you
Australia.
go out to the south or to the north, you're directed on a path that they set. Nothing more. You cannot go navigate yourself. Sorry, it's
Your
not
number
going
one
to
proof
happen.
is the South Pole and the North Pole.
No.
Which
I'm
you'd
just
have to
talking
been to
northern
both
and southern hemisphere. I'm talking Australia, for example, or South Africa, and Europe. That's it.
You can't just assume things and then start your proof. You can't just assume things. You have
this
to
is
actually
amazing.
confirm that it's there. So how do we confirm that the South Pole is there? You'd have to go there, right?
I'm not talking about the South Pole. I'm talking about the two
Yes, you are.
You
The
just
two
mentioned the
celestial
South
poles.
Pole.
celestial poles.
Okay, you just
Yeah,
mentioned the
those-
South Pole and the North Pole. We
Do
can't
you
even
need
go
to
to
know
either.
what pole means?
Celestial poles. I mean the North Star, the Polaris,
Oh, the celestial
and
poles.
the Southern Cross.
Oh, there isn't a southern star, so now what?
There is a Southern Cross.
Can you
yes.
show us,
No,
please?
there's not.
Do you need a link for that? Okay.
Yeah, can you please actually look up what you're talking about before you fucking start blabbering?
Yeah, I'd love to
Because you're
see
not
the
gonna be able to
South
find
Star.
I can give you
The South Star.
Just
Go.
like magnetic east and magnetic west, guys. Come on.
No, I'm
Think about
talking
it.
about celestial, the stars, the point of rotation in the sky.
Yeah, the sky rotates. What does that tell you?
Yeah, it tells us that either the sky is rotating or we are rotating.
There you go. Well, at least you're halfway there.
Yeah, of course. There is no,
Yeah.
there is no evidence that right now that if it's the stars rotating or us rotating, but the fact that there are two celestial poles means that at least the shape of our planet has to be 3D.
It's not a fact because you haven't shown it yet.
How is it a fact?
Yeah, you got to show us.
This is just all
Let's-
assumptions, man, that you're doing.
Southern star
You
trail.
haven't even looked it up before, dude, and you're just speaking out of.
I've looked it up, but I think that it's too obvious. You have people in the South Australia that can give you a star trail of the Southern Cross. And
Okay, where are
if
they?
you live
Let's
in the
talk to
north-
them.
If you live in the northern hemisphere, you can have a star trail of Polaris. I think.
Do
that
I
is
live in the
something-
northern hemisphere?
You can.
I can't, but do I? Are we right now
I don't
at
know.
both celestial poles discussing this? How are you using this as evidence right now?
So, do you?
You can do this. If you do this, maybe if you do this, imagine if you can do this. Come on, give us some proof or kick rocks. Thanks.
Okay. Let me look for the star trail.
Words.
Let me look for the star trail.
Yeah, don't waste your time. But
What do star trails have to do with the Earth, bro?
I know.
He's talking
This
about
was
the
The
rotation.
sky is the ground. It's amazing. These people think the sky is going to prove the Earth.
well,
No,
now
it's
hang on.
evidence.
What the flat? Let me give you a little credit here. Remember when you said it could either be that the stars are moving or the Earth is moving? Well,
Exactly.
my friend, you were 50% on your way to the truth right there. So just keep going. See if we can get you there.
Of course. You can have here. I don't know how to. Where do I put the link? Sorry.
Voice up above, right above this live stream. There says live stream voice text. Hashtag live stream voice text.
Sorry.
He should be able to put stuff in there, right? He might need.
Okay, live stream voice text. Sorry. Yeah, that would be.
We
in this
pinged
case,
you, so
This is the southern. I would say the star trail, and the northern one. There are even someone that you can have both northern.
Where's the star at? That's not moving.
In the southern hemisphere, the point of rotation is not matching with any star, and even in the northern hemisphere, Polaris is not in the middle.
I'm just saying Polaris never moves, right? So where's the other one that
It
never
moves.
moves?
It moves. It moves.
Moves how much?
Very, very little.
Oh, that's not
It's
a very specific number. How much does it move? Because I know. How much does it move since you know?
I don't know. I just know that it moves very
Okay,
little.
but it's not going to move in a 24-hour time span, is it? It's going to stay right in the middle. But there's nothing like that for the
No.
south, representing
it's
a
going to
pole right under that certain star, right? I don't see
It's
the
going to
star
move.
that you just said. What's the name of the middle star for the south? What's the name of it?
Well, the one that is closest is Sigma Octantis, but
Okay,
it's
the
not.
closest. Is it moving in 24 hours?
Yes.
How much is it moving in a whole rotation?
I don't know,
You can see it in the video, can't you?
but I don't know. I don't know the degrees
Did
per
you watch
hour.
the video?
Yes, but I don't know.
You just linked it to us.
So if you don't know anything, why are you making claims?
That's what I'm saying, bro. You don't
Just
even have the star there, bro. You just named a star that is moving. That means it's not under a pole.
But the star is not important. The important is the
You
point
just
of
said that it's a celestial pole. That there's no celestial pole, bro. There's no star there.
It's not the celestial pole is not a star. It's a point of rotation.
But it needs to have the star there, doesn't it?
No,
Just like the North
Polaris
does.
is moving. Polaris is moving.
Polaris is not moving in 24 hours. I'm sorry.
It's moving in 24 hours. Yes.
No, it's not.
Very small, but yes. It's not in the center. It's not right in the center.
You can claim this all you want, but your proof does not show anything at all. It's not proof at all.
You're just making claims no one can verify. Do you have any globe proof? Can we stop looking at the sky?
I literally
Do you have
just
any globe
showed
proof?
how the North and South can be shown on a flat Earth if you just look at this GIF right here.
Yeah, let me check.
So, I mean, your observation really doesn't prove anything because you have no South Pole still.
Exactly. And no matter where you are on Earth, stars come from the east and go west around Polaris in circle.
That's fine.
Period.
That's not contradicting.
So
our
how does
model.
that happen on a globe?
for thousands of years.
That's not contradicting our model.
How does that happen on a globe in a vacuum which you're shooting through at 67,000 miles an hour? How is Polaris constantly in the same position?
How is constantly in the
Forever.
same position? It's not in the same position.
Forever.
And it has moved. It has moved.
You should be,
Dude, it comes
you
right
should be
back.
millions and millions
It
of miles away,
It
dude.
comes right back into the same position. Yes, it does.
It moves every year.
It comes right back.
It moves every year.
It comes right back every year. So you're just saying words. Let's stop talking about the sky and let's talk about the ground. Okay?
Let's do that.
Stop talking about the sky because it's bullshit. You can't prove anything in the sky. Okay?
Why not?
Because you can't go there. You have to listen to everyone else that said it. We're observing what we are seeing in the sky. That's it. We can observe
for
it.
example-
We don't
but for
test
example, you say-
observing. We're
But you
not
say
going to
that
talk about the sky anymore here, okay, please, because
okay.
it does
No,
not
okay.
prove a globe.
Okay, but in the VCN check-in, someone said that the sextant is proving the flat Earth, and sextants are looking at the stars. So can we or cannot we talk about the sky?
So how was the sextant actually made?
Made.
Yeah, made.
The sextant looks at the angle.
How was it made, designed, it actually manufactured? Do you know? On a flat, stationary Earth.
No.
Yes, it does.
It doesn't work on a flat Earth.
Okay, how do you use curves with a sextant? How do you have a curved 90-degree angle?
He's just admitting himself.
Because what you do is you measure the angle to the, I don't know if it's to the horizon, and
You
to
don't know,
the,
so you're just gonna talk about sextant, but you don't know how it works.
I don't remember if it's the horizon, but
it just keeps
it's
going off.
You
No,
don't
if you don't
remember how
remember,
to,
you can't
don't
talk about
remember,
it,
but you're
sir.
just gonna talk.
You don't remember, you really can't talk about it at all.
you can have I think it's a horizontal that goes to the horizon, and then you measure the angle to the star.
And then what?
Flat Earth. It's tested and designed on. It has
Then what?
never
How do you
been
get a
designed
triangle
on
on a
a
sphere?
globe. Never.
No,
the
because
globe
then-
was
How do you get a
never
triangle
there
on a
for it to
sphere?
be designed on. The globe never was started when it was designed. It was designed on a flat Earth.
It was not designed on a flat Earth.
Yes, it was. It was never a globe when the sextant was designed.
But it doesn't work on a flat Earth.
It
Bro,
is
It
working
uses
right
plane
now in reality.
trigonometry.
You're an
Dude,
idiot.
It's not
Reality is
trigonometry.
flat Earth. It's never been a
It's not-
globe.
It's not
It's not-
trigonometry. What is it
all
then?
right. This is really gonna see if you're being intellectually honest, okay? Which you're obviously not, but it's gonna expose you. We're gonna talk about the black swan because there's it's either you know what you're talking about and you can listen and follow through, or you just don't have a brain.
Refraction.
So if anybody can somebody link the
No, he already said it. Refraction. So he doesn't have a brain.
he said
When
refraction.
you use refraction, you're not using a physical globe. Okay? You're
What?
using imagination.
Why is that?
What is refraction?
What is refraction? The
What is
bending of light.
refraction?
The bending of light.
You're a fucking idiot. I love these people, dude. They just
When
listen
light-
to the
when-
junk that's being said and they just
What is
accept
refraction,
it. You're
What is
not
refraction?
supposed to see over 30 miles, and we can. That is not
Yes,
possible on a globe Earth
You can.
model. You cannot
You
see
can do it.
30 miles around a fucking curve. Sorry,
You can do it.
not
You can do
possible.
it with a proper refraction. You can do it.
No,
Oh, really? How do you
refraction
prove that?
does
How do
not
you prove
prove
refraction?
anything.
How do you prove refraction? How do you prove this?
We're not listening to it. He's not listening. He just went right straight over everything. So that's done. He's done. He's done, guys. This is not going anywhere. Anywhere.
Like, these are the people in the comment sections of these videos, dude. Like, this is pretty sad.
Fundamentalist fanatics, dude.
Yep.
I
Cult.
wanted to hear about
Cult
the triangles
religion.
on a sphere. I really wanted to hear this.
They want
How do you get a triangle on a
straight
sphere?
lines to be curved. That's it. Straight line is curving to them. Don't trust your eyes. Just trust what I say. It's exactly what you're saying. Or I'm not. I'm trusting my eyes. I can see that very clearly over 10 fucking miles. Those two towers should be behind 65 miles or 65 feet of curvature at 1 foot. Okay? Even at 6 feet, they should be behind a curve.
And the horizon should be in front of them.
And you should never be able to see over 30 miles. Ever.
But guess what? Guess what? Refraction makes the horizon 10 times farther, and you can see
And I
it.
want you to look at
That's
the Guinness Book of World Records shot and tell me what you think. Tell me what you think about this one. Okay? How are we seeing over 200 miles? Okay? Is that refraction too? Are we now seeing around the fucking curve 200 miles? When you go up off a globe everything should start going down. Everything in the distance. It shouldn't stay level all the way up.
It's funny how you can say refraction, but you can't prove refraction. You can't prove a physical object being loomed up over anything at all. But you can say the word, but I mean, you just can't prove it, right, Ivan? So I mean, words is not proof, like I've been telling you for the whole last week, and you've just been proving yourself to be a dumbass.
Let me check one video.
Can you please show me evidence of something physical being refracted up
Refracted up, yes. 1 second.
above a curb, above a physical barricade?
Are you going to show that picture right there?
No, I have
Huh?
I have here one that says, refraction explained with lasers and sugar. 1 second. Copy the link. 1 second. Here. This is refraction due to a difference in density that makes the light bend. There is another one with propane that is also very nice.
He's going through glass. He's going through glass and water. Two different. He's an idiot.
Two different things.
So there's glass in the atmosphere now?
Fucking moron.
It's not when it goes through the glass from the beginning of the pool or the tank to the end, it bends. It doesn't bend right when it goes to the glass. Well, over here, refraction in gases, maybe. There are a lot of
That's
options.
what we're saying. Now the refraction is glass?
No,
you can't use glass.
But there's obviously some.
You're not even listening to yourself. You just said that it's refracting off of the glass.
No.
In the video that you just showed, yes.
Well, the thing is that when it goes from outside of the tank to inside, there is some.
What you're saying is the horizon is fucking glass.
No, you are not understanding.
Yes.
No.
Did you need an actual explanation that shows reality, natural reality, dude? Glass is not in front of you. I'm sorry.
The glass is not in front of you, so how is it refracting off of something that's not in front of you?
You can't add a medium.
What are you talking about?
Add a
You're
random
adding
medium,
something.
Dude.
You're adding glass.
I'm not adding glass. When
this guy is adding glass.
He's using a tank, bro. He's literally using a tank, looking through both panes of glass, bro. What are you talking about? You're obviously not intellectually honest.
You are just so blind. It's unfucking believable.
You're on Livestream, dude, lying to everybody.
You are
Everybody
lying
can see
to
you
everyone right now. That laser is going through glass.
But when it goes through glass, it doesn't have much.
It's going through glass. End of story. It's going through glass. So what you're saying is out in reality, it's glass that we're seeing, that we're going through. That's what you're saying air is, basically. Glass. Yes,
No,
you just said with this video that you just fucking showed us, you said that this is reality. What the fuck this tank is showing that you just said it. No, we're not listening to your fucking lying ass bullshit. You're an idiot. He put it through fucking glass. He's putting it through a fucking medium, and then he's adding sugar to it as well. What the fuck? He's adding all of this other fucking shit to it. You're not fucking here. You are not here, dude. You don't have all of that shit in reality that he fucking has in his goddamn test.
Not just all of it. You have none of it in reality.
You are not even. You just posted a fucking video of some guy testing in his fucking shed what you say is reality. Are you fucking kidding me right now? You are
see
dumb.
Why I had to bring him in here because I couldn't even comprehend the stupidity on fucking YouTube comments. Like that's
You
why I
are
had to bring him in here just to expose him.
so dumb right now. Like that's literally dumbest thing I've ever seen. You're saying that the light in reality is reflecting off the horizon, which is glass and cane sugar and whatever the fuck he wants to put in his fishbowl, in his fish tank.
Like
That's
none of
what
that
you're
is
saying
natural,
right now.
dude. None of that is natural at all.
That's exactly what you're saying, and everyone has seen this. Everyone just saw that link that you just posted. You're not getting away with this. This is recorded on live. This is amazing that you are posting this as proof of reality. This test that he's doing right now. This proves reality. This
the
proves
glass that's out
this
there
is
on the
amazing.
ocean, floating around the air. Show us the big piece of pane of glass that we're seeing through.
And what is
Where
that thing curving in the bottom too? Like,
yeah, where the fuck is this glass out there?
That looks like metal. It looks like he's got metal curving in the bottom there. That piece of
my
it is
God,
metal.
I didn't even notice that.
It is metal.
Dude, get this fucking idiot out of here, dude.
Are you
This is ridiculous.
fucking kidding me?
Hold on.
And look at how much sand. Look at the sugar that he's putting in too. Like, are
He
you
literally
really
just used
kidding
a curved
me?
piece without the water
I think-
curving over that piece to begin with. So I don't see how that's relevant at all.
This is absolutely amazing that he thinks that this is absolute proof when he's actually manipulating that laser with the fucking the metal. The metal is manipulating it.
Hang on, guys. Hang on just a sec.
And the glass and the sugar.
I'm watching it. I watch every fucking thing Goldberg send. I watch everything. Every fucking thing you guys send. And it's all absolute utter trash. And I'm dissecting it right now as I'm fucking walking through it. Right here. This is live. I've never watched this. I've watched a similar one, and it does the same damn thing. But I never knew. I've got to go back to the other one because I never knew he actually had something in the bottom. I don't think he showed that metal thing in the bottom. Like, what is that metal? What is that metal thing for, huh? What is going on here? And you're saying that is reality. All of that is in reality. All of it. Which is making the horizon bend upwards? I mean, you look at the Guinness Book of World Records shot, and you have none of that. What you see in that fucking tank. None. You can even see the mountains in back of the horizon. The horizon is where all the mist is, but you can see the blackness of the mountains in back of the mountains, which are 2,000 miles away. But they won't acknowledge that because it's not visible. And that's another thing. Whenever you watch a weather station, he always says visibility. Always. You're limited visibility. Why is that? Oh, well, because they don't want you to see the fucking flat Earth.
It's like, to be fair, like the argument of the horizon refracting upwards, it just makes everything so much worse. 'Cause it means even more should be hidden.
Refracting downwards.
Well, that's even worse.
I know,
What are we?
right?
What are we scared of? What the flat?
I know. I'm gonna let you open the mic now and see what you have to say about that. What's that metal object? Can you tell me about that? Do you know? Did you even watch the show?
I believe.
What
Yeah,
the flat? Huh? Did you even watch
the
it?
metal object? The metal object is just it's just like trying
That
to
does
mimic the
something
curve.
inside the water, though, man.
It's mimicking the curve of the Earth because it has like a picture of a horizon.
But why use metal? Metal is actually a conducting thing that can actually morph that laser. It really can.
Yes. Yes. So light,
why would you have to manipulate it?
Right. So light is affected by magnetism and by electricity.
Oh my gosh, he is
Yes.
so lost. This kid is so lost. You are
You can
so
bend light with
gone.
magnetism. That's
You
new.
are so gone. Yet I can zoom in to the same fucking thing that looked like it was fucking gone. Shut your mouth.
So the magnetic field a magnetic field. You can create a magnetic field to bend light. Are you
So
sure?
that boat that disappeared, I can fucking zoom right back in on it.
No, you
yes, I can.
Yeah, you can.
Yes, I can. I
No.
just did.
Very provable.
I just did. Right there. There's a picture of it. Oh shit! I put it in the wrong one. I'm gonna paste. Oh no, he's pasting them. He's already gotten. These guys are already on it. You can't prove that.
It's not gone over the curve. It's just too difficult to resolute. It's the Snake's law.
How far is the curve supposed to be then?
Wait.
How is it? Is it moving? Is the curve moving then, huh? You're a fucking moron.
You have to take into account refraction.
Hold on.
Wouldn't it also depend on how high you are on the Earth?
This fucking parrot, man. That's
Listen,
all he is.
hold on. He said Snell's law. Snell's law doesn't really apply to the air. The Snell's law applies to
I have
two
Snell's
different
law
mediums.
right here. There's Snell's law right there.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Two different mediums.
Yeah, you are wrong.
It's the one that gives you the limit,
wrong.
the limit of resolution.
So hold on. So you have the air and the air.
Sorry.
You said Snell's law.
No. I was.
He's retracting, of course. Mm-hmm.
I was mistaken. No. It's
No. It's
remember.
okay. It's okay. We just have to trust anything that you say. It's okay.
No.
No. It's okay. I'm just posting all the fucking citations for fucking refraction in the live chat, so you can go do your research, okay? Because we know all about refraction. You don't need to teach us.
Understand it. And you still don't
yes,
understand
we
it.
know, but
So,
you
Ivan,
don't.
Ivan, do you think that the horizon is physical, or do you think that it's?
Yep.
It's physical.
He
Yeah.
thinks it is.
It's physical.
Yep. He thinks it is. See?
So
Yes.
so hold on. Can I really quickly? If it's physical, right?
Yeah.
Then if you have like a physical obstruction, say you have a hill and something behind it, okay?
Yeah.
Now refraction is happening, right?
Yeah.
So whatever's behind the hill would appear to maybe appear higher or lower, or even the hill
Exactly.
itself could appear higher or lower. Okay, cool. But in what scenario would you see the hill
Like he knows everything.
behind the person because of refraction? Refraction cannot negate the physical obstruction. Right?
well,
It can't move an object. You can't move
Sorry.
objects in front and behind.
You're saying it's
to each
moving the
other.
object now. What the flat? You're
Sorry,
saying
sorry?
that it's moving the object. Yes, you are. You just are. You're
That is not
now
what he
just
said.
obliterating what he said, and you're just going over it. It's just amazing how
I'm
these guys.
sorry.
do it.
I
It's
was not.
amazing.
I was not getting it right. Sorry. I thought that he had finished. If he can explain again. Sorry. If he can
So my
say it
my
again.
example
because-
was, and you were agreeing with me, right? The physical, if it's physical, then there needs to be a physical obstruction, right? So if you
Exactly,
have,
yes.
if exactly, so if you have, for example, a physical hill, and then you have something behind the hill, right? Okay, you can maybe see part of it. Now refraction happens, right? What's going to happen? The hill is going to appear to move. Maybe it will appear higher, lower, cool, or whatever's behind the hill might appear to move higher, lower, cool. Okay, but that doesn't make the hill appear behind the person that's behind the hill. That's the
Behind the
problem
person.
because we're seeing physical obstruction, right? The horizon is supposed to be the physical obstruction. We're seeing it behind objects that it's physically in front of on the globe. So no matter how you refract that upwards or downwards, you're not going to negate the physicality of what should be physically obstructed, right? Because there's no scenario for refraction where you can get the hill to appear behind the person when the person is behind the hill, right? It's like
you can. Sorry, I have.
It's like looking at a fence and there's a person on the other side, and refraction happens. Now you can see the person, and the fence is behind him. And that doesn't hapen. That's not how light works, no matter how you bend it.
No, it's because the I would say that the horizon is just the limit where I would say the obstruction starts. Let's say.
Right,
but it's not
right. But that's the problem because that's what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be a geometric, physical limitation. Yes.
So let's go back to the black swan then.
But that's not what we're finding. We're finding the horizon behind things that it's supposed to be obstructing. That could never happen.
I'm sorry, but I didn't get anything. Sorry, I didn't get everything, and it's a little bit difficult for me to get it in my mind. But I will think about it. And the thing is that I cannot find a link to a video where there is a test on a propane tank, that there are some there is a pole with some colors, but it's behind, I would say, the curve of the propane tank. And when you pour propane on the top of the surface of the propane tank, you can see some of the colors. So it appears to go up, and then when the propane, because of this massive difference in density, you can see it, and then when the propane just dissipates, then you cannot see it after that. I will check it and I will
So
send
is
it. I'm
that
sorry,
physical? Is that physical?
yeah, the obstruction is physical, but the light is bending, so it's reaching your eyes.
No, that's not physical if it's changing.
Oh
It's
man,
not
Right?
changing.
when you
It's
go
the
to
light.
lights, when you go to the light and say that it's the light doing it all, then you're not using the globe at all. Then
I'm using the globe. Yes, the light bends. I'm sorry, but it's
yes,
how it is.
you are really sorry. Yes.
Yeah. No. I don't know. I don't know how to say it, but there are many articles that talk
That's
about
okay.
refraction.
You're just the epitome of a globe earther. That's all.
Does anybody
that
have
we
a better
have to say.
picture of the black swan? Because that one's kind of.
Can we talk about the difference in
There we
pressure
go.
on the atmosphere?
We can talk about this black swan picture right here. You see it in the voice text?
It's refraction. I don't know what to say.
Wait. What is
When you can
specifically?
see the horizon
Hold on.
30 miles away, that's
Hold on. Don't
refraction.
tell him anything. What is being refracted specifically?
Sorry. I thought it was the typical.
Where it says
black
bye ball. There's two platforms.
It's not gonna, like, it doesn't matter. You can discuss refraction, but if he still doesn't understand the whole physical obstruction argument, it's not gonna go anywhere.
So his refraction thing doesn't apply to an actual horizon behind the objects. It doesn't move the horizon at all, really. And it can't bring the horizon behind those objects, is what we were just talking about, basically. It can't just switch up what's supposed to happen.
What the flat? Do you know the Modus-Tollin argument?
I've heard of it, but
okay. Can you read with me? Okay, right here on this last picture that I just posted.
Yes.
Okay, if you click on it, blow it up. It says Modus-Tollin. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P.
That's bullshit.
So,
Sorry.
what is the size of the Earth?
Oh, he says it's bullshit because he's already familiar with.
What is the size of the Earth?
The size of the Earth. I think it's like 3,900 something
That's
miles
correct.
radius.
Okay. So when you're at 1 foot observer height, you should have no more than 1.225 mile of horizon, and you should not be able to see further than that. Even with your refraction, because of the fact that a globe goes in a circle. So when you can see over 30 miles at 1 foot, you do not have that measurement for the globe. End of story.
There is a type of refraction that follows the curve of
We're
the
not
Earth.
listening to the refraction anymore. Sorry.
That's horseshit.
It's absolute horseshit.
I want to know which type of refraction it's extending horizon.
There's no type of refraction that does that at all.
Yeah, but I want that he named that. And let's see that phenomenon. And let's see who writes anything about that extending horizon phenomena. Come on, shoot. Yeah.
What do you mean by extending horizon?
The horizon is behind the platforms, which should be a mile in front of the camera. The platforms are 6 miles at least, but the horizon is 10 miles. At 10 miles behind the platforms. The platforms aren't even relevant. The horizon is behind them. The horizon should be in front of them at 1.22 miles, dude. You don't even understand this, do you?
Light is bending.
Okay, light cannot move the horizon behind the objects.
Is not moving the Earth, though.
show
You're
us the
saying that the horizon is moving. You're saying the horizon is moving. Right now, you're saying the horizon is moving.
Not moving.
Yes, you are.
No,
you're saying the horizon is moving with refraction. Yes, you are.
Not the horizon is moving. It's a different horizon, a different location.
You're not even listening to yourself speak, dude. You really aren't. Because the horizon is 30 more miles away.
Yeah. A horizon. the horizon that you are seeing is different from the horizon when there is less refraction.
At 1 foot, it should not matter.
So what? No, hold on.
You shouldn't see that far at 1 foot off the ground. I am sorry, you're an idiot.
It was like what the flat. The point is like whether you have less refraction or no refraction or a lot of refraction, there still needs to be that physical limitation, right? Just like if you're looking at a fence, and there's someone on the other side, and there's refraction. In what scenario or whatever of refraction are you gonna get that to be reversed? You're gonna see the person being obstructed by the fence because the light's bending. There's no way to do that.
The thing is that the
Obviously, right?
horizon at the end is the limit that you can see that the curve in our model. So, but this curve is just continuing. It's not a fence. It's not a wall. So
Right,
it's just
continuing,
it's a physical
but
barrier.
Exactly.
it should be in a
You said it's
geometric
physical.
location, right?
It's physical, yeah. But if
Okay,
the
so how
light
is it changing now? How is it changing if it's physical?
because it's the one that you are seeing is a different distance because it's
That's
a
the
different limit.
problem. That's the problem because the observer height is the same, the location is the same, the distance of the platform doesn't change, but the horizon, aka curvature or physical obstruction, does change because one day it's in front of the rigs and another day it's behind them. So the physical obstruction
Can't
can be
happen on a
changing.
globe, man.
Then
It can't be
it's
changing.
not physical.
It's because of refraction due to the lapse rate.
Due to the what?
Gosh.
Again, man, can you say this? Which type of refraction extending horizon?
There are types of refraction, but there is calculated. You can calculate
Which one?
Refraction. It's mirror.
No, which one? No.
Are we
Which
seeing
one?
mirror?
Which one, dude? Name it right now. Which
whatever
one?
you want.
Which one is it?
You don't have to put it in a bag.
You.
We don't have to now.
I will
How
help
many
you,
different
man.
types of refraction are there, and which one is
Hold
it?
on. Dude, hold on. Like,
Coefficient of refraction. You don't have to put it in a bag.
No, listen, man. Is that mirroring? Is that mirroring happening? Is that mirroring happening?
I don't know. I don't know the lapse rate. I don't know what's happening.
It's not mirroring. Is that syncing happening?
I don't know the refraction, the lapse rate.
That means that you don't know for two types now of refraction.
If you make an observation and you don't account
You
for
said
the lapse
refraction.
rate,
There are five
Guys,
types of refraction. I told you two.
Guys,
Is there
look,
mirroring
hold on.
happening? No. Thinking?
Perfect.
Hold on, can
Let's
I
go.
No. I said that I don't know.
Hey,
Not no. I
hey,
don't know.
what the flat? Listen. The problem is that you're saying you're citing refraction, right? But then you can't tell us what type of refraction or what's happening. So then
But
you have no
a
basis for that statement.
But you don't need a type of refraction. There is a coefficient of
Yes,
refraction.
you do.
There is a formulation.
Okay, so there's a formulation for that. You need two mediums. So what are the two mediums involved?
No. You need different density in the same medium.
Did you know that for atmospheric
hold on.
refraction you need the radius in the first place?
Let him get this over. Let him.
No.
He's on this.
No.
No, and that means that you will measure the curvature if you measure the temperature, the humidity, the fog. I don't know, and then you will arrive to curvature. Is that true?
But
we can
other
solve this
types
really
to
quick.
check
Can you just post it? Can you just post the formula that you're citing in the live stream?
Let's check. One second. So the thing is that we are not measuring the curve of the Earth with these observations because these observations have a lot of confounding variables.
No, we're
It's
not.
not physical.
We're not
The
measuring.
problem is that it's not physical, but you're assuming that it's physical because you have to.
But there are other ways.
Are you saying that you are not looking in nature, that you are looking in computer where you are measuring the Earth?
So how are we measuring the Earth then?
For example, with earthquakes, with seismic waves.
Oh my fucking goodness.
Oh my God.
Wow. So wow.
Can you show us this proof, please?
He's just going off, guys. This is
You want to
just
show us this proof of your
amazing.
claim, your outrageous claim that you just made, even though there's no point? Because we all know it's bullshit.
Unbelievable claim.
I think to measure something, you need a direct measurement, right? On the actual surface of it, to measure it,
What is
right?
the problem? What is the problem with Rayleigh waves that go on the surface of the Earth?
How are you measuring? How are you directly measuring it?
There are 10,000 seismic stations, and
Did
you
you
can
do
check.
this yourself, or were you told this?
So now I have to do it myself.
Yes, we have to confirm this ourselves, you fucking idiot.
Okay, I have
Like
to do it.
what? We don't just believe people's words. We go out and we test it with lasers.
Okay, so I have to do it myself.
On days where there's no atmospheric blockage at all, so we can tell if it's physical or not.
Right.
No,
right.
no,
Guess
you
what?
need
It's still not physical when you test it.
So you don't trust
listen.
anything that you don't.
Listen, this
that
you need
haven't
to
done.
you need
That's
you
right.
need to trust that water is curving. You know, you need to believe in that. You know,
Yeah,
somebody
can you
need to
please show
tell
me
you
how
that water
water
is
sticks to the
curving.
outside of a container? Outside of an object? Can you please show me that?
right there.
Sorry.
How does water stick? How do bodies of water stick to the outside of a object? You can't
Outside
prove
of an
that.
object.
You just have to believe it.
The thing is that if we wanted to replicate that, that's impossible with gravity.
Okay, so why do you believe it if you can't see a demonstration of proof or a scientific method that shows proof, like gravity
Because-
holding it on, right? There's no such
because-
type of gravity that can hold it onto an object, so you just have to
We can
believe it out of faith.
No, you can
Even though
test
there's
it.
density and buoyancy that prove why it falls,
Then show
you
us
can't
how to
prove it
test it.
sticking
But
to anything.
density doesn't have direction or vector.
You can test gravity. You say.
Yeah, you can test it.
So how do you
can make
how do you
experiments.
isolate gravity
Okay.
from electromagnetism?
Okay, how you will test it bending of space time?
Bending of space-time. Yes, there's the Eddington experiment, for example.
What?
Yeah, does he use
We're gonna
96%
go
dark
off-
matter to
hold
prove
on,
it?
Hold on. Like we're gonna go
Gravitational
off-
lensing, for example.
Hold on, we're gonna go off into the weeds here. Can I just quickly like what he said about jeez. What were you just talking about?
This is pseudoscience. 1000%.
What was the?
You taking
Right,
notes?
you said density doesn't have a direction, right? What we're talking
Or a
about
vector.
is hold on. What we're talking
Yeah,
about is not density like mass over volume. What we're talking about is relative density, right? And this is something that you can demonstrate that when you change the density of either the object or the medium, that the direction will change.
But
so in that
why-
sense, the relative density does have a direction because denser things go downward and less dense things go upward, right?
But why?
That doesn't that
go
why
down?
don't
Why
no
down?
idea. That doesn't matter. It doesn't tell you a
It matters.
cause. No, it doesn't.
I don't know. I
You
understand
can
that.
speculate. Like look,
can
you can.
speculate,
It's
yes.
hold on. It's an
Yes.
interesting question.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
can speculate,
Mhm.
right? But just observing the phenomenon doesn't prove what
course.
causes.
Of course. But there is
So, like,
clearly a
Right,
direction.
but yeah. There's a direction of down and there's a direction of up too. Because less dense. Guess what? If something is less dense, it will go up always.
Exactly.
So
Yeah,
so
yeah,
what?
yeah.
It must
No,
it must be pulled to the sky, right?
It must be sorry.
Something what
It
but
must be
something
pulled to the
more
sky,
dense.
right?
What will do? What will do
Sorry.
something what is more dense?
Sorry. Can you repeat?
What will do something what is more dense?
What will do something that is more dense?
Yeah.
It will go down in this case.
That means the less dense thing is going up and more dense thing is going down. Is that true?
Exactly. Yes, that's what we observe.
Okay, where is gravity here?
Where is gravity? Is the one that is, I would say, is making things denser go down.
Now that why gravity is not making a less denser thing go up?
Go up. Well, it makes them go up due to buoyancy.
No, look. The problem with that is that look, you have a multi-directional phenomenon, right? You have things going down and up, and now you're asserting that it's because the denser things are pulled down or whatever. Cool, but you can just as easily say that the less dense things are getting pulled upward to the sky because they're going up. Look, it's proof, right? It's just as logically valid. That's the problem.
Yeah, well, you could say that the relative density. Let's say that everything is in order, like more dense up, less dense up.
I feel like you're missing the point because the problem is that we have a multi-directional phenomenon.
No, it's not multi-directional.
Yes, it is because we have a down. Yes, because we have a down and we have a down vector and we have an up vector.
No.
Yeah.
For things that
more
go
dense.
up.
For things that go up, they're less dense.
For things that go up, there are two forces involved. It's gravity that is
I don't care
creating
about
another
forces.
force called.
I don't care about forces. Forces
Okay.
are
Man, listen,
forces
listen
are a
this.
concept.
Listen, listen
Okay.
this. You said gravity is a force now.
It makes it go up.
Gravity. As I would say,
Is
normal
that mass?
terms,
Is
we
that
say gravity, but it's the
is
force
that mass?
created
Is that
by.
mass? Is that mass
No,
attracts mass?
no, it's the force created, the apparent force created by gravity. But I
Apparent
say
force
gravity.
created.
Apparent.
Apparent, yes.
So
Like
the apparent force
centrifugal.
the apparent
test.
force caused by gravity is making things
You
go
can
up.
test it.
No,
Sorry?
you can't. It's apparent.
Yeah. It's like centrifugal.
Oh my God,
It's
he
also
doesn't even
apparent.
know the definition. It's amazing.
The definition of what? Sorry?
So you're saying
Sorry?
that gravity.
Mhm.
Wait, I don't even understand what you're saying. Gravity and centrifugal force.
Those are apparent forces. They are not real, but they're
Centrifugal
not
force
real,
is
I would say.
apparent.
Yes.
So water spins off a ball when you spin it because it's apparent.
It's apparent, but the real force is a centripetal force. But due to that, we are using a different reference frame from the reference frame of the ball, or the I would say the surface of the ball. You notice.
Do you really
you
want
see,
to talk about reference frames?
why not? But I was
think he
just
should
trying to
explain this
explain.
video that he linked me in the YouTube comments where there's gas inside
Which
of a
one?
container that's not even pressurized, and he
Yeah,
uses
that's
this as gas
interesting. That's very
pressure without a
interesting.
container.
That's no. I use it as higher pressure and lower pressure without the physical barrier.
But there's a physical barrier, and there's
No
no
Where is the
pressure. You have
physical
no pressure at all being recorded. There's no pressure. You understand that, right? There's no pressure.
There is
open
no pressure?
container. There's an open container.
And there is no pressure in that open container.
No, there's no pressure. You didn't show any pressure at all.
So
all
the
you
aluminium.
did is show a boat floating.
So if the boat is floating, that doesn't mean that the pressure inside the container is higher than
It's
the
on top
outside?
of something dense that is eventually going to escape in about 10 seconds when you watch the video. It escapes, right? It escapes, right? It escapes, right? It doesn't stay in the container. It escapes, right?
It is. There is
Okay,
a
for
video.
how long? For how long?
4 minutes. There is 4 minutes. 4 minutes that the gas stays, and it stays. If there are no currents, there is no dissipation because that gas is more dense than the air.
But it's
and
apparent,
not.
guys.
Okay, there you go.
It's
more
not going
dense than the
to-
air. It's still going to push off of itself.
No.
And it's still going to get to the least point of resistance, which is the top of the container. That's why it all goes away.
The top of the container. There is no top of the
Now
container.
put that experiment inside of a vacuum chamber and look how stupid you look.
Yeah, we just need gas without a
Inside
container. That would be great. Or gas pressure without a container. That would be
No.
Yeah,
Darrell was
yes,
saying-
we do. That's what
asking
I
for a
need.
container
I need it.
for a
I
con-
need it.
for a gas pressure
What?
without the container.
What? You can't tell me what I don't need. Fuck you. You wanna say that again? I can just remove you. Because guess what?
Okay,
I
what
need
were you-
to know. I need to have it in front of my face. Gas without a pressure. Thank you.
Gas without a pressure.
Container.
But if
Gas
there's
pressure
gas-
without a container. Sorry.
Okay. No problem. As our model says that maybe it's, I would say, it's an assumption. Maybe it's
No,
far-fetched.
it's not an assumption when they say they're going to outer space.
Yes, but there's pressure in
The vacuum of space.
But it's not a complete vacuum.
Just stop, dude. Just stop. Just stop. Okay? When they
there's
say it's
pressure.
not a complete vacuum, then guess what? It's not in fucking space. It's still in the container. The container of Earth. So there's no fucking space. You're not leaving the container. And the
Yes, you
universe
are.
is not the container, you fuck.
Yes, it is.
No, you haven't found the container, you idiot. Stop.
There's
Well,
no
but
reason
it's
to get upset.
you haven't found the container either, and you say that it's a
I'm
natural
not
antecedent.
saying I did.
Wait
Ah,
minute.
you said that it's a natural
Necessary
antecedent.
antecedent because there's
Fucking
nothing else to
moron!
refer to.
Wait a minute.
How do you have
Exactly,
gas
so we
pressure?
say-
How do you have a tire with the air in it? Okay, we'll go back to this example that you liked perfectly, right? We'll have you explain it
Yeah,
perfectly
I like
like
it.
a dumbass.
I like
So
it.
how do you
I
have
like
the
it.
tire?
Could I-
and then
could I
now remove the
suggest
tire and where'd the pressure go? You need a
Yeah, so-
container because that's what it requires. That's the definition of gas pressure. Hello?
That's why I asked you
Yeah,
from
yeah.
the beginning what was the definition of gas pressure, and it
Second
needs
law
a
of
container.
thermodynamic.
That's
Second law
not gas
of
pressure
thermodynamic.
without the container.
Second
That's
law.
The
Second law.
definition mentions the container that it needs.
Second
No.
law. Yes, it
Yeah,
does.
and that's just on Earth. Listen, my friend, what the flat? Did you go to space to test the gas pressure there
Exactly.
to even
Have
be
you
able
ever
to
gone
assume
to
it?
No,
space?
but I have.
No.
Oh,
I have
okay.
Space,
there's
though.
balloon foot.
End of
There's balloon
story.
footage.
You don't know what you're talking about. End of story.
There's balloon. I'm not talking
The
about
space story is over when
I'm
you
not talking
say,
about
I
space.
haven't been. You
I'm
believe
not
someone
talking about
else.
space.
So guess what? End of space.
I'm
You
not
are
talking about
If
believing
you're
a
not talking about
story.
space, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about the difference in pressure from the sea level to the top of the mountain.
How
Why
you
is
can
that?
have gas pressure
Why would that
gradient?
matter? What does that have to do with flat Earth?
Still
These
inside the
guys-
container. Thank you.
Because
suggest
if
something
you have
here,
a
guys.
if you have a
Still
container,
inside the container.
no.
Hold on.
If you have a
Yes, it
Can I
is.
ask him?
There's-
Can I ask him this?
there's-
Martoth, go ahead,
Oh,
bud.
sorry to rumpus. Hey, what the flat?
Yeah.
What do you think that there should be a constant pressure everywhere?
Constant pressure everywhere.
Yeah.
Well, there may be some minor differences.
Well,
That's
hold
why
on.
there are winds and everything.
Hold on. What variables affect the pressure?
Temperature.
Oh, okay.
There
So
are also shock
hold on. Do we have a constant temperature on Earth?
No.
No. Okay. So why wouldn't there be a pressure gradient?
But there is a.
You're
If you
welcome.
have a. No, one second. Hello.
Yeah, no, you
Yeah.
were talking about a
If-
pressure gradient. Why do we have a pressure gradient? Well, why wouldn't we? We don't have a constant temperature, so there could never be a constant pressure.
Listen, there wouldn't be a gradient if there wasn't a container. Does that make sense to you?
No. There would not be a gradient. There would not be a gradient with a container.
No. See, listen. There
You can
has to
you
be a
can demonstrate
container
it.
for there to be pressure, right? So let's break the
universe?
word down. Pressure down. P-R-E-S-S. What is that word? P-R-E-S-S. What's that word? What the flat? What is that word that I spelled? P-R-E-S-S. Great. Press. Now, what does that mean? To press upon, right?
A surface.
The action is yes, something pressing upon a surface. Great, good for you.
Surface.
Now,
yes.
why would they use the word pressure if there wasn't walls of a container to press upon?
If you have a force that is directing the molecules on a surface, not a container, you can have also pressure, like atmospheric pressure.
But it's not. The gas is moving in all directions. There's no universal down vector. Yeah. No.
Yeah, it's all directions, man.
Yes,
That's the nature of entropy.
kinetic theory of gas.
Definition.
With the sulfur hexafluoride, for example, it's not leaving
That's
We're not
different
talking about
gases.
sulfur hexafluoride, bro.
It's the same thing.
No,
It's
not.
the man-made gas.
Are
Okay.
you and I in a lab right now doing tests with sulfur hexafluoride?
You
Hold
can
on.
see
How
the
did
video.
how did you
testing
get
it
the sulfur
now?
hexafluoride?
No, and we don't need to.
Dude, hold on.
That's right.
How did you get
So don't bring it
the
up.
sulfur hexafluoride to the lab?
In a pressurized tank.
There you go.
Okay. So in a pressurized tank, was it going down inside that pressurized tank, or was it filling up the tank because there was no air in it or relative density with itself, right?
I'm more surely that if you put the tank vertically, there would be a difference in pressure on down and up of the tank.
You're sure?
We'll just take your word for that then.
Could you demonstrate that, maybe? Because we can demonstrate a pressure gradient inside a container. That's easy.
Yes. How?
Lungs.
By changing the temperature.
Lungs.
By changing the temperature, no, because then you will have
Yes. No, I can give you a
You will have
video right
convective
now.
currents.
Hold on.
Yeah, but
I can give you a video right now of a dude that heats up a gas tank.
Yeah. I know. But do you know the problem with that?
Oh, you already
you are
know. What's the problem with that?
You are still on the influence of gravity. That it's the one that it's creating the gradient. So at the end, there is no proof.
So hold on. You have a container with gas, and then there's an equal pressure throughout it, and then you start experimenting with the temperature. You change, like, they make the bottom hot, the top cold, and stuff like that, and then you have a pressure gradient, and that's because of gravity.
No. I mean that
retarded,
if you have a tank, I would say
you're
big enough.
You're not listening. You're not listening. The video, right? It's a tank with gas in it, right? It shows the pressure on the bottom, at the top. It's the same. Then he starts heating it up and cooling it down.
Is it
And
in
it
the live stream?
changes.
Boss?
Yeah, I'll post it. Hold on.
Yeah, no problem.
Also, I just posted. Pay attention to his post, and then when you're done with that one, check above where I posted about lungs. Increase in volume means lower pressure. Decrease in volume means higher pressure. There's a gradient in your lungs. Blah blah blah. Anyway, go ahead.
Right, and I also just want to point out. I just want to point out that when I asked you what variables affected pressure, the first thing you mentioned was temperature.
Exactly.
So you can't ignore the temperature that we have on the Earth when you're talking about the pressure values, right? Because they're related.
Yeah, but what is the density of air at low temperature? Is it higher or is it lower than at higher temperature? Is it?
What
It's
does that
higher.
matter?
Because in the top of Mount Everest, the temperature is lower, and the
So what?
density of the air is higher.
How do you get air at Mount Everest in the first place?
How do you get air? You have air at Mount
Sure.
Everest,
Yeah, but
or
air,
let's say at the top of a mountain.
Where's the air coming from?
Sorry?
Where does the air come from?
Where does it come from? I don't know. Depends on the wind.
Master Chief, you're a robot, or Master Chief, you're hot micing.
Hear your music, man.
It's nice. The thing is that the air can come from any currents that are being produced by gradients of temperature or winds, jet streams. So I don't know. I would not
Yeah, but
say.
then that's air moving from place to place. I was more
exactly.
talking about where's the gas actually coming from, which
The
would be
gas?
surface level mostly.
No.
No. Oh, where's it coming from then?
From space.
You have the water cycle. You have the water cycle, the hydrogen cycle, the nitrogen cycle, etc. That's using surface level.
It's been there. You're right. It has been there. It's always been there. You can neither create nor destroy matter or energy. You can only manipulate it. So, yeah, exactly. So, there's no escaping. Gas doesn't leave, my friend. Doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah,
it stays in the container.
Some of it lives. Yes.
How do you know that?
It has enough kinetical energy to.
But all
live,
you're doing is
okay. Can you find the opening of the container then, please? Find the
No.
opening where it seeps out.
There's
please.
no container. There's containment, but not container.
Oh, right. Wait. I get it. Because gravity is the container, right?
Exactly. It's like for example, with ionized gas, with a magnet, you can create a different
My friend,
gradient.
an imaginary force, concepts can't contain anything.
Now, how do we use gravity to prove what you just said? How do we use your
Guys,
gravity?
Hold on. You don't even have to, because he's conflating things now. Because he's using ionized gas, which is plasma. That's a different state of matter.
No. It's not plasma.
Yeah. Ionized gas is plasma, dude.
Well, you can call it plasma, but it's natural.
It's a
so it
different
has the
state
same properties.
Different? No, it doesn't. Plasma doesn't have the same properties as gas.
Natural.
Ionized gas doesn't have the same properties as regular gas, dude. It's a different state of matter, so it doesn't have the same properties. That's why they have a fourth state of matter called plasma.
Gravity doesn't affect gases. I don't know if you know that or not.
It does affect gases. Why?
How does it go in all directions? How does gas go in all directions? When I blow it out of my mouth, it goes in all directions, but gravity is somehow pulling it down while I'm watching it go in all directions? Sorry.
How sulfur hexafluoride is not leaving the pool, the tank?
You can't use that.
Why not?
Sodium hexafluoride is a man-made gas, and let's use helium.
So now it's
Let's
a
use
man-made gas,
hydrogen. Let's
it's
use
not-
natural
so it's
gases like helium or hydrogen, which destroy the point of a man-made gas like sodium hexafluoride. But the crux of the
What's the
matter is:
problem?
do you think the Earth
What's
is
the problem?
open or closed? Is the
What's
open
the
Earth?
problem?
Is the Earth an open system or closed system?
It's an almost closed system for. It's practically closed for matter and open for energy.
Incorrect. Is it an open or closed system?
Closed.
That's a binary
almost closed.
option.
No.
can't be
It's like
almost
there is no
closed is
Nearly
it's like there
close.
It's like there is no
Almost
perfect.
closed is open.
Did you
It's like there
seriously
is
say
no
close? No, he said close to matter. That means you have no
almost
rockets
closed,
going to
almost.
space.
So
Almost
rockets
closed.
can't go to space. So
Almost
rockets can't go
closed.
to space.
It's like an almost perfect vacuum. So in this case, it's an almost perfectly closed system.
Okay, but
And if
this
we've
is the
never
point.
seen
You
a
say
perfect
gravity.
vacuum, then how do we know what that even is?
I was making an analogy that it's not completely closed for all intents and purposes. It's closed, but do you?
But this is the
for
point.
example,
You think
do you
gravity is your closing. You think gravity is your container, the thing that's closing this in. How can it be
Exactly.
almost? How can gravity be almost? And where's the opening in the gravity? Why is gravity weaker in that spot that I can exit at that spot, but everywhere else
No.
is practically closed, like almost closed? Like when a door is almost closed, it's open.
Yeah,
When
the
a
thing
door
is
is
that
almost closed, open. Can you
the
understand
thing is
that?
that I was not listening. I was just trying to explain. When there are
Was
gases
if the
that
door is almost closed, do you understand that means it's open?
no, it can be almost closed.
And is still open.
Hey,
That's
What the
fine,
Flat, real
because
quick.
in a door,
Can a woman?
tell me.
Hey, can a woman be kind of pregnant? Can she be almost
It's
pregnant?
that because that's binary. That's binary. It's like saying, is that a back?
Okay.
It's like
Yeah,
saying,
that's kind of how the world is.
All this, all this story.
Is
What?
that tire completely? Is that tire, for example, completely sealed? You could say that the tire is sealed.
Listen to this, man. Man,
Is your
listen. This
tire in
is
the car sealed,
all this.
for example?
But
Is the
for
car in your
example,
car
listen.
sealed?
For example, listen this. For example, can you listen this? For example, all this story, what you said now, it's great, it's beautiful, it's fantastic. But listen this. Can you provide now citation saying that we don't need container for the gas pressure, and then we will speak. Whoever cited that, whoever, one scientist here, and he
Yeah, to
said,
prove something, you kind of need to cite it as a fact.
Like
it needs to be proven.
I can speak now about everything what you want, but that's beautiful. Now, can you provide citation that we don't need container for the gas
Physical
pressure?
container.
But
One
it's not for the.
It's a magical container.
But
only one, only
when
one. Listen. Can you provide only one citation, not 10? One.
But the
Please.
problem is that
Listen.
question is misleading because there's always gas pressure.
Listen, man. Listen. We are in 2021. You have Google. You have everything. You have. Can you find one citation, please, saying that we don't need container for the gas pressure? Only that. Only one, man.
For your
The
open,
thing,
almost
the question
closed
is,
It must be.
container.
It must be there. It must be
the
there
question
because
is
all stories what
misleading.
you are saying now. It must be
The
there.
question is misleading. The question is misleading. There is pressure everywhere.
Your
Everywhere.
brain
There
is misleading you.
even
The
in the vacuum
question
of
is
space,
simple.
there is pressure. So what you are asking is if there is difference in
Okay.
pressure
Great.
without the container, not gas
Listen,
pressure
man.
without the
Listen. I'm
container.
listening 6 years, and
Yes.
in 6 years, I only heard for citation saying that gas pressure need container, and now you're telling me that don't need container. Please provide me one citation
I'm not
saying.
saying that. I'm saying that you can have difference of
I'm
pressure
saying
without the container.
I'm saying you that I'm human being learning, educating myself, and I read books, going to internet about science, scientific method, and then I learn gas pressure need container in every fucking citation. Now provide one citation where is saying any fucking more intelligent guy than me, because I didn't cite that gas. We didn't cite that. The people cited, intellectual people cited that we need gas pressure without, but you are saying that we don't need the container for the gas pressure. That means that some people who realized and who wrote about that, so many books. Provide that, please.
He's just trying not to believe your word. He's trying to see the facts that are proven by people that actually care about it. So if you can show us the facts instead of just show us your stupid ass words, that'd be awesome. Because he's just said he's just here trying to learn. So he learned this from the books, and now he's trying to find the facts that you're talking about that are just hidden somewhere. Because it's just coming out of your mouth and nowhere else.
The question is misleading. There is always gas pressure.
No, it's
Again,
not.
Even in space.
It's not
Am I
misleading
idiot?
at all.
Am I
In
The
idiot?
pressure needs the containment. So please show me something else where else does it say the opposite or something else? Because it's only going to say that.
Is there gas pressure in space?
Again,
What
Show me
is
proof of
space?
space?
Jesus.
Who are you? Do you have
You've never been to outer space. You've never been to outer space. You cannot use that. You cannot
Talking
cite
like
that.
it, like you have. You are talking like it, like you
cannot
have.
confirm
That's what
that.
you're saying right now.
You cannot
are
confirm
talking.
that. Nobody can confirm that. So you're just being
What the flat?
delusional. Like I've been telling you for the
Why
last
not?
fucking week over YouTube chats. Bro, you've been
What the
delusional this whole time. You cannot
What the
prove
flat?
anything you're saying at all.
You
That's
know
what the
what?
problem is.
What
We
the
need to
flat?
prove this. We
Is
need to
10 to
actually
the
not gonna-
negative
confirm your
17
words.
core a negative? It's negative pressure.
Listen, what
10
the
to
flat?
17
Remember earlier
minus
when you
17?
talked about Australia? Remember that? You
Yeah,
said, you said, oh, how do you know Australia? Listen, I don't talk much about Australia. Do you know why? Because I never fucking been there. Okay? So you can't talk about space because you've never been there. And no one's ever proven it to exist. So you're just
did you
working
just
on
say-
presuppositions, my friend.
Okay. So
Did you
let's
just say
talk then
negative
about
pressure?
yeah.
What the hell is negative pressure?
No, it was Darrell
like dark
that said
matter,
that 10 to the negative. It's Darrell that said that 10 to the minus 17 torr is a negative pressure. It was him, but he didn't want
Okay,
to
I
admit
meant
it.
to say low pressure. There you go.
No,
Like I corrected
negative.
myself already, and you admitted that I corrected myself. Should I screenshot it?
But you
Or
did,
should we
you
move
didn't
on to
say
the
it,
facts that you can actually
you just
test on Earth
rephrased it.
instead of using the Earth as the actual proof? But you can't test that, so can we go to an actual practical example on Earth that we can test instead of trying to use the Earth and the outer space, which you cannot test?
Okay, we can
Can we
use
prove something on
telemetry
Earth,
from.
please? Like your stupid ass fucking sulfur hexafluoride fucking thing, dude. That's fucking so ignorant. You used a fucking container to prove your point.
But the gas molecules.
You
but the
fucking
gas
moron,
molecules.
dude. You're a fucking
But the gas
idiot.
molecule. But the gas molecules don't go all directions.
They do.
Yes, they do.
And
You're fucking
why the
idiot.
sulfur? Why
Why
the
does
sulfur
the boat go
hexafluoride?
down?
Why is the sulfur hexafluoride not leaving
Why do you need the outsides of
tank?
the container? Why do you even need the container? I'm asking for
Because
no
if not,
container.
it would fall.
Guys,
Would fall.
guys, 1 second. Look, I know you've been arguing with this guy in the lobby or something for a long time. That must be what's going on here. But it seems like you brought him
stay
in
calm.
to just shout him down.
Oh,
And
dude, he's been making shit up this whole time. And
Hold
he just keeps
on.
on making
I
shit up. He
know,
won't
but you can
concede
do
anything.
it without. You can do it. You can beat him without shouting him down. We talked about this in the mod meeting you didn't go to. We're trying to freaking stop being so toxic in here. It's tough for people. You know, like just it's hard to listen to when you're just screaming. Also,
No, my bad. I agree.
Sorry for that also.
Okay, does anybody has that 5 QEs citation for most intellectual people who wrote that we need the container for the gas pressure, and this guy can say whatever he wants, you know, because I can speak about now. Can I speak about bullshit now?
He's just not being intellectually honest, and that's the reason why I'm getting so triggered.
But why I'm sorry? Just one question. Why I'm not being intellectually honest, please? Can you explain?
Ask for gas pressure without a container. You use a container to prove it.
Can I ask you one question? Can I ask you one question while you're not honest? Can you provide me one citation? Can you provide me one?
I'm with Sasha on that. I think you should provide a citation from any source of actual gas pressure being measured without a container. There you go. What
For
the
example,
flat?
No, citation. Don't say anything. We need a citation, my friend. Just one. They should be everywhere. So find us a citation, scientific. Thanks.
Did you miss the point of when he's saying you're using containers to prove
that's not a
that you
container
don't?
for gas.
No.
That's
So
not a
just
container for gas.
you let me. I can see that you don't understand the point. So let me explain the point. You brought sodium hexafluoride.
Yeah, sulfur.
In what? Sulfur hexafluoride. You brought it there in what?
In a pressurized gas tank.
In a container, okay. And then you poured it into what?
Into a
fish tank.
It's a liquid container. It's not gas
open container. Is container.
Yeah, open.
You've used. Okay, so listen. You've used 2 containers. The container that's containing the gas.
Sorry, it's not the same.
And you're
it's not the
pouring
same.
it into a container, like a cup is a container. It's an open container. It's container. It's still container. Do you understand that you've used 2 containers? to try and explain that you don't need one container.
So when they get the cup and they pour it,
so you don't understand.
When they pour it on the aluminum boat, when it goes from
did you hear my question? Did you hear the question about the two containers to prove no container?
It's not the same container type of container.
You don't understand that those are two containers being used to demonstrate that you don't need one.
Do you think that the tire is a container for gas?
A tire?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Is it a container for gas? Okay.
Is a cup a container for water?
Sorry?
Hold on. Yes, it's a container. Yes, the tire's a container. What of it? What the flat?
If you cut the upper part, is it a gas container?
If I what? Cut the tire?
If you cut the tire on the top, I would say the top part of the tire.
Yes, the gas will go. The gas will go where? In all directions or only down?
In all directions. So it will leave.
You mean
the tire?
not only down?
Oh, it will leave the tire, really.
Okay, so take the earth. So take the earth and cut the top of the container open, so that now the air is exposed to the vacuum. In your tire example, you've just done the same. Cut the top of the tire off. The gas went everywhere in all directions. So you take the earth, and you send a rocket through that earth atmosphere, which means you create a little hole. It's like cutting off a little piece of the tire. What's going to happen to the gas?
No, what you need is kinetic energy to get out of the container.
So you use the tire example, and when I use the tire example back to you, you say no.
How is the tire different from Earth?
The tire is different from Earth.
Man, you are embarrassing
It doesn't have a force. It doesn't have gravity.
You're smarter than this.
Now I'm on it.
Why
What gave the Earth gravity, and what didn't give the Earth tire?
I'm just trying to discuss. If you have a tire,
is a tire a container?
Is a container, yes. If you cut it,
okay, so I can keep gas. I can keep gas in it if it's a container, right? And if I open a container,
at the same pressure, it will have the same pressure because it's open. It will have the same pressure.
What do you mean same pressure? No,
inside and outside. Inside and outside.
It will equalize. He's saying it'll equalize eventually.
Yeah, we already covered this. We already not exactly.
He's agreeing.
No, hold on.
He's agreeing.
We just covered
repeating the story. Yeah, repeating the story
because
about 2 minutes.
Hold on. I'm sorry, Flat Earth Solar, but we just covered this like 10 minutes ago. There isn't a constant temperature on the Earth, so there cannot be a constant pressure. So no, not exactly. It should be a constant pressure. Yeah, I literally asked him what variables affect pressure, and the first thing he said was temperature, and then he proceeded to ignore the temperature.
But the low temperature.
I've heard that. What I'm just trying to do is for him to understand his contradiction. I don't care what topic it is, but he's explaining how gas pressure needs containment, like a tire, and then saying, but the atmosphere pressure doesn't need a tire to be containing it. And I simply wanted to see if he had the intelligence to realize that those are two opposing ideas. And he's understanding the point when he uses the tire analogy, but he's deliberately not trying to understand it when it comes to atmospheric pressure, which is at 14.7 psi at sea level.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's not just some kind of pressure, and then it's balancing out on two sides of something. It's quite a significant pressure, and for us to have any pressure in the first place, like they have asked you 100 times, provide what you're saying. If you've seen this written down anywhere, please just post the link that supports what you're saying, that gas pressure doesn't need a container and that the Earth is a almost closed system. If you can provide anywhere that's written down.
Yeah, 1 second. Okay. Earth Is Earth a closed system? In Google.
Oh, Google. This is going to be fun.
Yeah, of course.
Do you understand?
Man, you're global. You don't know that Earth is open system. My God.
It says here in the same. I have seen it in.
You are global with almost closed system. This is the one of the. I don't know what you are.
The first thing.
Man,
If
man, listen this. Your system, it's open. Whatever you say, your system is open. Your narrative system is open.
You're smart enough to know this. Real quick. Hey, is Earth open or closed system?
Almost closed for matter.
No. Open or closed. One or the other. Open
no.
closed.
You only have two choices. It's a dichotomy, just like you said before. You have to choose open or closed.
It's not a dichotomy. No.
Yes,
so listen, if it's almost closed, what is it?
It is.
If it's almost closed, what is it?
Is the definition of binary a relay switch is either open or closed? It's either a 1 or a 0. You can say no as many times as you like. This is the truth. A relay switch inside of a mechanical device that runs inside your PC is either open or closed. If it's almost
kind of closed, that means it's open.
Not the same.
Yeah. No,
Until
listen,
it's
Walking
closed,
Flat, if it's kind of closed, or almost closed, that just means it's open. Does that make any sense to you?
Let's make an analogy with the tire.
I guess not.
No,
I fucking
let's
guess
not
not.
make
He
an
just
analogy.
citation.
No, we need a citation now, bro. We need a citation. Yeah.
The almost closed citation.
Yeah.
Do you know that you're? Do you know? Listen. Do you know that you? Do you know
We're gonna have
that
to be
you are
quieted
now
until we get a
against?
citation.
Do you know that you are now against all globe narrative?
Send the citation.
Do you know that you are against? If you say almost closed, you are against globe open system.
He's just making it up to conform to what he thinks it is because he has no idea.
I want to see a bucket. I want to see a bucket with the bottom almost closed and see it hold water still.
Here's the link.
Well, I mean, what the flat? Like the point is,
It's the general YouTube link.
It's freaking
Honestly,
kindergarten.
honestly, that's stupid to say. That's very stupid to say. This person, it's stupid to say that he needs
Google
to
link?
be and to say. He need to say the Earth is open system, and that's it. He cannot say it's almost. He's stupid.
Right,
He
but
say it's
the
almost
problem
closed.
the problem is he doesn't even understand what the definitions of open and closed system actually mean with energy and matter leaving and not leaving.
So when I open a door, what did I do to it? Did I kind of open it? Or did I open
correct. Yes, you're correct. Yes. But that's correct in the globe logic.
Seriously.
What the fuck? That's not a citation. That's just your words being typed into Google. So please reference a citation.
Let me see if I can get him to answer.
Any
this.
link.
Hold on. What the
Go ahead,
flat?
Martoth, man.
I got a question. Can you please explain what the difference is between an open and a closed system?
I know the open is open and the closed is closed.
Explain what it is.
Right there.
What does it mean? What does it mean in physics and thermodynamics when a system is open or closed? What does it mean? What's the difference?
Open is that it allows a transfer, and closed is that it doesn't
that's
allow.
not. That's the problem we're having because you don't understand what the definition of open and closed means. So I'll tell you really quick. In thermodynamics, right? An open system means that there is a free exchange of both matter and energy, right? Matter can leave the system, energy can leave the system, no problem. A closed system is where matter cannot leave the system, but you can transfer energy in and out of the system, right? And then you have a hypothetical isolated system in which neither can leave. So when you're saying you have an almost open closed system, what the hell does that mean? Because open means that matter cannot leave, or matter can leave, and closed means that it can't leave. So you're going to have to make up your mind. Yes, that is, because that's what the definition is. Yes, it is. You can say no, but it is.
It's like when some people
Google thermodynamics, open closed system right now.
One thing. If, for example, you have
no, you don't. This is a problem. You're talking about this like you understand it, but you just couldn't even define what an open system is. so you don't understand it. So you don't get to talk about it and lecture us.
What's the matter with that? What's the matter?
What's the matter with that? It's a word that we are saying.
What is the definition?
You're saying the problem with the definition.
I told you, you said free exchange. It's transfer. It's the same. Maybe
no, it's not the same.
No, it isn't.
The same.
This
Free
is the
exchange
problem.
and transfer.
You're not understanding closed.
We cannot move on.
Not when you're talking about gas laws. It's not. You can't be partially open and or partially closed. Come on, bro. You're gonna have to get online
He doesn't
there.
even know what open and closed means.
Yes,
that's the problem.
I'm so stupid.
Yes, you
Hey,
said
what the
open
flat
is
man?
open. You
I
said,
got a question.
Hold on. You said open is open and closed is closed. I had to explain to you about matter and energy because that's what's literally in the definition, and what the difference is between open and closed has to do with matter and energy.
Although he was saying it's a container everywhere,
if you're gonna say no to that, then you're just rejecting everything that science is telling you. So
I was over
What's the guy's name I'm talking to? I'm over on the mobile, so I'm like looking at it. But who's it? What's his name?
What the flat?
What? Okay, what the flat? Just please give us, tell us the three types of systems that you can have in physics. Like, that's what we're talking about. Name all three.
Well, he just said it: open, closed, and isolated.
Isolated. Okay, so I missed it. I didn't know. They just covered it. Okay, but
no.
Did you know that? Did you know that ahead of time? Did you know that, or did you just learn that?
No, I was, I would say, partially wrong. I was over describing, but you are right. It's
and have you now looked at the definitions in science, like in physics, like of those types of systems?
Yeah, but one thing is the definition. But for example, you can have an isolated system in real life, like for example,
no,
a
you
thermo.
can't. No, you can't. That's not an isolated system.
That's the reason. That's the reason why that one.
No,
that's the reason why that one is
somehow isolated.
This is the problem.
The isolated system is a theoretical system.
Exactly, like a vacuum. Like a vacuum. There can be.
Hold on. No, stop. This is the problem, right?
No,
this is the entire problem because the definitions are very clear. Open means matter.
No.
Yes, they are. No. Energy.
Yeah, but those are ideal systems.
No, they're not ideas.
Yeah, they are ideal.
No, they're not. They're based on empirical data. Do you know what empirical data is? What the flat? Hold on.
Delusional, dude.
Yeah, you're psychotic, man. Get some help.
Make sure we go through this very easy.
This guy's such a science denier. I can't believe it.
Very easy.
He doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't even know his own story.
Well, I had to bring him in here because, it's impossible to talk to make him understand over YouTube comments, and it's impossible even when you're using your actual voice, and it's bad.
Yeah, I get it. You get the frustration, especially when they're just keyboard warriors and you can pass each other. Like, yeah, that's
nonsensible, and unreasonable.
Like when you're not making shit up and you don't even realize it, like you literally are just delusional without realizing it.
Freelance.
He's not trying. He's not trying to understand anything.
If you want to claim science proves the globe, then you're going to have to start using some science. All right, and the science definitions are specific. You don't get to redefine them at your own whim just because it suits your argument and you don't understand it well enough. Okay, so if somebody cites a source or uses a definition, and you disagree, then you're going to have to find a definition, like another definition that doesn't say what ours says, or a citation that doesn't say what ours says. And that's the way a debate works. Okay, so and the reason they keep wanting to yell at you is because they keep asking you for proof and you don't give them anything. You just keep talking.
This is exactly why I mistaked him for a 13-year-old on the YouTube comments. Because he obviously doesn't know anything.
That makes sense.
Like, 13-year-olds would make up their own reasons. Like, you can't just make shit up. You can't just make up your own definitions, dude. That's not how it works.
It's like kind of flying.
But it is. I feel like he doesn't even know. He doesn't. he's gotten into an argument without knowing the definitions of things, and he's just making claims
exactly
that are false.
Yep, and contradictory, right? Because he
So I
he
wonder what
brought
he
up
does when he goes into a court and he
like
has to show the
tires.
evidence. I guess he just makes up the evidence. Makes it all up when he goes into court.
Tell the
That's how
judge
court
his
works.
opinion or his favorite color instead of the evidence.
Wonder he isn't permanently in jail if that's the type of stuff he does in court.
Because he was talking about it being in, like, our information being in, what did he say? Misinformation. Like it was.
I have a question about that gas. What is the name of that gas? What he said.
Hexafluoride?
What's
Yeah.
that?
Yeah. What will happen if we put that gas near to vacuum of 10 to minus 17 torr?
Thank you. You're unmuted.
Sorry? Can you repeat?
We just need a demonstration of a third option between open and closed. Where's the third option in reality, please?
Can I make an analogy with the tire, please?
No analogies. We
No.
need direct evidence at this
No.
point, please.
No.
No more hypotheticals, no more analogies, because those never work in the first place. Those are evidence of nothing but your imagination on fire.
Hey, what the flat? Remember when earlier you said that the tire could not be applied to the Earth? So why would you now go back to the tire?
It's not applied to the Earth. It's applied to what would be an open and a closed system.
So is
When
the
you
tire
have- when
closed?
you have a-
Is the tire closed or open?
It's the tire is a closed system when it's fully when
Why?
it's fully
Why is it closed?
because there's a physical barrier.
Okay, so the matter can't get out of it.
But matter can get out of it.
Then it's not
Very
closed.
very small
Then
part.
it's open.
If there are no.
Yeah, because open means that matter. Yeah, you can keep saying
What
no, but
happens
the
to a partly
definition of it-
closed? What happens to a partly closed inner tube?
Dude, it's a waste of time.
Yeah, see, listen. The thing is with the tire, it might hold air for a long time because it's got a pretty good seal, but the seal still isn't perfect. There's still a little bit of air getting out of it, and you still have to top that tire off. It's not really a closed system; it's an open system. Matter is getting out of there.
I love the pregnancy example. Lou is right. Hey, can a woman be kind of pregnant? What the flat?
He could probably give you some idea.
Can she be kind of pregnant?
I bet
You
he
already
could
said that's
think
like
of something. He
biological
can make.
or whatever the fuck you said.
They can make up
So
whatever they
biology
want.
doesn't exist in the physical world. Biology, gases don't affect biology then.
No, he said that example is binary. You can either
Binary,
be
my
only
Yeah,
only
it is
pregnant
binary.
or but
Wow.
open and closed, the definition of binary, the 1 and the 0, no, that's completely nonsense.
He says we're living in between those two
That's what-
binaries, right? We're living in the gray area. So there's nothing definite then. What the flat? We just know nothing for sure, nothing at all.
That's a-
It's just a waste of time to even talk about
That's
stuff.
a unique level of
What is his
cognitive.
tire around his globe? What's the tire around his globe? Is he saying it's gravity? Because he still can't show a citation with anything saying gravity does anything like that.
That's what I'd like to see.
Yeah, no, that's like what that was going to be another question actually. Like, so even if he's saying that it's kind of closed or kind of open, either one, same thing. It's like partially sunny or partially cloudy. So if it is like the tire, and you've got a pretty good seal, but it's not perfect, so you lose a little bit, and that's what they tell you about your Earth, right? Like, what is making that seal?
Exactly. What? Ballers, man.
It's mostly closed, so whatever.
Making stuff up about gas pressure, that's not cool.
He said goodbye, tired of being muted. I think I behaved quite well. Well, he didn't yell, but he was a liar and didn't bring anything to talk about. So
you didn't bring
be
any
honest
evidence.
next time.
Adios.
That's it.
Hasta la vista, baby.
Yeah.
Just
Come on,
be
people.
honest.
I would like rather Rumpus now than this guy.
Does anybody want to come in and white knight for that guy?
Oh, I'd like to see that.
We got cowards in the YouTube chat that never come in here. 10 to 15 of them that are always just cowering in the corner. Nothing really to say.
I don't think they're even real, actually.
Oh, I know they're real. Because I don't know of any robot that can be so self-important.
Man, yeah, they can. Believe it. Oh, you know what? You got to watch this movie. I just saw it last night. It was funny, but it was a truth drop and a half called, what's it called? The New Guy.
Yeah, New Guy.
New Guy, yeah.
Oh, is
with
it the soccer coach?
With Reynolds. Was this Ryan Reynolds?
Ryan Reynolds, yeah. Oh, I thought it was Marky Mark.
He's working. It's about AI, actually.
Oh, that one. Yeah. Well,
he doesn't know he's an NPC, and he starts self actuating him, like his life. He starts, and they're like, "What's going on?" It was pretty interesting. Yeah. Watch it.
So, Sonny, I posted an interesting test.
I see that orange.
Gravity.
Is that orange? One peeled and one not.
Right. As you can see, gravity is now confused which direction is which. It can't tell. Even though they both so-called matter and mass, and oh my God, they all go just down, down.
Except for when there's skin on the orange.
Because it's holding enough air, therefore it makes it less dense.
Oh, man. I'll never get tired of it, though, guys. I'll never get tired of it. Showing them just how wrong they are. And if they were right about any of it, we wouldn't be here.
The peel is the container there, DJ Farley Live. The peel is the container for the bit of the gas pressure that is inside with the juices and the meat and such. And once you take that off, you have more surface area to be covered in water and to be sucked down, basically.
Because
no barrier full of air anymore.
That white part inside there, underneath the outside orange part, is very light and probably holds a lot of air. It's like a flotation device.
Hey, enough
So
oranges,
can an airplane cabin be kind of open or kind of closed?
See how that works.
No, not unless you want to see like what being a sardine can in the bayou really looks like.
Put what the flat right next to the hole, and let's see how that works.
To have something kind of closed, and just saying, right?
Yeah, it's kind of close. Just put your hand in there.
You still need the actual part that's making it kind of closed, and he's saying that's gravity, but you still can't even cite that.
If he doesn't get sucked, if he doesn't get sucked through the hole, then we'll listen to him speak again.
Again with the airplane cabin, you're still talking about an open system, just like the tire, where it's kind of open, kind of closed. It's got a good seal. It's that tire, right? So, but shit's still getting through it. You need a good seal.
The tire. To use his example specifically,
exactly.
You still need something like a tire, and he can't even show the tire with the little hole opening, or any type of example.
No, you need some kind of seal, right?
Like the Earth does not have a tire around it. Sorry.
In order to make the extreme difference, like he started talking about the grading. In order to make the difference that we have in this vast vacuum of such extreme differential, like that net 10 to the negative 17 that you're talking about, it doesn't take long. Within like 70 something miles or something like that, that's about all that the Go Fast went. I think it's, by the time you get to like the ISS or around there, you're talking about 10 to the negative 9 or more, and then shortly after that, they're talking about 10 to the negative 17. You're talking about a huge amount, a drastic change in pressure without anything there to make the difference. Like it happens awfully fast when you look at the vastness of what they claim and how strong of a differential it is.
Oh man, I just like he said. I've said this to him twice now in the voice text since he's left. Just be honest, man. That's it. And honesty requires that you understand when there is only a binary option. Like when somebody asks you a yes or no question, are you supposed to answer with a question or say, well, hang on, let's presuppose, let's imagine, well, what if? No. It's either yes or no. Same thing with open or closed container. You can't have a kind of open thing. It's either open or closed, my friend. It doesn't matter how small or large the opening is. Now, if you're going to go through life with this same thought process, I pity those around you.
NASA says your priest at NASA says it's an open system.
Like Globers don't even say that. Like he's just like on his own model.
Yeah.
That's
that's what they do. They just connect dots. Yeah, they grasp at straws and then connect another dot at the next straw.
He's in
It's
the
really
chat.
bizarre.
He's just not even listening to us.
Yeah, he's not. He doesn't care. He just wants to be right. Sophistry.
But doesn't Bill Nye say it's a closed system? So can I get your story straight?
Well, actually, hold on. What he just typed in chat there said low pressure makes the air denser. I'm pretty sure that's the opposite. I think that's either he's mistaken or that's a flat out lie. Pretty
Please
sure.
get to know your
I could
model
be
before you
wrong,
come
but-
in here, guys. It shouldn't be that flat earthers know more about the globe than Globers, right? Come on. Yeah, see what the flat? Right there, you just admitted it. You're not here to actually discuss anything. You said, I guess that's a good sign if you ban me because it means I made you uncomfortable. So you just obviated that you weren't here to have a discussion. You were here to fuck with us.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks for that admission.
And take note, audience. This is what the anti-flat earthers do. They come in here to fuck with us. They don't come in here to talk about evidence because they know there isn't any. It's selfish.
It's not about evidence. It's about defending their religion.
Yep. Concede. If his life depended on it, guys, he probably still. I'm serious. He probably still wouldn't concede.
Yeah, have fun with your globe religion. It's okay. Go on about your way. Nothing to see here. Move along with your dream fantasy world. You graduated
the desperate clinging to wanting to fit into the world, to society, to the cool kids club, the big kids club. That's all we're seeing. It's go along to get along. It's so pathetic, guys. Please bring some globe evidence. Thank you so much. Or at least be honest when you're here, right? Come on. You know you're better than this.
Or... Yeah, what did they bring the hex of this stupid? That's a stupid argument, bro.
I'm not going to respond to him anymore, especially because he's now taking over the live stream in the motherfucking voice text.
I know, he needs to be stopped from doing that.
Anyway, does anybody else want to, any Globers, anybody in the world, anybody listening right now, and I can guarantee there's a lot. Do you want to come in and try to show us that there's demonstrable evidence, repeatable evidence that you can have gas pressure, right? That's the base word, pressure without walls of a container.
Do. Thunder pressure.
Pushing down on you, pushing down on me.
There's that part in Ace Ventura right before, or right after he obviates that Ray Finkel is a man, or Einhorn's a man. She goes, "What do you know about pressure?" Most people are not going to get that. That's okay.
Billy Joel also had a song called Pressure. I don't know if anybody remembers it or not.
Yeah. Yeah, good job, What the Flat, on being a perfect expose of what the globe doesn't have proof. I guess objective reality probably doesn't exist either.
Just said this concession. Is concession a word? Basically, we just asked concession is a word. I know you guys don't even want to talk about it anymore, but it's just pretty ironic.
It's just really difficult after a while teaching a grown-ups freaking 5th grade science. I never thought I'd be in that position, but here we are.
Concession is a word, but at the ball game you used to go to the concession stand to get a hot dog. It is a word.
Yeah, it's a multi-defined words used in a lot of different circumstances. Sometimes in an argument, and yeah, like Dave said, sometimes at a concession stand. I have a suggestion, and this I could be batshit on this, crazy, but if you're going to come in and talk about something, just hear me out. Shouldn't you know a little about it before you come and do it? I know, crazy, right? I know, it's nuts, but I think you should have a little bit of knowledge about something, right? If you're going to defend it. I don't know. Maybe I'm nuts.
No, thinking you don't need anything is clearly a perfect case of underestimating the other side.
Gosh, yeah, I could argue the globe all the time if I didn't have to bring any evidence. Right?
Yeah, if you could just make endless definitions, that'd be awesome, right? You don't gotta do any work. Make shit up.
Go back to the 1st grade class. Gases have no inherent shape. I'm sure he's hooked on phonics on that one too.
Anybody got any claims?
Gas pressure requires a container in order to exist.
That's not a claim. You just describe a part of reality.
but I'm making it as a claim.
Oh.
Seeking baller claims 24/7.
Here, then let me help you with that claim. You're right.
And then, see, the fun thing is I get to go to their pseudoscientists to find that one thing and cite it from their pseudoscientists telling the truth about something before they started lying about shit.
That's a good Glover claim, Sasha. Yeah, that's just like the Glover claim.
what did Glover say to that Michio Kaku video of him saying they don't even use the scientific method? Have you ever heard?
They don't say anything about that. At least from what I've heard, they don't even address it when someone brings it up.
That's actually really weird. I can't think of any real retort to it. They always stay quiet. They shut up for a little bit and change the subject. That's where they. And then I'm trying to think. I mean, I've heard maybe one or two people a while back say just like they do with Neil deGrasse Tyson, they'll just throw him under the bus and be like, he's just an actor for TV. He's not a real scientist. He's not even that good in this field. Shit like that.
It's funny because, he's talking about the whole area that he works in. So he's talking for everybody that he works with, basically. It's just funny how they pick and choose.
Where does he work?
Well, I mean, his job. He's literally in the video talking about what they do. So I'm just saying,
got it.
What science does he's talking for everybody, basically. And to just say he's an actor, I mean, you're basically conceding that these these high up scientists are just actors. You literally are just admitting to that.
Well, hold on. Don't use my words. They probably wouldn't pick the word actor, but the same point is made though.
Because I know what you're saying though. But I've definitely heard them say that about Neil deGrasse Tyson, and it's he's the number one proponent on TV. So I mean, you don't see any other scientist really saying anything about the world, so you don't really have anything to base it off of. His information is the same as every other scientist, is it not? He's
8.8 million scientists.
See, that's the thing. He's mainly, he doesn't really call himself a scientist, even though he's first he's a scientist, but he's mostly, his main job is being a science spokesperson or I forget what there's
communicator.
Science communicator, yeah. So
he's not a scientist.
That's his real job. And being a science communicator, you would think he would have to be held to some type of moral standards and to try to keep things as clear and succinct as possible instead of trying to manipulate a story. Anytime he sells something as we know this, and the truth is we think this. He knows damn well the way that he's saying it is misleading at the very least.
Well, let's make things perfectly clear. He's not a scientist. He's a pseudo-scientist.
Yeah, of course.
No. He's a spokesman. He's a spokesman for scientism.
I'm just saying, but what he's supposed to be saying is supposed to be the mainstream narrative, right? And so, anything he says, basically, Globers have to agree with it. It's not like he's just making shit up. He's actually stating what the mainstream narrative is. So I mean, he is the mainstream narrative.
Typically that's the narrative, yes. But typically, if you talk to real experts, they don't say it the way he says it. They'll tell you more like I just did. They'll say, "We think this because of this," and they'll make all kinds of concessions instead of saying, I don't have time for your flat Earth questions or something like that. If you give them a good point, a real expert, they're gonna be like, "Huh, I haven't thought about it that way." If they're really good, like a true expert and good in their field, they're out there. They're just not on fucking TV.
I can't trust anything I see on the news, but I will trust Neil deGrasse Tyson. Whoops. Einstein was just Neil deGrasse Tyson of his era.
Yeah, if Glover's using an argument against Neil deGrasse or Michio Kaku, or any of these guys, when you quote, they're either way, they should be telling the truth and telling it, they shouldn't be trying to mislead you in any way. Let's just put it that way. Because that is their job, and they get caught so often in here where we hold them to a point to say, prove it, and then we go and find the real citations. And they're like, yeah, well, he was wrong because he's a dumbass. It's just unfortunate. Yeah, neither side. They're in the right, saying that he's not like the end all be all on the situation. That's not how science works. When they say that, like that's not how what science is. It's not what he says is what it is. It's
I think settled science is an oxymoron.
Right. No, and that's the problem with these science communicators is like they try to give this. They shouldn't even be there. They should, because science is never settled. And when they go out in public and give these they don't even demonstrate anything, so I shouldn't say that. But their speeches, it's clearly biased, and they're clearly trying to push a narrative, and we're both right to disregard them. But most of them don't do that until put into a certain pinch, a certain situation.
Yeah, they have the ability to demonstrate the ability to talk your head off.
I like ranch on my word salad personally.
That only makes it worse for you. It's got soybean oil in it.
Well, yeah, I don't like to even talk to soy boys, but I can smell them a mile away for sure.
It's like a Glober to talk to that last guy. Like if we had another Glober in here and then have them basically debate each other, because that's what would happen. Like they're just
That'd be pretty entertaining.
They're just contradicting each other.
It's funny when it happens. Like we used to get a lot of Glovers all coming in at once, and like, you start talking to 2 or 3 of them at the same time, and they're in agreement, and all of a sudden, one says yes, one says no, and then they start fighting each other. It's hysterical when it happens. Just sit back. You guys figure this one out.
Yeah, I think I saw Nathan do that on like a YouTube clip. Some person. Pretty funny. They just like keep on changing their words. Like basically saying yes and then saying no, like to the same question. Just because the other person doesn't like agree, that's a Glober.
Yep, and this last guy here was like, yes, but no.
he was debating himself.
He was both Glovers at the same time.
Right.
Yeah, I just wanted him to expose himself. Like I'm not even gonna comment on his fucking shit anymore. He's still commenting on YouTube. It's pretty funny.
He's in YouTube now, huh?
Well, that's where I brought him from, was from YouTube, because there's no way to like expose him over comments because he's just not being intellectually honest. And then I brought him into here, and that's obvious. And so that's all I wanted to expose him.
That's why I want those cowards in the YouTube chat to come into the gauntlet, because they can type a big talk, but can they talk the talk? Come on in, guys.
He was already familiar
Acting
with
tough.
Black Swan. He immediately said refraction before I even explained anything. And then he saw the explanation and he said, "Oh, this is QE's thing." So you know that he's not like new. He sounded kind of newish, but at first
He sounds like he's been listening back and forth, and he developed like a, lackluster kind of list of things to talk about.
I normally offer to the listeners to come in here and talk with me about gas pressure and why we need it for sustaining life. And normally there's no takers.
Nah, why would there be? You can look in the mirror and deny what you see. Doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Oh, we're also talking, I mean, look at the status quo. A world without Twinkies. It's like
in a world.
Friday the right without Twinkies. Take it away.
Hey,
Just do it.
I don't miss Twinkies, to be honest.
Right. But remember what happened? People were losing their shit.
Yeah, they were. They're like, what? We can't have. Wait, no more Twinkies? That's like saying no more oxygen.
Over Twinkies.
Yeah.
Now, candy comes and goes. There's hundreds, probably thousands, hundreds of thousands of candies that have come and gone.
Yeah.
Hell, they murder off a couple species every few years, depending on who's poaching what or whatever.
And they call it evolution.
But Twinkies, though.
Twinkies are an American icon. You show some respect.
So, ipso facto, fat people.
Twinkies now. Please
To
don't mention
food? So I'm supposed to worship an idol that I made? What the fuck?
Yeah. Wait. God didn't make Twinkies? They're so delicious.
Nope.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
When it represents your country,
Jury's
you're
out.
supposed to.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry.
That might have been the story. That's a cool story, but just like Peter Pan, I'm gonna need to see some evidence.
America's the greatest country in the world. That's all your evidence.
Second star to the right, straight on till morning. I think that's what the Peter Pan thing was.
Like, dude, most of the time, I seriously feel like we are in Idiocracy, the movie, like right in the middle.
Yes.
Like,
well, technically, it, Waterworld, and a few others. If you just mash them together, it's just one big biography.
especially after
you
watching
take
like the
all
lost history of
the-
Flat Earth. Like that really just made my mind think, oh my gosh, people don't even know to have a clue at like whatsoever.
Waterworld's Flat Earth movie, straight up.
Like, if you wanted to say
everything
straight
that
up,
he uses.
if you wanted to say straight up like Idiocracy, I would have placed that around 2016 during the Trump-Hillary elections. But now with the current thing, yeah, we got to start throwing in more dystopian fucking futures. Like there's, you know what I mean?
They live Idiocracy, The Matrix, and a couple other things smashed up into one. And every time somebody gets a hold of them glasses, something tends to happen.
I've definitely seen that movie.
Somebody else has to carry it on. It's I like the Red Pill movies. There's a good list of Red Pill movies on several sites if anybody's curious. I still think Upside Down is a Flat Earth movie. I'm still waiting for the opinion from others.
Yeah, it is because it depicts it as flat. You
want to link
both worlds, the right side up and the upside down. Every time they show it, it's level, stationary, all that jazz.
Ain't that shit cool though? Like that was a cool movie.
Did you guys ever see Clash of the Titans? I think 2011. So I didn't realize that way back the first time I watched it, but then like a year or two ago when I watched it a second time, I realized that's a Flat Earth movie because when they go really high up to where the gods are, far above the earth, as you see them descending downwards, or just the view from their ledge above, it's a flat Earth. It actually looks like the way that they made the CGI. It made it look a lot like the high altitude footage from balloons and such. Like it actually looks like that.
Yeah. It's like, why would Hollywood say that it's a globe sometimes and then a flat Earth sometimes? Which one is it, guys?
Percy Jackson's a Flat Earth movie. What's anyone where you got the son of the Poseidon or whatever, where he's got to navigate the hero? Those are all Flat Earth movies because it's all based on latitudinal and longitudinal grid systems based on the sextant and horizon. It's just the whole movie is about using the sextant and astrolabe, but they just took him out because he has special powers. He is the sextant and the astrolabe. Right?
Anybody got a sailboat? Glover's got a sailboat?
Hell
Take a nice,
dude. I got a sextant.
Yeah, we'll bring the sextant. You provide the boat, and then we'll fucking go test this out once and for all. We'll film the whole thing start to finish. I know Globers aren't used to doing something like that, but yeah, start to finish, we'll film the whole fucking thing.
Bro, drones? We could have fun with the guys that got racing drones. I'm looking at getting a racing drone too. We could get some big old SD cards, fly a drone around as we're going, take our sextant and our astrolabe, bring the goodies with us. We could have a blast.
I'm not sure about racing drones. I don't think. I mean, the ones they don't typically have very long lasting batteries. They expel their energy super fast, like to get those speeds. Like when I bought mine a year ago, there might be one that beats it, but typically the DJIs have the longest lasting batteries. I can fly mine for a maximum time of, they say, like 32 minutes or something like that. I think it was actually 33. Illuminati confirmed, but that's like without fighting the wind and not in sport mode and shit like that. So like you're only gonna get like 20 minutes tops, pretty much at like 40 miles an hour with like a consumer grade drone anyway.
We can do what we got to do. They do make RC planes, RC helicopters, gas powered, nitro meth. Take your pick. If you got a big enough antenna on that boat, you get some range on that damn RC boat. RC car, RC plane, RC jet. Ooh. Just saying, if one won't work, there's always another solution. RC jet, bro.
Just makes me sad, man, that these people keep clinging on to this nonsense belief.
Bro, you can catch that RC jet if you know what you're doing. Strap your GoPro on there and just throw it up in the air and take off. Get you, mile range with that big ass antenna on a boat. Get you some nice video. Bring it back to the boat.
Yeah, well, that's one thing that's awesome about the range on some of these drones too. You're talking about an RC boat now, but like my drone with direct line of sight, I'm supposed to be able to get 10 kilometers max range on it. That's crazy. It's
Damn,
over
we're
6
putting
miles.
you in the crow's nest. And see, we're putting you in the crow's nest on the ride. We'll give you umbrella,
Yeah,
but we're putting
you get me elevated, and I'll have a long range with that thing.
Bro, I'm just gonna send up extra batteries to you. You just keep passing them down to me, and I'll keep them charged.
Right? No, but
we already got jobs. We already got jobs on the trip.
Yeah, those things though, man. That again, if they have to fight the wind and shit, you're cutting your battery time in half. Like, so you got to keep in mind which direction you're going, like how much you're fighting the wind, how much return time you're gonna need to get back over the water.
Right, that's what I'm kind of thinking. So I'm kind of thinking the RC jet or the RC plane or something will be a little bit better. Probably the jet.
Yeah, probably. Like a quadcopter is not going to be what you want for what you're talking about.
No, I mean, at least not a teeny one. You need something that's like got some decent weight to it, decent gyroscope in it, and a decent
Yeah,
battery
but
in it.
the more weight you have, the heavier. I mean, the more battery you need, and the battery also adds weight.
Right.
The ones that stay in there long are small, but they have to
Well,
fight the wind harder.
I have a solution to that, but I would have to talk to some of the guys that can like mill me up some parts.
Mill them out of what? Like you would want to build it like as much as you can out of like carbon
I'm
fiber
wanting
or
or
carbon
aluminum or
nanotubes. If you could
something
do
like
like
that.
you could build one out of carbon nanotubes. I think you're in business.
Or a lighter alloy. Stronger, lighter alloy. But I got an idea. All right, I'm gonna shrink something, and then that's what's going with it for your needs. You're just gonna get rid of one thing, and you're gonna add something else, and there goes your problem. Now you got to worry about antenna and some other stuff. But I'd literally have to make the thing because it doesn't exist as I know it. At least not that small. But I got a buddy down the road. If I get the right schematics, we build the thing. You get the lead in, lead out. All right, and we build a little case or something to mount it to the drone. We could. Mm-hmm.
I haven't done really much with my drone over the last couple of months, but now that it's turning into autumn, fall, being a northerner, we're going to have all the pretty fall colors that people come and travel to come and see, like all the maple trees turning the reds and oranges and stuff like that. And there's some pretty nice sightseeing places not too far. I'm going to go get some really nice, some good pictures with it, a couple videos.
Yeah, once again, it just comes down to honesty. I'm arguing with Ben Delight in the YouTube chat. You know, he said, cite when I've been dishonest. So I asked him the question, can gas pressure exist without a container? And right away he obviates his dishonesty. He says, yes, it can exist without a container, without a physical container. They just keep on with the lies. They don't understand it goes against natural physical law. And he's smart enough to know that he's lying about this. So, no, Ben, I don't need a citation that proves you're lying. I can let you know natural law, physical reality requires a container for pressure to exist. And listen, man, I didn't make this place, so don't come after me. Just once you understand that natural law, then come back and apologize for lying to us about that. Pretty simple. You know what? I don't even need the apology. Just get right. You know what I mean? Also, citations don't trump observed reality. I can give you citations all day that go for and against this. Doesn't mean anything. Remember, the law is can't have gas pressure without a container. Otherwise, the word wouldn't be pressure. It would be something else. You can't press upon a non-container. How is this difficult?
Bro, if Sonny does good enough recon, we could see what boats are available. Because I want to do this so bad.
Me too. I'm there, dude. I'll go. No problem.
I know a guy with an RC jet.
No, I mean, we need to get on a boat and film the entire thing. I'm serious.
Right. I'm going to have to yeah. I'm going to have to get some shockproof, waterproof hard drives, but that's all cool. 7 terabytes a pop, plug them up to the cameras. That'll work for me. I could just stick them in a bay, lock them down, and voila. And just hook all the cameras up.
Yep, I'm with you, man. Just let me know when we're going, and if I need to pitch in money, I will do it. I will go.
I'm curious because Sonny had mentioned something about boats, and I was like, "Ooh, abandoned?" And he's like, "Yep." And I was like, "Oh, I know exactly how to handle." Because that's one of the things that I've been studying recently, is how to procure such things. There is a simple way. A very, very simple way. If I told you how simple it was, like you'd flip. It'd be like somebody telling you gas pressure container, you need it, and you were a Globie and you got it.
That's in a perfect world, huh?
Yes, but you'd get it. You'd get it. It just I'm not gonna have everyone running amok. At least not because of me. But yes,
now,
boat. I should be thinking bigger though. I should think about a slightly bigger boat.
Let's start with a boat, right? Let's just start and do something, right?
Right. But you're talking like 5 or 6 person boat. You're talking like 3 person boat.
You could put 5 people on a boat. Shit, why not?
I'm trying to put like 10 or 15 on a boat to start.
Like a yacht. Then we just need a rich bitch. Where's our sugar daddy?
No. Same thing.
Yeah, yacht would be sick, right?
10 to 15 people. Same type of boats. Still abandoned. Not necessarily brand new things, but sailboats and things that'll sleep 8, 9, 10.
We'll fix it up, man. If we get a crew together, we can fucking do anything.
Well, we got a captain somewhere around here.
Listen, there's a lot of people listening right now. Let me tell you, Cuddles and I are ready to go onto the open seas, do some sextant work, do all kinds of stuff.
I got to get a couple more lasers and a couple of more 18650s, and I think 2 solar charging pads, and I'd be good.
I'm gonna buy a P900 too, just cause.
And maybe a new fishing pole, just cause.
Yeah.
I got some hooks.
A cowboy on the ocean. Don't make me laugh.
Oh my god! So cowboy riding a shark with a fishing pole in one hand and a 6-shooter in the hip.
There you go. Sharknado proofs flat Earth.
Sharks ain't never gonna see these spurs coming, boy.
Hey guys, is gravity a theory or a natural law?
The gravity of this boat situation is real.
I know, but once again, really quick, because we know the answer, but I'm asking for a friend. Is gravity a theory or a natural law?
When you say theory, do you mean scientific theory?
Is it a theory or a natural law?
Well, it's not either.
Neither.
Oh, let's see. So what is it?
It doesn't exist.
Conjecture.
I agree. Conjecture. Very good. It's a concept at best.
Dude, the boat though would give me a reason to buy a new RC jet instead of a drone. I'm foaming at the mouth over this boat thing, bro. Cause I got sea legs. I love the water. I had a waterbed once upon a time. That thing, I love the movement. It's all good.
I'm sorry, it's delayed, but come on. You love the water. You had a waterbed once upon a time.
Yeah, once upon a time.
Yeah, that's fucking
Well,
hilarious.
I used to camp out on the boat with my friends on the lakes on a couple of little rivers. We'd find a spot, anchor down, set up, camp on the river,
Yeah.
camp on
No,
the lake.
I've got my godfather. I haven't really seen him in years because he turned into in our ring circle. There's nothing wrong with it, but he's a little bit of he's a constitutionalist. He was down on the Bundy Ranch actually when that went down, and he was on like the FBI most wanted list and shit for it. He keeps a low profile, wears nothing but fatigues, and goes all over the place. But back in the day, before that all was the case, he actually had yachts and shit. And he was like the treasurer in Manitowoc, Wisconsin, which is where he harbored his boats. And we used to go like up along the coast, up towards like Door County and shit like that. And he like had like a 28-footer, and then he upgraded to like a 32-footer, and then he had like I don't know, but we used to go and like once a year we would go out with him and just drop anchor like you said out in the middle of Lake Michigan, and that's lake. It's got pretty big waves, pretty decent sized swells, even when it's calm most of the time. And then. But if you have a rough night, like that's some shit sleeping out on the water, and I could only imagine out in the ocean.
Bro, I'm hoping this spring is going to open up a new opportunity. I missed it last year. Well, year and a half, quarter-ish ago, I had a chance to go yachting with a friend. My uncle, his friend's got a boat. Decent boat. And they're going to go right up in the Great Lakes and just diddle.
And do what?
Just goof off and fish in the Great Lakes.
Okay.
They were starting over by like Belle Isle or something to get in the water, wherever he was docked. But going up the river over to, I think, Erie or something, through another little channel or whatever, and voila, we were gonna just chill out, do our thing, fish, grill, play around. Right between the border between Canada and the States. On the water.
Oh, dude, one time when we did that, we were up there for Door County. We went much farther. It was the one year we went all the way up to Superior. And it's amazing right there, like the temperature difference, at least that time of year. It was friggin' warm and sunny. We were jumping in the lake and skin diving, and then we went up to Superior, and oh my God, it was like freaking winter already. Like we had to put on, bundle up, and like I think there was even flurries blowing around, and like there was just nothing but geese, and it was gray and windy. It was fucking terrible. Superior sucks. Fuck Superior, dude.
That's why I'm on it about trying to get my passport and shit together. Because if I get to go again, another opportunity, and like everybody on the boat's got their shit together. My uncle's already got his. As soon as he hits that dock, he's got his passport with him. Because he knows that if everybody on the boat's good, they're going to go across the border and dock and goof off and have some beers, eat a steak, moose burger, whatever. Yeah, I already know what's going down. But see, if I would have gone this last time, we would have probably stayed on this side. But still would have been worth it. Because I haven't been on a big boat. I've got to look at them. I've got to walk around on a few of them while they're docked, but not out. Like the biggest thing is like a pontoon boat or so. Dude, sleeping on a pontoon boat, though, out on the water is fun. 15, 20-footer. You just got to be careful. You don't catch that gap between the railing. See, I'm kind of wondering with what Sonny was talking about, what's over here in Galveston, Houston. So now I want to go down there and look. Because if what he's saying is true there, then it is definitely true other places. So 2 containers walk into a bar.
One container says to the other, "Are you fully closed or are you partly open, partly closed?"
I think we can do better, but I was hoping that I just asked the question, had a punchline ready to go.
We have 2 or 3. I don't know if anybody clipped them from 2 days ago. But
They
Sonny
walk
had
into a bar. This has to become funny somehow. There's no way to make that funny.
No. We made 3 jokes out of it that day.
Were they funny jokes?
To us, hell yeah. And to the people that got it that were listening, yeah.
Somebody's laughing. Who's laughing?
It's me. I'm laughing at you, Lou. I'm sorry.
You're like, funny jokes?
Yeah, because I'm not the shit that I just heard. If that's anywhere near the kind of level you're talking about, like where this is not going to work.
I've got 2 or 3 I'm trying to formulate on that one. That's how it starts. 2 containers walk into a bar.
2 containers walk into a bar. Okay. How are you going to incorporate the bar? Is it going to be like a bar of gold? Is it going to be like an actual, like a tavern? Is it going to be you know, just like a post. You know, what kind of bar
Right.
is
Well,
this?
see, like I've got a short one where it just plays on gullibility. Like two containers walk into a bar. It's like, you with me so far? And you would say,
And now they're breached.
well, you would say, yeah, and I'd go, dude, so you believe two containers can walk, but right? Got
Oh
a pulse.
Jesus!
Mm-hmm. But the flat Earth is effing crazy. But you believe two containers can walk and
Two
talk.
containers with the legs walk into a bar.
Right.
I'm just gonna lay it out there. Flat earthers are not good comedians for the most part. Like in general,
No, we are. This is new territory. This is uncharted territory, bro. Call it for what it is. We're
Lou,
using our periscopes and astrolabes to find what we can.
Lou, did you know that Enoch can do a great Beavis and Napalm turns out can do a pretty damn good Butthead? Just FYI. Just saying.
this is gonna hurt your feelings, I think, but
If you don't care,
was
I don't care.
I was in there when you guys started all that, and I lasted less than 10 minutes. I had to leave and come back like 4 hours later to make
Aww.
sure you were done.
Hey man, no worries. I've had to do stuff like that for different things. I get you, dude. It's all good. I am ridiculous. You already know, Lou. And I just happen to be ridiculous and I like Beavis and Butthead. So it's
I
okay.
liked Beavis and Butthead back when I was in middle school. Yeah, I did a really good Beavis and Butthead impression with
Did
my friend,
you?
but I could probably do it if I practiced again. But it's been a long time because I don't do Beavis and Butthead anymore.
Oh, I'm so disappointed. All right, I was excited for a moment. Now I'm disappointed because you're not interested in it anymore.
No, look, Beavis and Butthead had its time.
Sure. But did they?
If somebody, okay, I'm just going to be dead blunt about this. I thought their impressions were only mediocre. I thought I could do better, but I'm not going to do it for you. So,
Well, hey, if you come up with some verbiage, you could pass it along.
Wrong states though. These are show me states you're talking to.
But okay, I get what you're saying, Lou. I honestly, I do. But have you ever heard Beavis and Butthead argue back and forth about whether with the shape of the Earth? I think that would be like listening to little toddlers cuss. That's why I like it.
I'm trying to look at it from a Glober perspective in this case. Like, if flat earthers are mocking themselves, acting like a bunch of dumbasses.
Oh no! I think
I think that would just be. I think it's just giving them fuel to add to their fire.
no. In my mind, if one would be a Glober, one would be a flat earther, and they'd argue back and forth. To me, that just sounds hilarious to no end. And I respect anybody's alternative opinion.
Yeah, in my opinion, it's just kind of like when Mark Sargent did a commercial for a betting app and was stabbing a freaking inflatable globe. Like,
but you cannot see that.
It's funny to him and you and a few other people. But like for the most part, it looked bad on us.
You know what? I'm okay with that because if it possibly could gain a few people to look into it, I would be willing to suffer through something like that. I think, but I understand what you're saying, Lou. Once again, I really, honestly, I do. Yeah, it's kind of like a double-edged sword almost.
Yeah, but it'd still be a hilarious skit. Hilarious.
Okay, well, don't share it with anybody. Like, that's fucking terrible. It's bad PR, man.
This guy. It would be funny, but don't let anyone see it.
Bad PR. Ooh.
Look, bad PR is that stupid that stupid show they have on TV or YouTube, probably YouTube, where they sit down and have. They got the damn bar stools lined up where they get 4 or 5 of these people that, think this way and 4 or 5 people that think that way. And then they have them stand far off and they go, oh, well, if you think this, sit down. If you think that, sit down. They keep getting up, moving, and blah. The problem is like a lot of the people that were even on that show still didn't articulate like it just, it's cringe. It's so damn cringe. Because the Globers just talk about their feelings in this one episode, especially the girls. Oh my God. I feel. What does that have to do with science, lady? Well, you got to believe, and that's great. But however, we have measurements, observations, facts, demonstratable, repeatable facts and experiments and tests, and you just feel like this is stupid and that it's not really science. Right. Right. But you don't have any evidence or any experiments or any actual science. They do stupid shit like that. I know a couple people that were on there. The whole thing was still stupid because like some of the questions were pointed. They got away from the thing. Anytime anyone had an open mic, like just a 30-second run to filibuster. Short, simple points. There's no curvature. There's no measurable, observable curvature anywhere. Every argument that is brought up about curvature is false, prima facie, for lack of evidence for its position, for the opinion position to exist. And then look at that, 152 miles away. Look at that. I can look right across this big old lake. And look at that. I can see that mountain back there. Ain't that sunset beautiful? Like, come on. The sun literally passing through the sky looking like it's, feet over the top of the mountain, just moving through the air.
Oh my gosh, Crack, you're being too funny right now.
Dude, a Beavis and Butthead Go Flat Earth would be hilarious, though.
I don't know. To me,
we just need to pick the idea and have somebody throw $500,000 at the designer just to make it for us.
I forget if I'm muted or not. I'm on my mobile putting some chairs together. Like, you guys hear me? I assume. I could look. Yeah, I'm unmuted. Anyway.
I hear you, Luke.
Yeah.
Hey, Dave.
But yeah, no,
What you got,
Flat Earth might be funny to a very small select audience. As soon as the fucking Globers get a hold of it, they're gonna freaking. It's like I said, it's terrible for us. It looks bad.
Yeah, but all they got is ad hom. I'm still waiting for evidence. I've been waiting 5 years since the first
It
time
doesn't
I asked
matter.
for Globe
Look,
evidence.
the normies don't require evidence from them. They require it from us. Even though that's not right, that's what they fucking do. So, like, when you add fucking shit for them to make fun of you for, they just think they're winning because it's idiocracy. We talked about that.
Right. And it's still begging the question. They want us to prove their reality wrong when they can't prove it right. Begging the question. Yes. Oh my God.
I need to clip, well, ask whoever does the soundboard, what's his name? Creation Bear. I don't know if you guys remember way back in the day. Lou might have seen it. I don't know. The original Vacation with Chevy Chase. The part where he's about to jump into the pool with Christy Brinkley, and he's standing there, and he's saying, "This is crazy. This is crazy. This is crazy." I love it.
That was a good movie back in the day.
Yes. And he was, if I remember correctly, he was swinging his arms back and forth and clapping his hands. He was like, "This is crazy. This is crazy. This is crazy." Yeah, that was back in the day when they didn't pump out the movies like they do now. You had to watch the same movie over and over if you wanted to watch TV.
Well, even actually, that's kind of fucked up that you say that. Like back in the day, we got tons of great movies coming out all the time, and like now it takes them forever to come out up with sequels, things that are just like, or even remakes. You know, like it's already been done for you. All you have to do is fucking remake it. They hype it up, and it takes forever, and you don't get anything that's new or freaking creative in any way. Like what happened? You know.
I remember when you had to go to the movie theater to actually see a new movie. Now and it was like awesome. Like we had to wait for it to come out on DVD.
The
And
anticipation.
now they're just like released on Blu-ray, just immediately right out of the gate. Come get your shit right now.
Oh yeah, that's especially now.
There is no movie theater anymore.
Well, that's because of the COVID economy, right?
Well,
like
back in the day, it was movie theater first, and then DVD like way later. Like
way later.
Yeah, like we'll see it when it comes out on DVD.
It'd be in theaters for like 6 months, and then it would go to budget for 6 months, and then they would do a DVD. Unless it was a shitty movie, and then it would go to budget right away. And if it did shitty there, then it would go straight to DVD after that. Do you guys actually? That's a good question. Do you guys have budget cinemas all around the country, or is that just like a thing around here? Where after it's been, I assume that's a nationwide thing.
I can give you a tour of all the places that I grew up going to and the places that I still know exist and a few that have just popped up. I mean, there's stuff I grew up with down the street from where I lived. We used to hop towns to go to different ones in different towns because they were playing different things. Different things were popular in different, parts of the county.
I don't know why I don't go out to my truck and get a freaking Allen fucking bit for my drill instead of putting this chair together with the stupid Allen wrench they put in the bag. This is inefficient as hell.
I'm wondering why you don't already got your drill.
It's out in the truck.
That's like the first moment I bring some shit home. I gotta put together, or take apart, or any of that shit. I just grab the drill and the bits. Hell, I've got an old drill somewhere that'll twist your wrist off if you're not careful. shit. I don't even know how old it is, but it's old as shit.
Yeah, those old plug-in electric ones. Yeah, they had a lot of torque
Yes,
on them.
yes. Bro, about twisted my wrist good.
Well, I was
Cause
for a little while after high school. I was a apprentice electrician, doing new construction residential. So my job was literally using the whole hog, the Milwaukee whole hog. Now you want to talk about a torquey drill with 3/4 inch bit, milliliter bit. You just freaking running through studs, and if you twist and do an angle or whatever, and that grabs, yeah, you want something it has been known to break a lot of wrists, like especially if you're running like a whole
you're talking bigger than the one for doing shit. The all thread tap-ins, right? Tap-in anchors. The one that's
No,
bigger than that.
I'm talking about for running house wire when you drill holes through studs all through a house for running switches.
Oh
and
shit!
outlets.
Yes. No. That yeah. Torquey.
Yeah.
That's why they've got a
No,
damn bicycle handle on some of them.
Oh yeah, no, you got an extra handle, but the thing is if it grabs, you got to be aware of which way it's going to spin and how it's going to hit you, or how you're holding it so it doesn't twist your wrist off. So like you got to brace it a certain way and like know which way you're running it. A lot of apprentices fuck that up.
Lou, have you ever taught new guys where you work how to use a drill?
Dude, it's hysterical. Like when I got like guys that are fresh out of high school, and like you have to teach them how to like read a tape measure, even though they've read a ruler. They've never had any real experience doing it. You got to teach them how to read a tape measure. You got to teach them how to hold a drill. You got to teach them how to hold the screw. People don't get this and it sucks in my trade because most of them don't stick around or most of them don't want to work. The ones who do find out they don't want to work for the most part. You get one in every 5,000 high school graduates wants to go into a trade and is gonna like work out in one. It's bad. Like, and so I'm constantly training, and then they don't work, or they go off somewhere else, or we lose a guy, and all of a sudden he goes with the other crew, and I'm training another one. I'm freaking. It's, that's what I'm going through right now. I just trained a guy for the last 2 seasons. This one's almost over, and that we lost his buddy to the Air Force, and so now we got a 3-man company basically. Well, there's an odd guy out. So the guy I trained, he's pretty much working with the other crew leader. Well, I'm the guy working by himself up ahead of everything and getting all the bullshit done. As soon as I get another guy, guess who's going to be in training?
Yeah, same here, man. I trained 3 people since end of January of this year, and all of them have quit. One of them most recently quit like 2 weeks ago, and now I'm on my 4th guy, and we have enough jobs for like a 2-3-man crew, probably like 2 or 3 of them, and it's just me and this rookie just doing everything.
Yeah, dude, it sucks.
It
It's
sucks.
running guys
Yeah.
like you and me related. Like we're getting up, we're hitting middle age and fucking, or I am anyway. Been doing this too long, doing the bullshit too long. I need a guy who can do it for me. But for some reason, like I picked this shit up when I was like 12, and they can't figure it out when they're fucking 22, getting paid fucking 3 times as much as I did.
I know exactly what you mean, man.
Jenny.
Was
Howdy. I need to go look. I need to go look. I need to go look here. Ugh. I'm excited that somebody gave me a rabbit trail to go through. Yes. That boat, man. That boat. I am 5 lasers away from being ready from the boat trip. Hey, Lou. You realize if we find an uninhabited island, bro, we might have to leave somebody behind with like a homemade flag.
Somebody behind. You're acting like I don't have that concept in mind. I'm ready to leave behind everybody that's ever taken the fucking jab. Okay, you get me? Like, I have no fucking worries about that.
So I just gotta finish my logo and print it, and I'll get a flag for you under a company. It'll be able to do everything you need. They'll all leave you alone. But I'll take care of the flag. But yeah. So I was thinking about while we were saying something. I was like, shit, if we do find like a decent sized island that's like, where the fuck? I gotta leave somebody behind with like a flag and a radio and some other shit. So I'm saying we need something bigger than a 10-man boat. Because I'm not just gonna leave somebody there without like some filters and shit. Equipment. A decent radio to put up on the mountain or the ridge or whatever we find. It's like once I get there and drop somebody off, I want to be able to come back. Like more equipment. 3D printer with some hempcrete and build a big ass house. Toxin free. Oh man, Glatt took off.
Hello, everyone. How y'all doing?
Hey.
Slow day,
For the moment, I guess.
eh? Yeah. Well, I got a little free time away from the family, so I figured I'd talk on here for a bit.
You.
The noisy ones are at the house. So I'm sitting here with a rapid charge propane 24-hour emergency. It looks like they got some propane here. Now they got all these propane tanks. I wonder why they don't just use gravity to store that propane.
That would make so much more sense, Hank.
Be a lot cheaper. Those tanks are
Yes.
expensive to maintain.
Wait, what was the question you just said? I didn't hear the last of it.
Those tanks are expensive to maintain. You got to have them certified. If they ain't certified, they go to the trash. So you got to get new tanks all the time. Looks like these guys never heard of an anti-flat earther. Maybe we should introduce them so they could save some money. They could save 15% or more if they figure out how that gravity works.
You mean I thought they would save 15% on their car insurance? sorry, I'm being ridiculous. But
No, that's what I was doing. I was doing a little play on that.
okay. Yeah, that would make sense. And I don't know. I mean, I guess you can make it really a complicated conversation about gas pressure, but I mean, isn't it something a fifth grader could understand, probably, Hank? About gas pressure? You know, like, are you smarter than a flat earther / fifth grader? I don't know.
Yeah, that'd be a pretty good show. Are you smarter than a flat earther?
Yeah.
Right. And
If you're
I think fifth
interested in
graders.
that, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
If you're interested in that, get with Michael J. Smith because you know he's interested in that. You guys could just fly by the seat of your pants and do it.
Yeah, we could go to a big city or somewhere and sit up next to a college and be like, "You think you're smarter than a flat earther?"
Ooh. Now that sounds extra exciting. I think it would be more fun playing with people in real life than people on the internet.
Oh yeah, because they might get physical. If they get too hands on you, they might be deserving getting blessed by the sauce, getting some hot sauce.
Okay. I'd be really interested in reviewing a fifth grade science book. I mean, it's been like a really long time since I've looked at one.
You might be surprised at what they're teaching fifth graders these days.
Really?
Yeah.
Hmm.
I'm not really sure where the science really begins or ends. But yeah, I've seen some stuff and some stuff accessories.
So, do you think fifth graders know the scientific method? Or is that more like middle school kind of level?
I think it just depends. It depends on whether they're in public or private. It depends on whether or not, it was in bold print in the textbook.
Huh. Well, I would say public school. I don't know what the I don't know how many private versus public there is.
Well, I went to both.
Okay.
And it's a pretty big difference.
Oh.
Mainly just the standards. And your average public school teacher doesn't get paid enough to care the way a private school teacher will.
I suppose so.
Yeah. I mean, I used to take my youngest sister to school, and I once confronted her teacher. Her teacher taught math, history, science, and English.
That's a lot.
Taught, well, the standards were so low; they weren't really teaching much of anything, and I kind of complained about the homework load being that it's a fourth grader was only required to do 4 math problems a night, and they hadn't memorized their times tables yet. And I was like, "What's up with this?" And she said, "Take it up with my local state representative or county representative if I don't like." Yeah, just flat out.
Yeah, you know what? My daughter just started 2nd grade, and she's been having her class since daycare even. They started testing her. They had her tutoring other kids, peers, and shit like that all along. So luckily, she's doing good. Apparently, her mom and I have been doing something because I'm yet to see any kind of homework at all in 2nd grade. Is that no? I don't remember. I mean, didn't we have some even though if it was light, we had some homework in 2nd grade, or was it 3rd grade that started?
I had homework in kindergarten. Circle the red triangle kind of stuff,
Right. Just get you in the habit of doing it is really what it was.
Yeah.
But yeah, I still haven't even heard about a thing called homework with my daughter.
Well, the competition's going to be, not up to par when it comes to her entering into the the workforce or the real world, whatever you want to call it. So good on you.
I mean, to be honest, I know me and her mom. Her mom went to college for early childhood education. But she's busy working. I don't think she's doing much of that once she gets home. It's cooking dinner and making sure that she brushes her teeth and go to bed. But it's I suppose just being in the environment of maybe two. Okay, well, I have my problems with her, of course, because we're not together. But her mom is overall pretty level-headed for a woman, I guess. Anyway, yeah, some of the credit's got to be due to parenting, but I think we just got super lucky. I think my daughter just has some natural potential that not all kids have.
She probably also has a desire to learn.
Of course. Yeah, that's a big thing. Yeah.
I specifically remember when that light died out in me for a while in public school. I was like, oh wait, this is all a joke.
Yeah, no, since she's always been asking questions that are way above her head, and I know at least when she asks me, I don't do the whole you wouldn't understand. I'll explain it as best as I can in a way that I think she will, and she'll still have questions, and I'll usually answer those as best as I can. And sometimes she really does understand things at a higher level than most parents would ever think their child could. And so they grasp a lot more than what they're usually given credit for. At least in my case, like I said, I think I'm pretty lucky. but yeah, I mean, you're only limiting your kid's potential when you withhold information from them and stuff. If they're asking the question, give them an answer as best as you can.
Hey, Dad, what's a blowjob?
You know, when you take the leaf blower and you
The
do a
leaf
good
blower?
job.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's where I was going.
obviously.
Can you go blow job my driveway, please?
Yep.
Hey, Dad, what does trans mean? All right, I'll stop. I'll stop.
I would just hand the kid a dictionary and be like, if you ask me a question and I can find the answer in this book, we're gonna have some issues.
Trans are long metal things that carry people on journeys. They're all linked together in carriages.
There you go.
Yeah, I get the point when it comes to some of that sexuality stuff. The thing is a no answer is irresponsible, especially today, because you know they're picking it up. You know, if you want them to form their opinion about what it means to have a sexuality and all that stuff from YouTube and from the TV and from school and from other kids, you know, like fine, don't give them an answer. But if you want them to understand it the way that you understand it, you're gonna give them a fucking answer.
Yeah, that's
I think, yeah, education. You should be first and foremost responsible for your children's education. The schools should sort of just teach them how to like put their name on the line or something. You know,
Yeah, if you turn
put your date on the paper.
Yeah, if you turn around and say, "Oh, I'll tell you when you're 18," then they're going to find out somewhere else before that.
Oh yeah. Yeah, my parents made that mistake with my youngest sister, and now she is a perfect. She's like the picturesque NPC at the subtle age of 17. Literally, the last words that were spoken between us was something about she was screaming about how a man or a woman can still be a woman with balls, and I was just like laughing as hard as I could, and then it was like, I hate you because you don't like because you hate like it was just insane. If you're not on board with their insanity that's been programmed into them, you are like you're basically Hitler. It's unfortunate.
You're offensive.
Yeah, no, I mean this whole conversation got triggered during the female Chinese weightlifters during the Olympics, and my dad and we just said like one little thing to one to the other. I was like, whoa, are you sure this is the female weightlifting Olympics? And then avalanche of social justice. And yep, I'm hoping she'll get over it maybe in her late 20s, but it's unfortunate that I'm going to miss out on yet another half a decade because of indoctrination and brainwashing. It's too bad.
She just needs to find level-headed female role models.
Yeah, well, I'll be praying for that.
Yeah.
I actually can't think of a single one. Maybe some of the females on this server, but
well, yeah,
definitely not in on the media or anywhere else that I've seen. It's pretty slim pickings out there for the world.
Yeah, they don't advertise level-headed people.
No, it's not profitable. I'm wondering how much are vaccine companies making per shot, per jab? How does that work?
Well, who's losing money? Because if someone's paying for it, then there's got to be
Anybody who pays taxes.
someone.
Anybody who pays taxes. In fact,
Is
the
that how
United
it's going to
States,
happen?
the United States taxpayers are actually funding other countries' vaccines because we decided we were going to give them the vaccines also and pay for them, like our government did. Any vaccine our government buys is paid for by us, the taxpayer here. And if they decide to give it all to, Nicaragua or whatever, like that's on us too. We pay for that too.
Good Lord, that's not good.
Strangely though, it's a slight blessing in disguise because this whole pandemic bullshit has woken up more people than I think we could have ever dreamed of, really, in such a short time.
If that last thing about the American taxpayers covering it for even other countries, it is news to you. Think about this. So they give away the vaccine for free to everybody in the country if they want. In fact, most states have some kind of stimulus where you get paid $100 or something if you take it. We're paying for those stimuluses too. We're paying for that $100 gift. If somebody has a job who has now been mandated where they have to take the vax or get tested weekly or get tested twice per week, testing is not free. The vaccine is free. In fact, you get money. Testing is not free. You have to pay for it out of pocket between $50 and $300 depending on where you live per test.
Are you serious?
Yep.
I've never been tested, so I didn't know it. I thought it was free. I thought it was something they were giving out for free.
It wasn't. It was before the vaccine came along.
But you still got to
In a
test
lot of
yourself
places.
even though you're vaxxed.
Yeah, no. Once you've been vaxxed, you don't have to do testing. You're vaxxed and you can get it and you can spread it, but you don't have to test.
I was in a room full of family members recently, like 2 days ago, and everyone is vaccinated except for me. And I brought up the point that even though you're vaccinated, you can still get quote unquote COVID, whatever it is, and that it's more obviously not about this disease and taking away American freedoms. And there was crickets in the room. And I mean, they kind of just all were like, anyways, yeah, the vaccine's really important. Just kept talking about it. And by the way, I was like gritting my teeth for about 10 minutes listening to just nonsense, utter nonsense.
Good for you. Good for you. You don't want to damage your family relationship.
Oh, I'm as gentle as a bunny rabbit when it comes to those people, because I just there's no point. I mean, if those people aren't gonna get your back, no one will really. You gotta.
I've got a big family, and my dad was the last of 8 kids. My mom was the first of 5. There's only a few people out there that are going to make a deal about, you got to make sure to get vaxxed, or I'm not going to go to Thanksgiving with you unless you're vaxxed, or I'm not comfortable with you being here. There's like 1 or 2 people that maybe they think that way, but because they're outnumbered, they're going to keep their fucking mouths shut. And if they do make a big deal of it, I have no problem leaving them behind.
Yeah, I mean, well, for my family, like, first strike was the Donald Trump presidency. That put a schism in my family where, some people were for, some people were against, some people didn't care. And either way, it kind of just spread everybody into their own camps. And then COVID was like strike 2 and 3. Strike 2 would be believing that it's a real pandemic. Strike 3 would be accepting that the government has your best health interests in mind for the first time ever. So, yeah. Did anyone see the Project Veritas videos that came out? It was a 3-part series, and they've got Johnson & Johnson employees / scientists saying, like, oh yeah, don't vax your baby. Like, you don't even need to get it. Don't listen to what the media says. Those poor guys probably lost their jobs, but, what are you going to do working for Pfizer?
Earth is flat and that is that. Yeah.
I just drove all the way to the store and realized that I don't have a mask because I don't own one. No, I'm just going to leave.
Fuck it.
No, the guy that works in there, he's on his off days, he works in a hospital as a janitor. I know this because I've been in there without a mask, and he gave me read me the riot act. So,
well, he's got a larynx, right?
I don't want to punch anybody in the larynx. Okay?
Why not?
Because violence.
2 birds, 1 stone. It'll shut him up, and you'll be able to grocery shop.
Let me tell you, if violence is the answer, then you and I are both part of the problem. Just remember that.
Dude, no, I'm not.
Yeah?
I'm not. I haven't hit anybody yet. I'm just
that's
saying
the thing.
words.
That's what I'm saying, though. Like, I've been in conversations where people are like, "Oh, you need to fight this. We need to stand up to tyranny." Oh, I'm sorry. Am I over talking someone?
No. Go ahead, Platypus.
I'm trying to jump in, honestly, but there comes a point where when violence is pretty much the last resort. When people are using violence against you, and I don't know how to describe, like forced injections, other than like it's at this point they haven't like held at least in the United States, they haven't held anybody down and jabbed them that way, as far as I know. But even that through coercion is a form of violence. It's a form of it's you have made somebody your enemy, and you're harming their own personal well-being against their will. You can stand up non-violently and or protest. Maybe you can march the streets all you want. It's not going to get shit done. There comes a point where if they cross the line, that you have no choice but to retaliate violently.
Is so putting someone between a rock and a hard place with what you spoke on, would that be considered coercion?
Anybody who's told that they either need to take it or they're going to lose their job, that's coercion.
Yeah, that's what I
'Cause
mean.
the job is their livelihood. Yeah, that's how they feed themselves, how give themselves shelter, and any kids that they have. When you take that away from them and without giving them, they don't have an option. They don't have an option. They say you made your choice. That's not a choice, not at all.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
Well, that's what I say, man. If he's going to want you to restrict your breathing, catch his larynx, right? Restrict his breathing. Shit, it's tit for tat.
Well, that's why I said if violence is the answer, then I'm part of the problem. Because
well, no, it's not violence. It's natural law.
Yeah, and I mean.
By the way, I'm kidding. Don't fight a security guard.
I know you, Justin. You're. Oh wait, that's not Justin. I'm sorry.
I don't know. I've been seeing some videos of some pretty violent protests in other nations where I see the masses like way outnumbering the cops and beating the shit out of them, and I love it every second of it.
That's different than a security guard at a grocery store. Right? You're both just trying to eat. He's just trying to not lose his job.
Yeah, I haven't met any scientists that developed a vaccine lately. I haven't met any people that work at the World Economic Forum or something like that.
Right. That's different too.
Yeah.
But I hear you, Lou. I hear you, buddy. Yep, I'm right there with you, Lou, on that point for sure. Go ahead. Sorry, Platypus.
No, that was it. That's all good. I'm actually at my destination, so I'm going to wish all of you a happy evening.
Likewise, dude.
Yep.
You're good here, man. New guy here, Mason. Prove gravity. Let's go.
Masonetis?
Yeah, you just got checked in up top.
Alrighty.
Don't be shy.
I think I made myself clear. I just want to listen first, all right?
Well, what do you want to listen to?
I don't know, anything. Whatever your viewpoints are.
Well, a bunch of flat earthers don't sit around and talk about like points on flat earth. They usually wait till somebody that doesn't think the earth is flat to chime in so they could discuss it.
Well, how's everyone's day been? How about that?
Good.
Yeah, I'm good, man. Thank you.
It's good.
Well, listen, you're the only person in here that isn't a flat earther, I think. So, unfortunately...
Yeah, I feel like I'm being bullied.
Unfortunately, we're going to have to pick on you, but I promise we'll be nice and we'll try our best to do one at a time, okay?
Look, I'm not here to debate. I just want to hear your viewpoint. I think I've made it clear.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. And I don't want to debate you either. In fact, I don't want to debate ever. But anyway, so can I just ask you 3 quick questions? And they're just yes or no questions. Oh, unless of course you have an answer for them. But so far we haven't had anybody be able to actually answer with other than no, or it's just a belief, or both. But that's okay. Because I used to have these beliefs too. So 3 questions, and then I'll leave you alone. Does that sound good?
Sure.
Okay. So the first question is, do you know of any time in history when someone or a group of someones has measured the curvature of the Earth, a direct measurement of it?
No, not from the top of my head.
Great. Thank you. Number 2, do you know of any time when someone or a group of someones has detected the rotation or movement of Earth?
Nope.
Cool, thank you. And the last question is, do you know of any time when someone or a group of someones has proven that there can exist gas pressure without a container?
Without looking up these topics, no.
Super
because
duper. Yeah, you've been honest. That's great. See? Three honest answers real quick right in a row. Take notes, Globers. This guy's honest. Thank you so much, and I'm going to leave you alone now. Anybody want to chat with him? That's cool. You got any questions, my friend? Let us know.
Yeah, actually do. What's your guys' concept of gravity? Do you guys not believe in it? Or, like, I'm just
Can I answer
curious.
this one?
Yes.
All right. So when you talk
Maybe
about
I was wrong.
gravity, you know there's 4 different types, right? Can you name the 4 types?
Gravity. Alright, so that's just cleared up my question then. Because, hold up.
Did that just break your mind?
No, break my mind.
That broke your
No.
mind when what he just. I know it did.
Hold on. No, I'm just trying to remember the certain viewpoint.
Let him say it one more time for you, just so that you understand the question.
Dude, my mind has not been broken. I'm just thinking of my question.
Well, you're the one who brought up the topic. I just want to point that out.
Exactly. That's what I yeah.
Okay, so
So maybe he needs to ask you one more time so you understand.
Guys, give me a lecture. What do you guys take on gravity? Go.
I just want to make sure you understand what we're talking about here.
Mm-hmm.
Because we've been talking about it before you got here, years before you got here. Okay? Just letting you know.
All right. So the 4 different types. Are you ready, bro?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right. So first, there's Newtonian gravity, right, which is the law of gravity. They turned out to be wrong, and then they came out with the Einsteinian gravity, and we think that they're wrong because they've never been proven scientifically. So after Einsteinian gravity, they came up with the theory of dark gravity because they couldn't explain how gravity worked at the galactic level. But the only real gravity is the one that we can scientifically validate. Now, do you know how the scientific method works?
Nope.
Okay, so you need 3 things: independent, dependent, and control variables.
Oh, yeah, no,
So
that is.
Right, to form a hypothesis, right? And you want to test that hypothesis. So here's the thing. If a caveman saw water boiling and he wanted to figure out what caused it to boil, he would do a test, right? He would form a hypothesis and say, I bet the heat from the hot spring is what caused it to boil. So he adds heat to a cup of water and it boils. And he takes away the heat and it stops boiling. And he adds the heat again. And because he manipulated the cause, he witnessed the effect. And he proved that you can boil water with enough heat over a long enough duration. You follow me so far?
Yep.
So this is empirical. Anybody in their kitchen can test this hypothesis and prove that heat causes water to boil. So if you wanted to prove gravity, you would have to do a hypothesis test. There's no scientific hypothesis, no valid hypothesis in Einstein's paper that he published. There's no working hypothesis in Newton. All right, so the only one that we can come up with, let's say you got an apple, right, in a pail of water, right? You might say, well, what causes it to fall? Well, you remove the water and the apple does what? Sinks to the bottom, don't it?
Mm-hmm.
Right, now you add water again and it rises to the top. And you take away the water and it sinks to the bottom. So just like with the heat, I manipulated the cause and watched the effect. So in this case, the cause was the medium changing. Now, do me a favor and Google the term specific gravity. Can you do that?
Yeah.
Now, this is falsifiable. You can do this in your kitchen, in your bathtub, in your sink. You can do this at the pool. But apparently Newton, he didn't do this, and neither did Einstein. Archimedes did. Archimedes' principle. We still use that to build ships to this day. And he was an ancient Greek. So, what are you looking at there in specific gravity? What are you looking at?
I got the one from Britannica. So specific gravity, also called relative density. It's I got the formula RD equals P substance over P reference, and P substance is the density of the substance being measured, and P reference is the density of the reference.
Right. So, other than man-made technology, which is synthetic flight, right? I'm not talking about airplanes or helicopters. But anytime something rises and falls in nature, it's because of the relative density to its surroundings. So if you got, let's say, a lightning strike, and hydrogen comes out of the water, what's going to happen to that hydrogen?
Wouldn't the hydrogen just end up?
It's not going to be held down by gravity. Okay. Hydrogen's going to float up, right?
Yeah.
Because it's less dense. Well, how about the sun heating up the water?
Heating up the water then. I don't know because we don't know. No, so really
Heats up the water. Can you hear me, bro?
You're cutting out a bit for me.
Mic check.
Yeah, okay, you can now. Right, I'm put you. He left. No, no man.
He'll be back. He's just resetting the room.
I think it was my internet. Not even his.
So gravity, who knew, right?
I know gravity. That's a thing.
What do you think gravity is responsible for? Like, after he's explained this.
Gravity is based. After explaining that gravity basically itself has no purpose.
Wow.
That's interesting. Sort of changed the meaning of the word pretty quick when you look up and do some research, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like somehow it was responsible for the Earth being a globe. Just a minute ago in your mind, right?
Yeah.
Does any of this have to do with the shape of the Earth?
Not with the knowledge I can associate with. No. I can't think off the top of my head, no.
Yeah, I mean, he gave you 4 of them, and 4 of them, none of them had to do with the shape of the Earth, right? Apples falling from trees, bending and warping of space-time, things rising and falling.
Yeah, you guys make some good points there, actually. Yeah, I'm just looking at the Einstein. Yeah, I'm just looking at the Einstein. There isn't actually no hypothesis. What the fuck?
Yeah. Well, I mean, how are you going to experiment with space and time? Like, what are you going to... You can't experiment with space.
Yeah. What the frick? Fuck, with the one of the quote-unquote smartest people forget that.
Well, even Einstein said it was a mind experiment of his, merely a mind experiment. That's what his papers say. It's all in his mind.
Wow.
Actually had no real test or evidence for it, just thought it up in his little head. Called it space-time.
And I'll get a Peace Prize for it.
Yeah, can you imagine? I mean...
Give me a sec, guys. I'll be right back.
Sorry about that. Did somebody take over?
No, yeah, we were hanging out.
Yeah, you got it. So when you ask, what do you think about gravity? It's kind of like saying, what do you believe about gravity? And And here we like to stick what we can prove. And you can prove that things go up and down in nature based on their relative density.
And that seems to be what they're calling gravity, right? Everything else is just sold as an idea. The only one that they say is real is this one, which they call density too. Like, okay, fair enough.
To me, it seems like these scientists just make up words for things they can't explain. Did you guys hear that?
For sure, for sure. Yeah, I would question if they're even scientists, though, right? Are they doing any science? How can you call yourself a scientist without doing science?
I think they're just lying and manipulating nature.
They're magicians.
Exactly.
Storytellers.
They're trying to cast spells.
They're the ones who manipulate reality. Because all I know is that things just fall and rise. That's all I know, like, that's just the way things are. They fall and then they rise.
And up is up and down is down, and no, one direction is all we got. Always blew my mind when you think about being on a globe and people, up is every direction. Next thing you know, up is down.
Yeah, eventually. Yeah, eventually it's all flipped on its head.
That doesn't make any sense, Like, if you're on the globe, what's really up and what's really down? It doesn't make any sense. It's confusing.
Yeah, down is eventually up.
Yeah, which is very weird. Doesn't make sense with anything.
Meanwhile, in Australia,
down under.
Right. Man, that's crazy stuff.
Or, I mean, the United States we're standing sideways on the globe. How it's given to us.
Mm-hmm. And isn't it weird, like, when you send a weather balloon up with a camera on it, and, like, when I watch those videos, I don't ever see the weather balloon. Cool, because, look, like, if a weather balloon goes up into, like, the atmosphere, isn't it, if it was a globe, wouldn't the